Today is a great day for Warcraft.
We're happy to announce Cataclysm is coming. WoW Classic Season of Discovery launches on November 30th. It's time for a new adventure. And who better to talk about the first step in this journey? Chris Munson.
It feels amazing to be back and part of this Blizzard family again. So, what next? What single storyline could possibly match such a historic occasion? It cannot be contained within any single expansion. Let the World Soul Saga begin!
Welcome to the BlizzCon Guild Clash. My name is Supatiz, and kicking off the show, I will be joined with Venruki. It feels so amazing to be here in person in Anaheim. It is the perfect time to be a WoW fan right now. We are starting off an epic competition. It's going to be a trilogy. We got 3 expansions. We got 3 sets of competitions and showcases to show for you today here at the BlizzCon Guild Clash. We're going to be starting it off with the arena competition. We're looking at live at the Anaheim Convention Center. We got the Golden Guardians on camera. They've been hanging out in the lobbies, checking out, getting prepared, and getting ready for the action. They're going to be going head-to-head with Echo, and that's going to be such an amazing series. We got them on the camera here with Cubsy on the end. He's going to be substituting in for Meh. We got Waz on the far end. It just feels so good to have everybody in person here today, Venruki. How have you been feeling with the convention so far?
I mean, I could not be more excited. If you are a fan of Warcraft, I mean, this weekend has been really, really exciting. I mean, we've got 3 expansions announced. Of course, Cataclysm coming back, and the Season of Discovery with Classic. But like you mentioned, we have 4 of the best guilds, 2 from North America and 2 from Europe. They're going to be battling it out here today in a couple of competitions, including Arena and Mythic Plus. So we've got Echo, Method, Golden Guardians, and Team Liquid, some of the biggest names in World of Warcraft.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot wait for this first series, man. Echo versus Golden Guardians. Like, if you are a diehard WoW esports fan, seeing the Waz Peekaboo matchup, they better play Rogues, man. If they don't play Rogues, I am going to be let down in this first series. I want to see that mirror matchup, North America versus Europe. The next series after that is then going to be Method versus Team Liquid. And Method are a newly formed roster here. We got Maro coming back into the competitive scene on that mage. Asgarath is going to be healing them, Brunhilde and Mercy. And this is quite a stacked roster from Europe, which is going to be a big challenge for Sea-Doo's team.
Yeah, it's always really nice to see these teams internationally come together, right? Because different metas kind of develop, and stylistically, they just play different. So you can see here, Echo, we've got Waz, Raikou, Cubsy coming in from Canada, as well as Jamie. So a little substitution there, but this team is absolutely stacked. I mean, all of these players have been putting in so much practice and dedication to try to pull off a win here at this BlizzCon competition.
I think you brought it up on social media that Cubsy switched over to EU and was already at the top of the ladder. So, I mean, this guy is flexing between DPS, now going back onto the healer role. We're in a bit of a Resto Druid meta. So Cubsy on this roster with Waz and Raikou, like, this team is absolutely scary. I would not want to have to go head-to-head with them. And it's going to be Golden Guardians that do go head-to-head with them. We got Peekaboo, Absterge, WizK, Jellybeans, the classic here. Really curious to see what types of compositions they're bringing to the competition today, because Peekaboo, he's been broadcasting. He's been playing everything, man. He's the #1 Warlock in Shuffle. He's the #1 Ellie Shaman. Like, I'm not sure what to expect from him. You know, I feel like we used to critique this team in the past that, you know, when is Peekaboo going to start playing some alts? Well, he's got the alts now, so this team could be a serious threat.
Yeah, and they're difficult to play against as well. They are one of the fan favorites here, the Golden Guardians, of course, stylistically. Sometimes they could play a little bit, I don't want to say careless, but they're very recklessness, and they're very reckless in their play style. They play very aggressive compositions typically. So if they can get you on the back foot, it can be very difficult. So I do worry a little bit here for Echo, but they're such a seasoned roster that I think they should be okay. And we are in for one epic match.
I mean, every team wants this so bad. It's been since 2019 since we've been able to get the global stage and competition for this. So they really want to kind of set this out for their own egos, get that #1 position, say we're the best in the world. It's no more EU versus EU or NA versus NA. We've got them here live at the convention center. It's been so awesome, so amazing. This competition's just been building up to this moment, and I just can't wait to get it started. Honestly, that first series is going to be insane.
Yeah, and not only that, I mean, they're representing their guilds, right?
Yep.
So their guilds are going to be not only doing this arena competition, but after that, they're going to be going head-to-head in a little bit of Mythic Plus. So I'm sure all of these guilds who've flown in basically their champions to compete in these events are going to want to, you know, not only win the arena, but also the Mythic Dungeon competition. So very, very exciting. After that, we are going to be having a showcase of the new raid in 10.2. So it's going to be interesting to see all of these guilds kind of come together and overcome that obstacle.
Yeah, they're going to be competing against each other and coming together, much like the Horde and the Alliance throughout the history of World of Warcraft. So it's going to be a very exciting day. Absolutely can't wait to get it started. But of course, we are going to be focusing in on the arena part of the competition to begin the things. And we've got Echo versus the Golden Guardians. We're likely expecting Waz to come in on that rogue, Raikou on the mage, and Cubsy here on the Restoration Druid. For the Golden Guardians, it might be a bit of a surprise, but it seems like the European teams are particularly worried about them because they're so aggressive, like you mentioned.
Yeah, stylistically, their team, when they come together, they play very aggressive compositions in nature. So if they can get you on the back foot, it can be a very difficult thing to deal with. So we'll see what Echo's going to do. They're one of the most seasoned teams in this event. And I mean, Europe is obviously very good at World of Warcraft. They've done very well in international competitions in the past, but we'll see if the Golden Guardians are up for the challenge.
We got North America cheering them on, Sea-Doo on the bottom side, trying to, team up, get ready to take on Europe. Who's going to be able to get out alive here? Because it's single elimination. You only get one best of 5 series, and then you are out of the competition. There's a lot more pressure in that regard. The finals is going to be a best of 7, but it's always awesome to see the camaraderie between all of the players and talking to each other, sharing their different strategies. It's going to be great to see those strategies mingle with each other, right? It's no longer going to be isolated between only North America and only Europe, and we'll get to see kind of which metas climb to the top throughout this competition.
Yeah, and being at BlizzCon, of course, getting to hang out and interact with the players, these players coming together, discussing strategies. It's just such a different environment with a live audience watching. It's going to be interesting to see what they can do. Sea-Doo obviously surprising his team as well. A little fun fact, he didn't tell his team that he was going to show up to the event. He was going to have to play online, but he surprised them. He was able to come, and that was a pretty exciting moment.
Definitely. I feel like Sido and Sam, they like to tease each other and fool around a bit with each other. So it's nice seeing that they've got that camaraderie amidst their team. Of course, these guys are setting up their keyboards, setting up their mouses. I think we got Jamie here on the end, trying to get Cubsy going in here and getting ready for the first arena competition. Really cannot wait. We got so many people playing World of Warcraft. We got all the demos behind them as well, checking out the new season of Discovery, checking out Cataclysm, and then hopefully in the near future we're going to get some sneak peeks for the new WoW expansions. I feel like that trilogy, man, that was such an epic announcement. I actually can't believe they did that.
Yeah, I know. And after this, I need to get down there and play some of these demos myself. I'm excited. I haven't had an opportunity to just yet, but definitely going to be doing that a little bit later today. It's interesting talking about Echo, specifically Jamie, right? Like Jamie in the past he's been one of the main competitors for Echo. So coming in on their roster and kind of teaming up with them is a very interesting dynamic, I think.
I'm wondering how they're going to utilize him, because in the past they would have Chanimal for Warlock, and they'd play a Warlock Mage. Now with the Elemental, they're likely going to have to incorporate Waz if they're looking to utilize Jamie. Some Elemental Shaman Rogue possibly could be coming out from them. That's always an exciting and thunderous composition to bring into the competition. But my main expectation is they're going to be running Rogue Mage. If it doesn't work, then that's when they're going to need to deviate and find a way to incorporate Jamie.
Yeah. And of course, just a reminder, this is kind of a do or die competition. If you lose, you are eliminated, right? So you're going to have to win 2 series in a row if you want to win this event, and obviously score a point for your guild. So we'll see what they can end up doing with that. But they need to definitely put their best foot forward. They need to lead with momentum. And I think that team that can pick up that early momentum is going to have a major advantage.
I kind of feel like Echo's going to have like a target on their back for the competition today across all games. I feel like Echo has been dominating in Europe for North America, or for Arena, as well as in the Mythic Plus scene for quite a long time. So can anybody kind of dethrone their tirade through online compositions here at LAN? Because the LAN might be a bit of a different environment that could mix things up and give opportunities to new teams and new players.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're coming in as the favorite. I think most people would expect them to win based off their performances in the past, but they need to really show up. It could be a difficult position to be in when you are the favorite of a tournament like that, because the expectation is that you win. It's a lot of pressure. And the other teams, they just have to, have that opportunity to come in. If they do play well, they can potentially dethrone them. So we'll see what they can do. Golden Guardians just getting set up right now. I wonder what compositions they're going to be leading with, what players they're going to be leading with. Of course, all of these teams and all of these guilds have 4-player rosters. So they can substitute if they need to. They can have somebody on the bench, but it gives them a lot of different flexibility, a lot of different composition options to bring in different classes and different strategies. So I'm curious to see what they do end up implementing here.
I mean, if I could pick for them, right, what's the ideal? What do I want to see? I want to see Absters on the Resto Shaman. I want to see Peekaboo on the Subtlety Rogue. I want to see WizK on the Shadow Priest. And then from the side of Echo, I want Raikou on that Mage. I don't know what spec particularly. I think he's going to be probably playing Arcane. If I could pick, I'd probably want Fire. I feel like Raikou, when he's playing aggressive on Fire, is such an entertaining tree to watch. But he's probably going to be coming in here on Arcane. I'd love to see Waz on Subtlety and see a Subtlety mirror, but he might be bringing some Outlaw. We might see some kind of which spec is better between Subtlety and Outlaw in that regard. And Cubsy, I'm imagining, is going to be bringing in the Restoration Druid. It's kind of just the bread and butter for him. He's been playing it for so many years. He's won multiple LAN competitions with it. So really, I'm imagining that's going to be his lead-in.
Yeah, I mean, getting to see these players on their main classes in an international competition like this, I think it's going to be really exciting. These should be very fast-paced games. Looking forward to it. Of course, these players are just setting up right now, so just waiting a little bit to get into the games. We can talk a bit about the PvP format. So it is going to be best of 5 for the first 2 series, and then I believe the finals is actually a best of 7.
Yep, best of 7 finals, best of 5 before. So you lose 2 matches. That could be it for you. That could be your entire run. You're down here at Anaheim. You're live at the convention center, and you only get 2 chances, man. 2 shots, and you're out after that. And I really can't wait to get this started. As soon as they've got all of their stuff ready to go, we want to make sure there's no hiccups, right? You've got a single elimination tournament. Want to make sure that there's no problems. Otherwise, you're just out of the competition. Oh, my mouse, I didn't set up the right macro, or I was missing this keybind or something. I know we were joking about it in the lobby with some of the competitors. I know you got to meet up with Soda, your old school Resto Druid healer for your team, and talking about how sometimes players they forget the wrong gear, they got the wrong stats on something, and they realize after, and they're like, oh man, we would have won if we had just looked at that. So you definitely want to make sure that everything is running as effectively as possible here, so that there's not going to be any hiccups in a single elimination tournament.
Yeah, normally you have to have like the team dad who can kind of come in and look at all your macros, look at all your gear, making sure you are set up. We can maybe talk a little bit about the next matchup as well. That is, of course, going to be Liquid going up against Method. So Liquid, of course, another fan favorite. We've got Mez, Trill, Sea-Doo, and Sam-I-Am. They're going to be going up against Method a little bit later today. We see here, we got Sea-Doo, Mez, Trill, Sam-I-Am. These guys are all-stars. They're actually the current North American champions. So it's going to be exciting to see what they can do here.
See what they can get done here. And I know Sea-Doo and Mez, they're coming off the Makaras from Classic, and now they got this competition right after, back to back. And Method's newly formed roster. I'm really excited.
Some new faces,
yeah, some new faces, especially at a LAN. This is Bryn Hitty's first LAN, I believe Mercy's first LAN as well. So they've got Maro and Asgrath with a ton of experience, going to be kind of reining them together as a team, but getting to put a face to the player as well for the competition is awesome. These guys have been at the top of their game for a long time online and on the ladder. So it's really nice to get them here in person now.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, these are players that, on terms of ladder, in terms of competition, they have done an incredible job. Maybe not as known within the community, but if you are, in the high-end PvP scene, you definitely know these players. That matchup's going to be coming up a little bit later on. Right now, we're going to be focusing more on Echo, of course, going up against the Golden Guardian. So these teams are getting set up. They're getting prepared. We're expecting, a very aggressive style, as well as composition coming in from the Golden Guardians. And then for Echo, they are really known for that rogue mage, that classic setup. So I'm curious to see what they're going to be able to do with that, how they're going to implement Cubsy coming in as kind of a ringer for their team, and how well they really can do.
I just really love that the players have been able to hang out. We've been able to chat with them in person. It's been so long. Just being able to see each other and connect and, give hugs and stuff like that. It's been an awesome experience. I'm sure that these guys are having a great time with each other, exploring throughout the convention and just being able to hang out with each other. I feel like it was just yesterday that Cubsy went to his first LAN in New York in 2014, and little Peekaboo back then, like young little Peekaboo. And now they're all growing up. They're getting older. They're signing on to these big orgs and big guilds and coming here for a live clash now against each other head to head. It's been quite a journey. Like, WoW Esports has such a insane history, and it's great that we get to capstone a global champion here with this competition.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. We haven't seen each other in a long time. Some of us we're getting a little bit older. Some of us have been competing for a really long time. Some of the people that entered when they were really young, like Peekaboo, he's a young man now. So.
So some people had no kids and no golden retrievers, and now they have a lot of kids and a lot of golden retrievers.
Yeah, and they're still picking up championships. Go figure.
Still winning on top of that, man. You can still compete as a dad 100% here. So I'm really excited to see what they can bring to the table, bring to the competition. They're still just discussing with each other here before they're going to be able to jump into the games live. But what has been like your favorite moment from BlizzCon? What announcement really captured you, or a particular moment so far?
So far, I think it's Chris Metzen coming on stage
my
and
God,
talking
the
about
nostalgia.
the three. A lot of nostalgia with that one. Talking about the 3 new expansions, the War Within. I'm really excited for the future of World of Warcraft and just Warcraft in general. So I think that's got to be my favorite as a Warcraft fan.
I always love the parallel with Chris Metzen and Thrall. I mean, he's the voice of Thrall, but when Thrall comes back, it's like, you got to come back into the fight. We need you. You can't be gone anymore. And it's really cool vibes and similar lines between those two. With seeing him on the stage, it was definitely a highlight moment for me as well throughout the announcements. And it just seems so crazy to be a WoW fan at the moment. It's just like, how am I going to where am I going to find the time to do this, man? I want to play Cataclysm. Those rated battlegrounds back in the day, those were epic the first time they were introduced. We got 10.2 around the corner coming here with new Battleground Blitz features. Like, we're going to have a new season of Discovery where you can be a mage healer or apparently a warlock tank. Like, what are you going to do, man? It's so much World of Warcraft in no time, basically, to be able to do it. So if you want content, now is the time for content. And hopefully we're going to be getting some arena competition content here as soon as possible as well.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Definitely a good time to be a fan of World of Warcraft and Warcraft in general. Just so many things to look forward to. And I think another really exciting moment for me was obviously the announcement of the expansions, but the cinematics for Warcraft, I feel like, are just absolutely unmatched.
Well, did you see the screenshot of Anduin and the Lich King? They have the same pose with the sword, and I'm wondering if that's from Anduin being mind controlled by the jailer, if there's like a little bit of Arthas randomly. It's still in his veins, and he's holding his sword out like Arthas was holding Frostworm from Wrath of the Lich King. The fact that we're going back to Azeroth, we're going back to the roots, we're going deep below the surface and exploring the Nerubians for the next expansion. I feel like that was one of my favorite races from Warcraft 3 back in the day. One of the main kind of things that drove me into Warcraft was Arthas's journey through Northrend and exploring all the different races there. So now being able to directly go in conflict with them and expand on that story and build a narrative over 3 expansions, I think is going to be a real treat for World of Warcraft players.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We will be getting into this first match shortly. See, Echo is going to consist of Waz, Raikou, Cubsy, and Jamie, a powerhouse team, but they are bringing in some ringers. So this isn't their typical roster. They're bringing in Jamie, they're bringing in Cubsy in substitution of Met and Chanimal. But I mean, they've been practicing a lot. They've been putting their best foot forward for this one, basically doing the best they can, doing a lot of preparation, a lot of practice. Golden Guardians the same. These guys have been playing a ton. I'm curious to see who's going to come out ahead in this, because we have mentioned it. It's been a while since we've had an international competition, and getting these teams together to play on similar ping. I feel like this is, to me, one of the most exciting things for World of Warcraft competition. How do the different regions match up?
Yeah, definitely. Also, we've got like shaman players from North America. North America is just all about shamans, zugzugs. I'm not sure. It's always been like that. Really aggressive players. So hopefully we're going to get to see maybe some, NA meta with those shamans going up against the druids. I would say it's going to be slightly favored to the druids. So they're going to have to fight a bit of an uphill battle if they decide to run that line and combat it. But if they manage to overcome it, then it's going to be even more satisfying and sweet at the end of their tournament run.
Yep. We'll see what they can get done. I mean, it's going to be a difficult one. Of course, after that matchup, we are going to be seeing a little bit from Liquid and a little bit from Method as well. So 2 big guilds going head to head, another regional event where it's going to be North America versus Europe. Who comes out ahead? And we'll see what they can do. It's going to be kind of awkward if like one region just absolutely, kind of dominates here.
To be fair, I feel like Golden Guardians might be the biggest threat for Echo. I think compositionally, Waz's team, because they focus on Rogue Mage, Absterge's team has been a Rogue Mage slayer. They are notorious for it. Nobody wants to fight them when they're playing Rogue Mage. So out of all the teams that they could get in this bracket in the first round, I'm sure the Golden Guardians are likely going to be the most threatening for them, and they were giving them the most respect moving into the competition. So this should be a very electrifying series. And because it's only single elimination, if Echo go down there, they're not getting a second chance to come back.
Yeah, and some of these teams are the type of teams that do grow, right? Like the more games that they get, the better they get, the more they can improve. So, having that second lower bracket is normally a benefit, but that doesn't exist here. This is do or die. Like you really have to put your best foot forward. You got to get that lead. You got to get ahead in the competition. So we'll see which one of these 2 teams can come up with the best game plan. What compositions are they going to be running? And let's see what they can get done.
Wondering what Sidu is yelling to Absterge there on the camera, if he's giving him words of motivation or if he's trying to mess with him or something for the competition. But it's awesome to see these guys in person again, get their faces back on the screen and get them back into the arena and get those old vibes back.
What is one of the cool things about this, right? Like for match 1 and match 2, it is going to be North America versus Europe. So the European teams can kind of group together, discuss strategies, what are the best compositions? What have they learned? And maybe that's exactly what's going on here. It is definitely possible Liquid is helping out the Golden Guardians, giving them any kind of intel so, their region can pull out ahead.
Yeah, I mean, nobody from NA wants Echo to make it through the first round. I don't think anybody wants Echo to make it through. So it's basically everybody against Echo here, as they're going to be the Titans and kind of the big empire of the tournament that everybody is trying to usurp moving throughout the competition. So hopefully somebody's going to have a strategy for them, some type of competition to really put a threat to them, because they've just been so dominant throughout the competitions here in Europe. And now that we're live, we're at a LAN, we get to see this matchup. And I feel like this is the team that I would have put them against, is the Golden Guardians. I want to see what they can do. Because not very many teams in Europe run that Shadow Priest Rogue. It's pretty much the Golden Guardians have kept this antique of a composition every season, no matter what. If good or bad, it doesn't matter. They're going to play Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman. And because they've kept it, nobody else has practice into that composition. Nobody has experience into that composition. And it just works. It just keeps working for them in these situations. And because they stick to the composition that they find the most fun and don't just, cater to the meta and immediately start re-rolling, it gives them a curveball that teams aren't ready for.
Well, it's not only that as well. Like, even if you're going up against Echo, for example, and you're going to be playing against Waz and Raikou, playing Rogue Mage, and you practice into that, you can't practice into those specific players, right? Like, these players here are some of the absolute best. And at this point, a lot of these teams have been playing together for such an incredibly long time. They've built up that synergy that is really hard to replicate. Like, it's difficult to get training partners that are going to be just that good. So when you do go up against the real deal, when you are playing against, Absterge, Peekaboo, and WizK, it's a very different experience than the other Rogue Shadowfree Shamans you fought against.
Yeah, you're not going to get the same caliber. They're not going to do the same things. Absterge isn't going to win shear the same way. It's not going to static field totem the same way as other shamans, and you definitely can't get the quality practice that you're going to need for this. So it's a huge advantage to the Golden Guardians in this situation. Another cool thing about this event being the guild clash is that a lot of players are intermingling with PvE players as well.
Yeah.
I know there's some houses that they've got, and they're all grouped together. So we got raiders with dungeon players, with PvP players, all intermingling with each other, hopefully getting along with each other throughout the competition and getting to meet each other, which normally doesn't happen. So that crossover is really cool. I'm really excited. It's really exciting. And we're pretty close, I think, here. We got one more issue that we're trying to work through to be able to get this going and be able to give the highest level of competition possible for you guys at home.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, maybe you do have some of the PvE players, they're talking about the rotations, like making sure that
Trill
maximum output. Yeah,
a Trill is playing in the raid event, I believe. So he's going to be jumping from the PvP event, and then he's going to be showcasing some of the new raid bosses, I believe, as well. So like Mr. World of Warcraft here, man, he's playing Classic. He's trying to compete in that. He's managed to find the time to do all of the content that is available for World of Warcraft.
I mean, that's a feat of strength.
It is a feat of strength. We need to give him like a little IRL plaque of achievement, like Mr. World of Warcraft or something for him in particular. So he's definitely a treat to watch. And we got that raid team. There's the lineups right there. We got Trill. He's ready to go. Danwar, Ryson. We're bringing in some of the best players from across the globe to take on the new raid in the Emerald Dream as a druid. Like, that is a dream.
Yeah.
To get a dream patch.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I guess it is worth mentioning that for the PvP competition, it's going to be the current build that is available on the live realms.
Yeah.
And for the Mythic Plus, as well as the raid, it's going to be that next patch that's coming out in just a few short days. So I'm excited to see what they can get done there. You can see, obviously, the tournament format. It is going to be a single elimination bracket. We've been talking about it, Sid. It really is going to be do or die for these teams. What are they going to be able to get done? Because if you lose, that's your one shot. You're out.
Yeah. The other thing I'm wondering is how much practice, because I feel like I've seen a lot of these competitors in solo shuffle. And you're playing with no voice, and then having to get in your team and coordinate together. Hopefully, they've still got those synergies built up together and ready to go for that. I would imagine that they would. I would only imagine that solo shuffle would amplify their own personal abilities and expand their own classes, as it's one of the main benefits of the bracket. So potentially, they're even better than before, using that as like a hyperbolic time chamber to train by themselves when they can't get their teammates online, and then come together and be a super team after that. So I'm really interested to see how that's affected their play as a team, because they've been so successful, but Peekaboo in particular with solo shuffle.
Yeah, he's kind of just come out of nowhere. I think he got top of the North American ladder on Affliction Warlock as well as Elemental Shaman. So playing some different specializations, like you said, solo shuffle for a lot of players has been kind of a blessing, especially these tournament teams. It gives them opportunities to learn different classes. If you're a healer, I feel like at this point, almost all of the competitive healers are playing essentially every single healer at a top level. And that was a very difficult thing to do in the past, but now they can practice on their own. And it just gives these teams a lot of flexibility and depth when it comes to the different compositions and classes that they can play, which I think makes the tournaments very interesting.
Definitely. And we've got even more solo shuffle brackets coming in with that new Brawl, the new Battleground Blitz. I'm really excited for that. I'm hoping that it's going to make its way into the trilogy expansions as a staple feature there for some solo queue battlegrounds, and just jumping in whenever you want to and getting a team and going into that competition with all the changes that they've made for it for 10.2, which is coming out just on Tuesday. I mean, when we get home, we're going to have to queue up the ladder, try and push some ranks as well in that final moment, and then get excited for the next patch and start gearing up and picking our mains and picking our characters for that competition. And we have the Dragon here. He's cheering Cubsy on, trying to get him through these technical difficulties. He needs their energy, chat. He's doing his best to power up here and get this competition going. It's a little bit out of his control, and hopefully he's going to be able to get it resolved as soon as possible. BlizzCon is home, man. Like, just seeing everybody walking through all the aisles, testing out all the games, even the flight down here, I had people pointing and like, what class do you play? And getting called out in an airport and stuff like that, and just seeing the energy and the love and the passion. And this is just home, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, this BlizzCon, especially if you're a Warcraft fan, I mean, this is definitely the one you want to be at. This is going to be the years for World of Warcraft and Warcraft in general. So very exciting stuff coming up, as well as this competition. Like Sid mentioned, we are just working through a few little technical difficulties, and then we'll be hopping into the games. This is going to be, I feel like this is going to be a fast one, right? Like, this is going to be explosive matches. Like we mentioned, they only have one chance to really press on and make it. So we'll see. We did just get word that we might be jumping into the arena very shortly here.
Oh, I'm so excited, man. This could be like the best match of the day, honestly. Like, you don't want to miss it. Like, we're working through these technical difficulties, but make sure you're ready to go for this one, because this is going to be an electrifying match. Like, if I could pick the two teams to go head to head that I want to see the most, it is these two teams. It is Echo and the Golden Guardians. They're stylistically so different from each other. You know, the aggression of the Golden Guardians, and then it's going to be the defense of Echo to try and block all of those offensive pushes and enable Cubsy to get their team into the late game. Are they going to be able to deal with all of their attacks, all of their assaults throughout this? It's going to be relentless. And I feel like the Golden Guardians, man, they're fearless. They're not going to back down, even though it's a LAN event. They're just going to keep up the pressure and keep running them down.
Yeah, I think the first match will be on the Grand Arena, and kind of typical World of Warcraft competitive fashion for 3v3. After that, the map is kind of up in the air depending on which team loses. The losing team is going to be able to select the map that they want to play, as well as force the opposing team, the winning team, to select their composition, and then they have the opportunity to kind of counter comp them and select. So you do have a little bit of an edge when you do lose that first match. That being said, you want to win the first match. You don't want to have that loser's advantage. You want to be winning as much as possible, because if it does come down to it, to a game 5, if you did win that first game, you will ultimately have that advantage in the series. So really, really important that you do win that first game on the Grand Arena. The only map I think that's not going to be available for this tournament is going to be Blade's Edge.
Yeah, Blade's Edge is out of the competition, and also out of the map pool as well. Some people are very happy about that. Maybe some people are a little bit upset about that. Probably depends on how many knockbacks you have. I've been knocked off.
I have a lot, so
I've been knocked off enough that I'm okay with it being out of commission for a little bit. But it will be out of commission in the tournament here. Although it's not particularly a map that a lot of teams pick. Some teams will pick it. They'll be like their niche map. I feel like Blizzo is one of those players that loves to go to that map, but Blizzard's not here in the competition. I don't know. I don't think that a lot of players would be opting for that map in this competition anyways, but it is definitely out of the pool to take note of that. This is going to be a map pool where I think big maps are going to be playing a huge favor to Cubsy's team and Echo's team, and why it's going to be so important that they win the first game, so they've got that winner's advantage in a game number 5.
I wonder if we're going to see Peekaboo play something besides the Rogue. I feel like both of us want to see him play the Rogue, but we did mention he's been practicing.
Better play the Rogue.
Yeah, he's been practicing lots of different specializations, so there are options.
He's insane at Aflock. I played with him in a shuffle lobby, and he's doing like the highest DPS I've ever seen. It's like he's been playing it for years or something, and that's a class where like you got to have your rotation down if you're doing top damage and getting cast out. But yeah, come on, man. It's Rogue versus Rogue. Like, he's a great Aflog, but I want to see him on Rogue. I want to see Waz on Rogue, at least at one game in the series. At least one. I need that RPS versus RMP.
We have seen them go head-to-head in the past before, and we didn't
played
get that,
Warriors,
right?
I think. One of them played a Warrior, and one of them maybe didn't, or something like that.
Waz played Warrior.
Yeah, so no chickening out this time. We need some Rogue versus Rogue.
You know,
no picking something that you think is better. Fortunately, Rogue is probably their best option.
Yeah. So I think we will get to see it, but I feel like Waz, I mean, I don't know if this is just like maturity as a player or as a competitor, but I remember hearing an interview with him, and he basically said he doesn't care about being known as the best Rogue. He just wants to be the best player. He just wants to win. So he doesn't care if he has to play a balanced druid, an augmentation evoker, or whatever it is. He just wants his team to win.
I think for Waz, when I was watching his stream, he wants a legacy. He wants to be the World of Warcraft legacy. So there's huge pressure onto Echo right now in this competition. I feel like for them, it means so much. They've been so dominant. They want to maintain their dominance, and now they've got their chance. They've got their opportunity to go against North America. We've got the screen. We've gotten the Grand Arena. This is home for arena players as much as BlizzCon is home for everybody that's involved with Blizzard games. So I am really excited to see this. What classes, what compositions, what strategies, how is this going to unfold in a best of 5? And we are so close to it. Let's get started. And Noas is going to be starting on the Warrior. I actually can't believe he is.
Yeah, well,
I thought for sure he'd be coming in on a Rogue.
I did not expect this either, but you know what? They want to win, and we'll see if it does end up working out for them. Golden Guardians going to be leading with their best foot forward, the typical Rogue Shadow Priest Shaman, Echo bringing in Cubsy on the Restoration Druid, Waz on the Warrior, and Raikou on the Arcane Mage. Let's get it started.
We are jumping in Waz's point of view. Raikou lobbing out Arcane Barrages, charging right onto WizK, and typically Warriors can be tough to deal with, but Absterch here pulls Waz away, roots him up. He's going to have to Bladestorm to reconnect onto WizK as soon as possible. They may want to peel back. Peekaboo's going after Cubsy, a very aggressive opener from the Golden Guardians, but Cubsy, he's a veteran healer. He's going to walk that off, trading the Bark Skin, and be perfectly fine. He's getting peeled excellently as well. Waz now back onto the Shadow Priest, and it looks like he is intervening over to Cubsy, trying to Warbanner that kidney shot, and it looks like Cubsy may have Shadow Melded it, actually, and avoided that stun lock completely.
Yeah, it was a beautiful intervene coming in from Waz into a Shadow Mail, doing a great job there. And I will say, if there's anyone that's going to be able to know exactly what to do against a rogue, it is going to be, of course, Waz. Big swap here onto Cubsy. What is he going to be able to do? He's in tree form right now. So with that Iron Bark should be more than durable enough. But these consistent setups coming up from WizK and Peekaboo onto Cubsy, they've been quite effective so far. And if they can get the trinket in the next setup, they might be able to actually make something happen here.
All right, Cubsy jumping in, getting aggressive. Bash clone. He gets shut down by Peekaboo. Peekaboo's just all over Cubsy start to finish, but he's been leaving WizK to the wolves right now, and Abster's just trying to help him with that static field, pulling Raikou and Waz away and rooting them with that Earth Grab Totem. Such effective play from Abster. You have to utilize that static field as a shaman if you're going to win this matchup against a Druid. WizK fakes the interrupt. He's going for big Mind Spike damage over onto Raikou, trying to keep up their pressure. Tons of Void Tendril procs. Peekaboo steps over to Cubsy, but WizK's falling behind. How is Abster going to deal with the pressure? No Earthen Wall, goes for a Nature Swiftness. Big heal comes in, but Waz is still tearing him apart. They get a full polymorph onto Abster's there. He trinketed into another polymorph, and now WizK's desperate prayer has faded. He's trying to get aggressive, trying to get over to Cubsy. Waz is there to protect him. I'm not sure if this is going to be a clean swap. The Shadow Crash around the corner, but Cubsy seems to be A-okay. Peekaboo switching back over to Raikou, now going back over onto Cubsy, just trying to keep Cubsy in an uncomfortable position. He doesn't want to know where his next attack is going to be.
I feel like Cubsy is one of the most calm, cool, and collected dudes under pressure. So it is very difficult to take him down. He's going to realize the situation. He's got such good awareness in the game, such good positioning. I think it's going to be a difficult task for the Golden Guardians to actually drop Cubsy. So compositionally, so far, I feel like this is looking pretty good here for Echo. WizK trying to get into a position for a full Fear Honda Cubsy. Where is the damage, though? Where is the pressure? A little bit of damage here on a Raikou, but it just doesn't seem like enough. It's been difficult for Golden Guardians to get momentum in this match.
All right, let's see when they're going to be able to crit this opportunity. The mana is at least even, and that is going to be very important. But a full Fear is going to first force WizK's hand. He has to disperse to reduce damage incoming to himself, and that's a major cooldown out of the way from Echo. And WizK's increasingly more vulnerable. If Raikou is able to free cast at any point, it could be absolutely devastating. Peekaboo's chasing down Raikou to try and prevent that. They're going into Void Form. They're getting ready here to unleash a huge assault. Is Cubsy ready? Iron Barks. He gets the mage topped up, but now they're looking at Cubsy. He is on the run. Waz Blade Storms around the pillar to avoid being stunned. Really good awareness there as he knew he was going out of line of sight of Cubsy to immune it, then die by the sword as well. Just trying to predict this go as much as possible. Double Shockwave Bash, triple crowd control by Echo. Amazing engagement. Once again, pushing WizK on the back foot, even through the Earthen Wall Totem of Absterge. Their defenses are cracking.
Yeah, definitely a really tense situation here. But at the same time, they're getting pressure here onto Waz. He needs to be very careful. Cubsy just in the back line right now with that tree form activated, using regrowth after regrowth to keep him alive. But finally, with Waz stable, he's not going to feel confident to actually push in here and continue this pain onto WizK, potentially dropping him here. Absterge is really struggling to heal at this point. Dampening is getting higher and higher. Absterge is running out of mana, and WizK might just fall. He does. Waz and Echo claim victory in game number 1.
Okay, they came to play here, man. This is all about legacy for Echo. They want to be known as the best World of Warcraft team in history, and they're not pulling any punches, bringing in the Arms Warrior, bringing in some durability and tankiness to their roster. And Golden Guardians, they could not get through that defense. Waz knew exactly what they were going to do at every moment. Cubsy knew what they were doing at every moment, and Raikou was able to play so aggressively for the team to keep the pressure going that's going to nail them a game number 1 victory and a winner's advantage for the remainder of the series. Now, if you are the Golden Guardians, are you taking any considerations here? Because I wouldn't actually feel, totally opposed to Peekaboo possibly playing something else, given how much experience he's got on some alts at this point. Maybe this is a good time for some type of wizard lobby to deal with the Warrior of Waz.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible. There are options. We could take a look here at the replay. And I will say it did feel like for the majority of this game, Echo was in the driver's seat. There was a few good swaps onto Cubsy, but outside of that and one moment on Waz, it was pretty much Echo in the driver's seat, getting most of the pressure out. Here was that big setup on Waz, but they did manage to stabilize. And once that happened, it was kind of the Echo show from that point forward. A big blade storm here from Waz, just really ripping into everybody. Absterge is falling further and further behind. You can see WizK, he's got no dispersion. He gets interrupted, and the damage just kind of doesn't stop from that Arms Warrior. And as a Resto Shaman as well, it's really difficult to deal with Sharpened Blade, that healing reduction effect, and it's just too little too late. Echo pulls out ahead. There was some cooldowns that they had available, but outside of that, I mean, would you feel confident if you were Golden Guardians to play this matchup again?
I mean, maybe on a small map. Waz is popping off, though. Huge damage. Definitely well-versed here on the Arms Warrior for this matchup. If they trade the Link there, they trade the Void Shift, definitely the game could have kept going. And maybe because they had just forced the die by the sword of the Warrior, there could have been an opportunity for them to take victory there. so it's kind of an unfortunate moment, right? And it's LAN environment. Maybe there was some miscommunication between the two players at that moment. It's definitely going to cost them. And single elimination tournament, you're not going to get too many chances for mistakes like this.
Yeah, I mean, they have exactly 2 more opportunities to make a mistake.
Yeah.
So after that, you're pretty much done. So we'll see what they decide to do for game number 2. We did mention it earlier today. After you lose a match, you do have a bit of an advantage. You can choose the map that you want to go to, as well as the composition that you want to pick. So you get a little bit of an edge in that way. I think for Echo, they're probably confidently going to lock in blind that same composition and just see what Golden Guardians has in store for them.
Yeah, definitely. They're a team that doesn't switch unless you force them. Now, note Jellybeans is here. You've got a marksmanship hunter. You got a mage on the other team. It could be a time to break out the beans.
I think we'd all love to see it. Jellybeans on the hunter. I mean, just a fan favorite, a staple in the community. So we'll see what they end up doing, where they decide to go. I feel like it was really nice for Echo. We saw Cubsy. I mean, he's known for being one of the I feel like he's one of the best World of Warcraft players in general, specifically when he's on that healer. He made a debut as DPS playing the Arcane Mage, doing a phenomenal job. But now that he's back in that healer role, he's just so calm under pressure. I feel like if you're Golden Guardians and your game plan is to, go after Cubsy, I don't know if that's something you can realistically rely on.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be the toughest druid easily in the competition to be able to take down. And then he's also got Waz, who just has amazing awareness. Like, he's there for the intervenes. He's not going to let him die, even if there is.
He knows how to beat a rogue. Yeah,
there's going to be no holes from Cubsy, and you're going to have Waz just bodyguarding him on top of that. Like, there's so many layers of defense that I honestly wouldn't blame Peekaboo for wanting to make a swap here. He's got a ton of options. Even a Warlock I could see into a druid not doing too bad. Maybe like an Affliction Warlock Shadow Priest, and keeping dots on multiple targets could be an option to try and get through Cubsy's healing on that Resto Druid.
Yeah, I mean, there are a few different options here. We'll see. This is a bit of a surprise for game number 1. I mean, not really Cubsy on the Druid or, Raikou on the Arcane Mage, but Waz coming in on that Warrior wasn't something that I was really expecting, and I doubt it was something that Golden Guardians was expecting. But I feel like Echo knew exactly what Golden Guardians was going to do, right? Like, just leading with that RPS,
yep.
I think is like, it's a standard move by them, and it works for them quite often, but it does give Echo a little bit of an edge going into that blind pick, as they're probably pretty confident in knowing exactly what Golden Guardians was going to run.
Yep, and they came prepared. That Warrior Mage looked impenetrable from them, both in play and composition. So now it's up to the Golden Guardians to find an adaptation. Either they just keep doing it and keep striding forward with that classic Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman, clean up some of the mistakes, go take it to like a hook point, where Cubsy, is going to be the most likely to make a mistake that they can capitalize on it, and just keep rolling with it from there.
Yeah, we'll see what they do. Like we said, loser has an advantage going into game number 2. The Golden Guardians, they have the opportunity for their map as well as their composition. So we'll see where the battlefield's going to be. The Grand is done. They can't pick that one again for game number 2. So we'll see what they do decide to do. But if you're Echo, I mean, even a lot of the Mythic Plus Echo players, they got to be really excited with that as result as well, right? Giving them a little bit of that early lead.
Just overall, the guild advantage, and there it is. It's hook point, Echo. Unless you force them to change, they're going to keep locking the same composition. So Golden Guardians need something here that is going to force them off this composition. Is Jellybeans going to come out? I kind of doubt it on this map. I'm really expecting the same deal. I can't see Peekaboo Warrior Shadow Priest be any. I don't see that being any better, especially in the small map situation. So we got all the players on camera. Just pull them all up simultaneously. We can see all of their faces here. We got Cubsy, Jamie, Waz, Raikou, WizK, Jellybeans, Peekaboo, and Absturge just ready and raring to go for the competition. Jumping into the second game, and is this their last lifeline? I'm trying to run this through for best of 5. I think it's over for them if they lose this, right? Golden Guardians.
No, they have one more opportunity.
Yeah, more opportunity?
You have first to 3. So,
okay,
yeah.
First to 3. Sorry. It's early start of the day here. Math, not my forte. World of Warcraft, the forte here. So they got 2 more chances. They're running it back. They're going to try again on the small map with the Restoration Shaman, Peekaboo on the Subtlety Rogue, and WizK on the Shadow Priest. Let's see what they can get done here on hook point. Echo looked more than prepared in that first game. So there's a lot of work for the Golden Guardians. They got to keep solid defense, man. Like, they're a team known for aggression, but they got to keep solid defense while they're going in for the win.
Yep, just a few little mistakes there in game number 1. If Golden Guardians cleans that up, I do feel like their opportunity is going to be a little bit later in the game, right? As dampening gets a little higher, the Restoration Druid healing is reduced. That's when they can start getting pressure on multiple targets. And I mean, they know that. The best way to play against a Restoration Druid is to attack multiple targets. It makes it much more difficult to have all of your heal over time effects on everybody. So you basically just attack whoever does not have heals on them, and that makes it really stressful for Cubsy to keep everybody alive. And the Golden Guardians know that. They're going to be doing it here on the small map. I'm really curious to see if Hook Point is going to be enough to put them ahead in this matchup.
Yeah, because Waz with that warrior on a Shadow Priest, it's just a ticking clock until WizK is going to run out of options. So if they can't navigate through, find the perfect opening, and kind of take down the Death Star basically with a perfect shot at Cubsy, like it's going to be tough for them. And this is going to be so difficult for WizK. I feel like there's a lot put on him in this matchup to deal with a mage and a warrior stunning you, kicking you. He is easily going to be the most pressured in this match. He's the one that's going to have to step up the most for his team.
Yeah, and I think Shaman, I think one of the reasons Echo is leading with that warrior is just Shaman in general seems to struggle with the healing reductions, right? Like if there's no Mortal Strike effect, nothing that's going to be reducing that healing, then your heals are quite nice, you know, with the Healing Stream Totem, the Earth Shield, the Riptide. It's a lot of passive healing, but once you bring in that sharpened blade from the Arms Warrior, all of a sudden it becomes a lot more difficult to deal with that and kind of coast with those heals. So I think we might be getting this game remade really, really quickly. So they did leave the game. We're going to have an opportunity to remake here, but we are going to be getting into Hook Point again very shortly.
All right. We'll be jumping in there. I can't wait for these teams to play out, not even just throughout this tournament, but into the future as well. Now that we've got the Soul Saga as well, what's going to happen with the hero talents for classes, and what's that going to open up in terms of possible strategies for PvP. I'm really excited for that, the future of this tournament, and just the future in general for World of Warcraft. Let's see what they can get going here. Obviously, some technical difficulty here for Echo as they've left before the gates open. That's not a forfeit. We're going to be remaking that map as soon as possible. This is going to give a little bit more time for the Golden Guardians as well to just talk through, you know, do we want an open on Cubsy? Do we want to go Warrior? I feel like bouncing between the Warrior and the Druid is definitely the best options. But maybe the Mage with Purge, with double Purge and getting through the Temporal and getting through the Altar could be an option, but he's likely running that Blink Stun, so it's tough to hold him down.
Yeah, really, really difficult to go after a mage, especially as that subtlety rogue when you have an Arms Warrior and a Resto Druid. I feel like Echo basically built the perfect composition here to play against them. So the small map advantage is going to be something the Golden Guardians need. But in this situation where you are in, you know, a LAN tournament environment, you're at BlizzCon, that's where mistakes can potentially be made. I feel like these teams are just so veteran at this point that's not something that you can really rely on.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, man, for the Golden Guardians here. And they only get one lifeline. They need to win the series if they want to continue through and be the Guild Clash champions moving forward. So let's see what they can get done. The gates are going to open. They got to have their defense cleaned up. This game is going to go on for a while because they've got Cubsy healing on the other side. There's no way they're going to make this fast. But Peekaboo already gets bashed. Their opener gets stopped, and Bladestorm is cutting up WizK, already being pressured so heavily. Absurge manages to get him topped off to full health. They're swapping back to Waz, trying to punish him for this early assault, but now they're stacked for double shockwaves. Polymorphs are coming out. They're going to dismantle Waz. Sackfield comes down, but doesn't look like he was able to move anybody away from WizK, and dealing with Pummel, dealing with Counterspell as the Shadow Priest. It looks like he's managed to fake cast the Pummel. That is a big win for WizK. Anytime he can fake an interrupt, he's going to get key abilities like Mass Dispel, Void Torrent, and Vampiric Touch. And if he can fake Waz's Pummel this entire game, I think they can win.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy thing to do, but it is one of the things that could put them ahead. Waz right now taking a little pressure, but you can see Cubsy in that tree form going to be empowering his heals and make it very difficult to take down. Now in bear form, as Peekaboo's making a little bit of a swap. Good pressure here on the Cubsy, but he gets behind the pillar to a safe location, and I don't think the Golden Guardians are really going to be able to pressure him too much. The small map has been nice, though. It's a lot less room for Cubsy to actually maneuver around on this map. Raikou right now going for a beautiful Ring of Frost, getting crowd control here onto Absturge, into a Polymorph, into a Stun, into a Cyclone. Absturge wishes he could control his character, and WizK grants him that wish with a Mass Dispel.
Oh, Void Torrent swap onto the Mage. Trying to take Raikou down. He's got the Arcane Shields coming up. Cubsy dispelling the dots, repositioning in the back line. Waz going to get pulled around the corner by Absurge's Static Field Totem. Every time they can give WizK space from the Warrior, it's going to be a big opportunity for him to make plays. And I think the main win condition here is running Cubsy out of mana and stopping him from drinking. They're swapping to him. Peekaboo catches Cubsy behind the fence line. Is he going to be able to survive as Peekaboo is going completely by himself, going rogue onto Cubsy? He manages to force Barkskin, but not too much On top of that, unfortunately, he was really hoping to get a trinket, I think, with that swap. Now Cubsy has those new Grove Wardens down for 10.1.7, and those guys are getting even more strong in 10.2, and those trees are going to be doing a lot of work here.
Yeah, definitely. Really nice. And that a lot of that comes down to actually table that. WizK in a little bit of trouble here. A full fear onto Absurge, and WizK is getting chopped down. Cubsy managing to make that space, sitting down for a drink, recovering his mana by just waiting and drinking. And that's going to put Echo in a really prime position for the late game.
Oh no, Cubsy's amidst all that chaos is just sitting down for a drink and likely has a huge mana advantage. And yeah, he's already back up to like 80% mana from that drink. Really good communication. I mean, this is something that Echo have had to build in like just a few weeks, honestly, with Meh not being able to come to the competition. So they're looking really strong in terms of communication. Cubsy sees Peekaboo moving towards him. He's back into bear form, getting ready for that stun lock, pulling behind the pillar, baiting Peekaboo, who was trying, he actually pre-evasion the bash there. So nice play from Peekaboo, immuning Cubsy's crowd control. Otherwise, he might be in a full clone right now. He's going to be able to get back to his team. They blind Raikou. I'm curious, maybe the Golden Guardians are trying to just play a stall game and get a dampening and potentially get a kill with that. But I don't know if you can stall, man. Waz is doing too much damage.
Cubsy just always finds these opportunities to get out of combat, drink, and this is looking really good. Big setup, though, by the Golden Guardians. They're going after Cubsy. Can they take him down? Cheap shot into Gouge. Cubsy doing what he can to stay alive, using the Bark Skin and Iron Bark, and that is more than enough to fortify his defenses. At the same time, though, Raikou's rotting down. Cubsy totally recovers, and now it's WizK on the back foot. He gets counterspelled by Raikou. Was all over him at this point, trying to generate some pressure, but that was a really good push there by the Golden Guardians, getting some key cooldowns out of the way from Cubsy.
Another swap on Waz with the static field, but Cubsy's ready. He's in tree form. Big heals coming out. Everybody's top. Peekaboo's now getting rooted. Clones are coming out. Looks like Peekaboo was able to avoid that one. He's moving towards Cubsy. Another kidney shot, but WizK is under so much pressure. There's no room for errors here. He's got Vampiric Embrace up. Absurge is healing in the back line. Raikou's moving in. Wants to get a polymorph. He fakes the wind shear, going for the polymorph, and he gets it. Full polymorph. And a nice Master Spell, though, from WizK is going to remove it. But look at the mana, man. Absurge is down at 20% remaining mana. It's not looking good in that regard. And Peekaboo, his defenses are slim. They're trying to go for a kill under Raikou, and they surprisingly force an ice block. Raikou may be testing the limits of how durable his class is in that moment, being punished.
Yeah, that was a really good push. We had a full fear into Hex onto Cubsy, and Raikou got absolutely punished. He's got no ice block, and that is not the position you want to be in. WizK still looking healthy in terms of cooldowns. I feel like if Golden Guardians can just hold on a little bit longer, get another clean setup onto Raikou, they might be able to tie up this series.
Well, let's see. They need it. They cannot lose here. It's going to be so grim for the rest of the series if they do, and Absurge has to work with pretty much nothing. He's into a full polymorph. WizK, he gets interrupted. He goes for the Master Spell again. Is he going to be able to connect it? No. Waz shuts him down. They proc his Spore Cloak. They force the dispersion and those major defensives out of the way. They might even kill him through with a fear now onto Absurge. He's sitting through the crowd control. He doesn't want to overlap cooldowns, but now into a Storm Bolt. Waz is so much prowess on this warrior, expanding that rogue play to coordinate so much crowd control has now forced Spirit Link Totem from Absurge. They have no mana. They have basically no defenses. They need to get a kill now. They're trying to get pressure on Raikou with dots, but Peekaboo's not able to find the kill and close it in the stun lock. Now he's into a full bash. WizK falls behind once again. Waz is just all over him. They can't get him off. He's blade storming onto multiple targets. He gets dismantled by Peekaboo. Finally, an opportunity for WizK to get reprieve and recover in this fight.
Yeah, but Absurge's mana is basically totally emptied at this point. You can see him just sitting behind the pillar. This positioning is good for him to maybe fall out of combat and start drinking, but Waz is not going to allow that. They're putting the pressure on. Cubsy in those early drinks has really put his team ahead, but Raikou still with no ice block. We have a full kidney shot on Cubsy. Crowd control initiated, making a big setup here onto Waz. He's got the cooldowns to retaliate if he needs to, and it's going to be WizK on the back foot, just getting pummeled here by Waz on that warrior.
All right. He's managed to get back to full health. It cost everything, though. Look at Absurge. He's got nothing for him. A polymorph. He's got the Earthen Wall totem. He pre-Earthen Walls. That's basically the only thing keeping WizK going here for a few more moments. And they've actually got Cubsy fairly low on mana. They might be able to get a kill here. Cheap shot. Is WizK going to be able to get in position, get any more crowd control? He's going to go for a Psychic Horror. He fades in, gets the fear. Die by the sword from Waz. Can they pull it off at the last possible second? Now with Waz's Trinket on cooldown, he's definitely a target. Void Torrent fully channeled. WizK getting tons of damage out right now. Massive Spell, but another fear from Waz could be the game-winning fear as he's right back onto WizK, forcing Dispersion, forcing Desperate Prayer. Another Blade Storm, amping Waz's damage up even further in the next couple of moments. A counterspell onto Shadow. WizK getting pressured. They static static field. Waz behind the pillar into a root, trying to get moments for WizK to try and create a miracle. Can they do it? Raikou is getting low. Temporal Shield comes up. Nature Swiftness comes through. Cubsy's in tree form, but the pressure is quite overwhelming. He manages to get Raikou back to full health for what could be the final push. Stormbolt onto Absterge. WizK trying to get wrap around the corner. He's got Void Shift. He swaps his health over to Peekaboo, so he's got another health bar to work with, but there's still 0 mana for Absterge. What is he going to do? Everybody topped on the side of Echo. They can't afford to lose here. Raikou blinking out of the stun. Frost Nova onto Peekaboo. They get the peels onto Waz, but Raikou might be able to solo WizK at this point. He's so low in that barrage execute range. Here comes the Arcane Surge. Massive damage incoming from Raikou onto WizK, and they're going toe-to-toe right now at the pillar while Waz is waiting patiently to get out of that entangling root. Double Dragon's Breath, barrage after barrage, a double fear and desperation. It's desperation for the Golden Guardians. They knock him around with the Thunderstorm. They are praying for a miracle right now. WizK is basically nothing, just at 30% health permanently. Cubsy got a lot of mana in a drink. How can they possibly do this at this point? But they're doing it in Golden Guardian fashion. Mind controls coming out onto Raikou, trying to stall the heal over time effects, trying to create a moment. 8 seconds to that dispersion. 6 seconds, but it's not going to get there. 4 seconds away from the link as well for Absterge. Golden Guardians fashion. I'm trying to play that out to the bitter end, but Echo are just looking so good.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking incredible. That matchup, there were a few moments. There's signs of life for Golden Guardians, but I would say for the majority, just like game number 1, Echo looked, they were in the driver's seat, and they were looking good in terms of pressure. Cubsy is just such a master of slipping away, getting out of combat, recovering his mana, and it just puts his team in such a good position for that late game advantage.
Oh man, this replay is going to look so tragic when you look at the cooldowns as we get towards the end of the game. I think this was a little bit earlier on. We just saw all the crowd control from Echo, these clones onto Peekaboo, man. Cubsy, he's a healer with solid defense, but he is also one of the best cycloners as well. A lot of druids, they can't balance both of those. They're either, really good at aggressive plays with cyclones, or they're only able to play 80 yards away and keep their team alive for a long time. But Cubsy is a healer that can play that mixed style and get aggressive and play defensive, both at the highest level. And it's really making it tough for Peekaboo to find opportunities. Like Cubsy gets a clone on Peekaboo here, preventing him from saving WizK, and then that forces dispersion from WizK. So Cubsy's ability to flex between all of those different modes of play, finding drinks when his team has pressure. And this is the moment towards the end of the game where Spiritling and Dispersion, they're like 30 seconds away. And those are basically complete resets. It's going to buy them at least, another 20 or 30 seconds in the game. And it just gets more and more chaotic. They might be able to overwhelm Cubsy if they can make it to that stage in the match. So it's a really real tragedy here for the Golden Guardians in game number 2 with how close they were to their defensives. Look at Absterge doing everything, pulling out everything but the kitchen sink to try and get Waz off of WizK for even a moment. The Siphene to distract them, static fielding him away again, doing whatever they can to get space for WizK. And this is where the clock starts ticking. 10 seconds on Link, 9 seconds on Dispersion. There's an Earthen Wall down. They're just praying they can make it to that reset, but they get cut down through it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really difficult spot to be in if you are the Golden Guardians. But now, I mean, what do? You played on the neutral map, the Grand Arena. You played on the small map. You played out this matchup twice. Is it time to make a change, or are we going to see the same thing and just try to play it a little better, try to not allow Cubsy to get out of combat? It's just really difficult to rely on that. And I feel like if we do see this again, I'm going to have to heavily favor Echo going into game number 3.
It's just looking better and better. I mean, this is their best map, right? And WizK got good damage out this game. He's top damage. In the last one, Waz was top damage. Peekaboo got out a good amount of damage as well. Not typical for the Rogue to compete with a Warrior in a matchup like this. So they honestly played a really good game. They had really good rotations in terms of defense, and Echo's just looking impenetrable. So this might be the time to mix it up, bring in some sort of surprise pick, or just run it down again as the Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman in Golden Guardians fashion.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they do, but it does seem like Echo was very prepared for this tournament and this round 1 matchup. Bring in Waz on the Warrior, and we kind of mentioned it in the pre-show. Every time we think we're going to get a Rogue versus Rogue matchup between Waz and Peekaboo, it just doesn't happen. Waz comes in on the Warrior, and he must know like some of the advantages potentially the Arms Warrior does have over the Subtlety Rogue. You have a lot of disruption for the setups, good backup for your team, and if there's anyone that's going to know how to deny those setups, it is going to be Waz, as he is kind of a master on that Rogue.
Yeah, definitely. He knows all the intricacies. He knows all the burst moments and exactly when to Stormbolt, exactly when to intervene, exactly when to Shockwave, exactly when to fear. And what I like about Waz as well is a lot of Warriors, they'll use a lot of this utility only defensively, but he's actually using it offensively. He's getting these fears on Absterge, he's chaining it into Stormbolt, and he's kind of using the Rogue Brain in the Warrior body for this competition. And it might be difficult for Absterge because of that. You're used to the Warrior fearing the Rogue or fearing the Shadow Priest or putting their stuns into the DPS to try and stop damage, and Waz is putting all of it into Absterge, really putting him behind. So they're going to have to figure out something here for this game. Maybe these are just warm-up games. Looks like Runes of Lordaeron, and you know how I feel about this. Golden Guardians, they're running down with the beans. They're breaking them out, man. They are not going down without bringing every single player they have on their roster into this competition, and this is a great map for a Hunter. There is no line of sight. If there was a chance for them to put a point on the board right now, I am thinking this is it for the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, Jellybean's one of the best hunters in the entire game, and hunters are actually quite good into mages, so there are going to be opportunities here where Jellybeans, if he gets a big rapid fire, a big aim shot off, he's going to be able to spike Raiku's health quite a bit. I think Raiku's going to have to play this matchup a lot more defensively, using the pillars, using line of sight, and that's going to maybe allow Golden Guardians more opportunities in the match to swap around and not allow Raikou to get out as much damage, as much crowd control, but I still feel like this isn't that bad of a matchup for Echo, but I do like the fact that Golden Guardians is going to be mixing it up, and I especially like that they're bringing in Jellybeans on that marksmanship hunter.
Oh man, Jellybeans on Hunter, man. You can't, if you're a Hunter player right now and you love PvP, like this is the game you got to see. This guy has been a master of this class for so many years, and Marksman's in a good spot now, particularly into mages that don't have a lot of places to hide, like Runes of Lordaeron. So for me, like the last game, it was all about WizKid. What can he get done under pressure? Now it's going to be about Raikou. How is he going to be able to avoid the Hunter? How's he going to pick his moments? Because you got a Shaman healer too as a mage, so you got that double whammy. You're going to have all the grounding totems, the shears, and the Hunter just pumping massive damage into you. And this is a comp that you don't play against a lot. You don't see the Hunter rogue almost ever, let alone with the Shaman. So I wouldn't think on Europe either. I feel like maybe we've got Big Mix with Survival, but that's a completely different beast in Europe. This is a really unique composition from the Golden Guardians, and they need as many surprises as possible for a team like Echo that is just so prepared.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the start of a long journey here for Golden Guardians. If they can win this one, they're going to have to win 2 more. So they are behind 0-2 right now. But if there's a team that could do it, it would be the Golden Guardians. I like the map. I like the composition. Let's see if they can pull it off here and put a point on the board against Echo, who is looking kind of unstoppable at this point of the game. But I feel like bringing in this really hyper-aggressive composition. WizK, I mean, let's just be honest. In these last couple games, he's been getting bullied in these games a little bit. Waz and Raikou have been able to put out a lot of pressure on him. It can be really difficult as that Shadow Priest to just have an arms warrior sitting on you and disrupting you and kind of just killing you the entire game. So I think this is going to be a lot better. Puts Golden Guardians in a better position. And this map pick, I just love it too.
Yeah, I can't wait to get it started. It's Runes of Lordaeron. It's match point, and it would be a fitting final resting place as it is a cemetery. I did not think I would get to say that live. Again, it felt like it'd been so long, but it feels good to say it live here at BlizzCon for the Guild Clash. Can the Golden Guardians do it? Is Jellybeans going to be their golden ticket riding as the dark horse for this competition to try and pull back a reverse sweep against Echo? They need to win 3 games back to back to back, but it starts here, that potential hype train.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see if they can do it. We are going to be getting into the game very shortly here. Runes of Lordaeron, a very difficult map here for the mage. There's not many points of line of sight. It's a very open map. So if you're getting a hit by the hunter, there's not that many opportunities for you to actually run and hide. So I think it was a very intelligent map pick by the Golden Guardians. And this is exactly what they need if they want to pull out a win.
All right, let's see if they can do it, man. Hopefully Jellybeans is warmed up. He's been sitting, on the bench, hoping his team can pull off a win, but now he's got to fire up. He's got to get in there, get that quiver ready to go and get the arrows flying, because I think if they don't play an aggressive game and you really get on top of Cubsy, it's going to be tough. He's going to be bringing in the Trank Darts, though. They're bringing in the Shaman. They have a lot of purge. They can remove the Hots. They can remove the Temporals. They can remove the Altar. They have the Rogue, who's going to be able to get on top of the Mage quite easily. So cross crowd control, scatter the Warrior, Kidney into Trap, or Intim Stun into Trap, and then go for cheap shots onto the Mage, lock him down, yield him, pin him, make it as difficult as possible for Raikou to move around the map. And I can see possibility for victory for the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, definitely. On the flip side, Echo, they're going to have to do a really good job not overlapping some of those key defensive cooldowns, those spells that are going to empower them defensively and allow them to survive these big burst moments. So we'll see what kind of synergy Raikou and Cubsy have here and how they can survive this very offensive push from the Golden Guardians. Bringing in Jellybeans, Runes of Lordaeron. This is match point. If Echo wins this, Golden Guardians is going home.
Ooh, Jellybeans is just mounted up. He's going into camo. They're baiting Waz potentially out into the open. Arcane Orb, they dodge it. Flare comes down. Raikou gets sapped. They bait Raikou so they can get a sap on him by running in on his mount. Rapid fire, he blinks forward. Raikou is getting aggressive. Last one to Waz out of the scatter. Into that root. You see that static search. Waz is out of the match for quite a long time now. They got Cubsy in a swap back behind the pillar. Golden Guardians are not pulling punches. They are playing all out here on match point.
And that's exactly what they need to do. This is what this team is known for, all-out aggression. Who are they going to be able to go after? So far, it seems like Echo has weathered the storm, and they're getting a little bit of counter pressure here onto Jellybeans. At the same time, Raikou needs to be very careful. Anytime he's in the open, anytime Jellybeans is channeling out these rapid fires, Raikou's health can disappear very quickly.
All right, Absurge pummeled here by Waz. Waz getting aggressive. Cyclone gets wind-sheared by Absurge. Absurge, he's trying to be a playmaker right now with these static fields, with these wind shears. Stun into trap. They get the full freezing trap. This is a big play moment. They need to force a major cooldown. Waz intervenes over. Stormball on Jellybeans. He trinket walls. He's trying to get out of the engagement, and it's actually not looking good for them. A full fear onto Absurge, into a polymorph as well. Jellybeans is so far on the back foot, looking quite fragile. Is he going to be able to make it out alive? He's rapid firing. He's getting aggressive, but Absurge is not comfy. Drops the Spirit Link Totem, trying to redistribute the health bars of his team. Healing Tide Totem, he's got to hide that Healing Tide. Raikou's right there. I think he was able to snipe it almost immediately. This can be a huge healing loss for Absurge. Another freezing trap, but the temporal is up. They go for the Trank shot. They get the Purge. Big explosive shot. Big Death Chakrams. Cheap shot onto Cubsy, but just no damage onto Raikou. They pull Raikou out into the open with the static field, and that's going to need to happen a lot more frequently, because Raikou is just navigating this matchup so expertly.
I mean, he's just one of the best mages to ever do it. Big arcane surge here as well. Raikou is fully powered up to get damage rolling. A full cyclone lands. Cubsy sneaks in on Absurge, and Jellybeans is on the run masterfully, just getting out of the fight, trying to survive while his healer is in crowd control. It looks like he will be able to do it. A little damage here onto Raikou, but it's just not enough. And this is not going the way I really expected. Absurge has eaten way more crowd control than I expected. A full cyclone on Jellybeans. Cubsy's just getting so comfortable in the match. This is looking dire for the Golden Guardians.
I thought, Raikou's health bar would be Jellybeans at this point, just running for his life and hiding behind the pillar, but they're just bullying Jellybeans. He can't get any pressure out. That's his aspect of the turtle. He's basically got nothing for the rest of the game, and playing with nothing on match point, single elimination, you are out of the competition if you lose this game. They have to play with absolutely nothing against all odds. Echo look completely unbeatable. Waz wants to secure his legacy for Echo as one of the best teams in World of Warcraft arena history, and they're so close to getting into the finals now in this last game. Kidney shot onto Cubsy. Raikou actually blinking on top of the Hunter and knocking him around. You do not see this type of play very often as a mage versus a marksmanship Hunter, and that is spelling a lot of trouble. They're scattershotting the warrior. They're trying to stall. They are just trying to stay alive.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do. Raikou right now, full polymorph, going to be trying to land here onto Absurge into a full cycle, and there is nothing left here for the Golden Guardians. Jellybeans is going to have to kite. Raikou at the same time, though, gets caught into the cheap shot. A beautiful counter push there, putting Golden Guardians back in the game. A great setup there by Peekaboo, really setting up his team nicely. At the same time, though, Jellybeans is still continuing to weather the storm, and Jellybeans playing this defensively and just running and kiting, getting away from Waz has been working out here for the Golden Guardians. They're finally starting to get some pressure, and they actually do have a mana lead here, Sid.
Ooh, all hands on deck. Another kidney shot on the Cubsy. Raikou blinking back, but Peekaboo connects. How much damage can Jellybeans get out? Get out right here. He needs as much as possible. He's not. There's the rapid fire. Raikou's on the run. Gets back behind the pillar. Polymorph coming out of that Stormbolt. Full polymorph. No trinket. Jellybeans could be going down here in just a moment. Is he going to be able to stay alive? He's in that Earthen Wall Totem, but a full clone out of the polymorph. How on earth is Jellybeans going to survive? Peekaboo making plays. Dismantle onto Waz. A root onto the trinket from Jellybeans, but a Bladestorm over to connect into a triple fear, and that could be lights up for Jellybeans. Barrage are coming in. It is match point for Jellybeans, and Waz is there. The scatter shot at 10%. The last line of defense to try and get distance. Spirit Link comes off cooldown. Absurge gets the Spirit Link totem down, and this Golden Guardians fashion, man, they keep their fans' hearts on a tilt at any point. They're playing with absolutely nothing right now. Deck stacked against them. They're facing down Cubsy, who's sitting with Ironbark still available in tree form. They've got the kidney shot. They need the trap, but he gets shockwaved, and Raikou is there. Jellybeans can't get the freezing trap. He's disarmed. They go for another cheap shot. Jellybeans is trying to get there. He needs to snipe it with no stun lock, but he's not risking it. He's holding that freezing trap. He's just going for damage. He's trying to brute force the issue in classic North American fashion.
Yeah, we'll see if he can do it. They do manage to weather the storm and stay alive. Jellybeans once again playing at max range, but Waz is just so unrelenting in this push, just all over him. Raikou going for an arcane surge. If he can get that off, his damage is going to be empowered, and I don't know if Jellybeans is going to be able to survive. Peekaboo doing what he can as well, going for a double cheap shot play. A full trap lands onto Cubsy. Raikou getting low. He's got no ice block. He could fall. Boom! Golden Guardians stays alive. A great push there. That was not looking good for them, but Peekaboo, Jellybeans, and Absurge, they pull off off the upset, and they stay alive in this tournament, putting one on the board against Echo.
Oh man, that was looking bad almost all game for the Golden Guardians, but they keep playing it out. They're not going to let it get to them. They're going to take any opportunities that come their way, and Jellybeans pulled it off. He was able to switch gears. He realized, offensive play is not working. We need something else. We need to play to survive. We need to try and extend this game and find a moment later on. And being able to notice that and change it is what makes the best players the best. And being flexible. But look at this crowd control, that double fear from Waz earlier, almost getting the kill into a polymorph. Like, just insane setups from Echo. This is what the Golden Guardians had to deal with for basically the entire match. Cubsy gets into position for these polymorphs, change those into cyclones. It is an absolutely crazy amount of crowd control available from Echo that they are fully exploiting in this matchup. But Jellybeans gave it his all, man. He has so much practice kiting melee DPS on his stream. He's been doing this endlessly, and he really put Waz to the test, and Waz just wasn't able to get there to close it out. And that means the Golden Guardians, they're going to put a point on the board. Echo are not getting through this tournament unscarred, which is not typical for them. I feel like they usually go completely undefeated. So this is the first time that they're going to be tested here in the tournament today.
I mean, all the teams in this tournament are just unbelievably good. And Golden Guardians, they are not going to go down without a fight. Their team is looking solid. I love that they're bringing in Jellybeans. We'll have to see what they can get done in game number 4. But Jellybeans just defying death in these games with ab surge. Peekaboo as well. He had such well-timed peels, good stuns, and they're just all over Raikou there at the end. And of course, without that ice block immunity, there's really not that much that he can really do. So Golden Guardians, they will take game number 3, and now it's going to be up to Echo. What else does Echo have up their sleeve? Because they have a lot of different options available to them as well. So I'm curious, where are we going for map and where are we going for composition, do you think?
I'm trying to think. I mean, what about, like, does Waz have his Moonkin up to speed? I feel like a Moonkin could be decent in a matchup like this on a big map. Maybe like Jamie, Moonkin, Elemental. Rogue Mage is typically hard. I don't know how much with Rogue Hunter. Something that's really durable is what I'm trying to imagine. It's maybe Ellie Shaman instead of Mage. Warrior Ellie with Jamie, something so that he's not as afraid as Raikou of just being caught in a moment like that and play out for the long game. I could see a Thundercleave being pretty good for Echo for game number 4.
Yeah, definitely an option. Bringing in Jamie. He is a newer player to this roster, not their typical DPS. Normally that is going to be Chanimal, but we are bringing in Jamie here, known for that Elemental Shaman. Giving them that kind of composition option with Waz on the Warrior could definitely be good for them. The Golden Guardians, what are they going to lock in blind? I can't help but feel like it's going to be Jellybeans once again. Just bring in the Hunter. That's what you won with. And I feel like at this point, they need to at least test Echo to see what compositions that they do have to run. But just really, really exciting to see Golden Guardians kind of battle it back there. It would have been a shame to see them go down 0-3.
Yeah, no 0-3. Jellybeans is at least going to get North America 1 point against Echo in the tournament. One match for their guild as well in the guild clash as they're kind of going against each other in multiple different formats for today. So I would be ecstatic. Winning live at BlizzCon, even if it's one game, is going to feel pretty good, and it might be a morale booster for their team and something that they need for the rest of the series. And Echo, half their team is being substituted, right? So if they don't have other comps, maybe they've only practiced a couple, that could be a big opportunity for the Golden Guardians. And surprisingly, we're going to go to Blackbird Cold, going to a small map with a lot of line of sight so they can avoid that Hunter as much as possible, assuming that Jellybeans is going to be locked in blind here first.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised to just see Waz, Raikou, and Cubsy play the exact same thing.
Yeah.
I think it's going to happen. Golden Guardians, I feel like we are going to be seeing Jellybeans on the Hunter, but we're going to find out here. They have 2 minutes to select their composition in this draft. It will be Blackbird Cold Arena. A very interesting map. You have basically the central pillar location and then some rooms on the side of the map that you can opt to go in. So there are lots of opportunities to line of sight, particularly if you want to play in that center position in the map, and you can utilize that as the mage to avoid the Hunter.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, there he is. Golden Guardians. They're doing it. Jellybeans got him to win. They're not taking him out, man. He came to play, dude. Kiting Waz around like that with nothing at 10%, with 2 execute classes, both mages and warriors. When you get below that 20% mark, maybe even higher for mage, you just get hit really hard.
Oh,
Waz is coming in on the rogue. We're going to get to see it. We're going to get to see the rogues going head to head here live at BlizzCon. Waz's hand has been forced. He's going to be going on to the outlaw rogue.
This is his final form coming in on Outlaw Rogue. So And Outlaw, interestingly enough, is a specialization you don't see that often. In the last AWC season, I don't think it was played very much. So they're bringing in some new tech here. Outlaw is a very durable rogue spec. It brings in a lot of crowd control and a lot of consistent damage. Not as much burst as the typical subtlety rogue that Peekaboo is playing, but still a very good spec. And it's cool to see that they're actually implementing that here.
Yeah, I can see it doing excellently. I mean, just so much stun lock, so much crowd control for the hunter to give more room for the mage to move around. And I feel like this is their main comp as well. So they're going to be really synergized with this. Cubsy has been playing this for so long throughout the years as well. So he's going to be right at home with this composition. It is not going to be a walk in the park for the Golden Guardians, despite Echo having substitutes on their team. They are really going to have to work for this. This is a really tough map because there are so many close points of line of sight. This is a nice strategical pick from Echo with Blackrook Hold, with the rooms that you can use on the side to duck for cover against the hunter's fire, with the pillar in the center, with the ramp as well. This is the hardest situation for the Golden Guardians. They need to be the most on point they have been throughout this series if they want to take this to a game 5.
Yeah, definitely. But like I said, if there's any team that can pull off the upset, Golden Guardians, they're normally very cool under pressure. I mean, even in those moments, it was looking dire for Jellybeans in that last game, but they play it calm. They don't overlap. They manage to battle it back and find that win condition. And all of these players are a master of that. So if there's any teams that are going to be able to battle it back from these unwinnable positions, it will be the 4 teams represented here at this tournament. Let's see what they can do. Going into game number 4, Echo versus Golden Guardians. Golden Guardians' lives are on the line here for this tournament. They lose this, they are out, and Echo is going to be looking to do that.
Yeah, I mean, they want to snuff this out. They don't want any more opportunities. They want to just knock this out of the park, move into the finals. After's posted up. Arcane Orb going to grab combat. No, it actually gets a sap onto Raikou. Nice play from Peekaboo. They're looking still to try and find Waz. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to find him. They root Raikou. They're trying to find Cubsy in the room. They're on top of him. Cubsy's dropping some Trents down to try and soak that freezing trap. Nice tactical play on the Resto Druid. Definitely something you want to consider doing against a hunter, but they're going to go open with a blind instead. Raikou immediately uses Alter Time. Jellybeans, and he gets the freezing trap even through the treants there to try and block it, but Raikou seems to be doing fine. He's back behind the pillar. They're swapping onto Waz, trying to catch him behind the pillar in that lightning lasso, but Jellybeans, he's getting low at the same time. Who's going to fall first? Big heals coming from Cubsy. Waz is recovered. Jellybeans hasn't. A kidney shot onto Absurge, trying to get a Ring of Frost. Gets kicked. Gets the full polymorph. This is big trouble for Jellybeans. Huge damage on match point. Is he going to go down? Feign death with that roar sacrifice. He's staying in the earthen wall. He is praying that earthen wall totem is enough. He's so low. And Absurge barely in the nick of time gets that spirit link totem. Was such a close call on match point. I cannot believe that Absurge didn't use the trinket on that push. But if they did and overlapped, it would be game over later on. So they had to be patient in that moment. But
yeah.
no.
Jellybeans is still so low in execute range, forced to use the aspect of the turtle. And this is looking good for Echo. A full cyclone lands by Cubsy. Echo's looking to eliminate Golden Guardians. Kidney shot lands. Do they have the damage to take him down? It doesn't look like it just yet. Absurge might be able to recover here, but Cubsy denies it with the cyclone. What are they going to be able to do? Raikou at the same time getting incredibly low. Good counter pressure here by the Golden Guardians as they're looking to stay alive.
Oh man, can they do the reverse sweep? Jellybean's in the same position as the last game. Nothing left. Low health the entire game. He's rooting up Waz. He's trying to get distance. He's trying to give time for Absurge to recover and get ready for this next attack, but Waz is there. They're pulling the trigger. Double Dragon's Breath. They interrupt Raikou's polymorph. He goes for a ring. Can they stop it? They can't. Ring of Frost connects. Absurge has to trinket, and he should be able to keep Jellybeans alive throughout this. Winters the poly, goes for a hex on the kick. Nice play from Absurge. Buys time. Jellybeans survives another setup, but they need big damage, and they need it right now if they want to get a kill into Raikou. That temporal, huge value. Absurge, lightning lasso on Cubsy, gets denied by Waz in that position. Repositioning, trying to drag Raikou out into the open. He sees that bait, and he is not taking it. Raikou immediately evacuates Cubsy into a blind. Jellybeans trying to get into position for another rapid fire. Polymorph's coming out. Raikou fakes the kick. Polymorph's the hunter, denies some damage. Waz is getting ready. They dismantle him, trying to pause the fight, trying to keep Jellybeans aggressive, but they're playing aggressive with absolutely nothing left. A pre-Iron Bar comes out from Cubsy. He's looking for Cyclones. Absurge gets blinded. I think that is it, and I think this is going to be lights up for Jellybeans. He's on the run. How is he pulling this off? Waz reconnects. He knocks him away with that bursting shot. Jellybeans repositions. He flares the vanish. He's getting ready to try and survive, and somehow, someway, Jellybeans is doing the impossible. He has survived in that situation again. It is absolutely unbelievable if they can pull this off.
Yeah, big damage here, but Waz once again shuts it down. These kidney shots onto Jellybeans. It's just been so difficult to deal with. The follow-up cheap shot doesn't even have the gouge. He's just stopping aim shot after aim shot, and Raikou's positioning is just so good in this match, really denying Jellybeans. At the same time, a big swap on Waz. They might take him down. He uses the Cloak of Shadows. Beautiful counter pressure here by the Golden Guardians, but still, Echo is not afraid. They're pushing forward. A kidney shot out on the Upsurge. Continued damage here on the Jelly Beans, but both teams are looking relatively stable for now. Jelly Beans could be in trouble. Golden Guardians really doesn't have much left to work with here. Jelly Beans is going to have to do a great job with his positioning to escape and try to run away. Waz initiating crowd control here if he can, but Upsurge just denies it with line of sight, and now another big setup here onto Waz. Can the Golden Guardians do it?
No
Can
way.
they take him down? There's no way. Good kidney shot here by the Waz, but his health is just so incredibly low. I don't know if he's going to be able to stay alive. Cubsy tops him off, and now it's going to be Echo looking to battle it back.
Oh, Jelly Beans, look at his positioning. He camos. He's in stealth. Waz can't see him, but he actually finds him. He pops him out of stealth. Jelly Beans in trouble. Knocks Waz away. Grapples back over. Scatter shot. Peeling him away. Buys time for Upsurge to get the Spirit Link, but Peekaboo's not in the Spirit Link. Jelly Beans is still in trouble. Has to trick it out of the key. He's dead. Waz is going to close it out. Echo take it 3-1. But the Golden Guardians gave it everything they had.
That was an incredible game. I mean, Echo just looks so well prepared, but Golden Guardians did not make it easy, battling it back in game number 3 and making it a very close game number 4. But Echo, their European guild, they will be advancing to the finals. Really, really interesting to see how far that they can take it. But what a great series to start off the day.
And what an amazing series. I mean, these last 2 games, those are the games that I wanted to see between Golden Guardians and Echo, especially the Rogue versus Rogue, those close calls onto Waz in those final moments. A little bit of me is heartbroken to not see that go to a game 5 because it just seemed like the Golden Guardians were finding their footing, finding their pace, and really starting to push it to Echo. But yeah, these are the quality games that I wanted to see here live at BlizzCon.
Yeah, it seemed like when Golden Guardians took more of a defensive positioning and Jelly Beans was running away a lot more, forcing Raikou to kind of chase him, the game was going better, which you wouldn't typically expect. They had to just play it a little bit more defensive, and it seemed like once they were on the back foot, they actually generated more pressure. So I don't know if that was just Echo getting overly aggressive in the match or just it's a better positioning for the Golden Guardians, but I feel like Golden Guardians really did a good job defensively. Outside of the beginning, which they had to overlap a lot of defensives, they still played it calm. They rotated well, but just Echo is just an unstoppable machine here.
Yeah, looking like a machine, even with substitutes on their team here in the live composition. This was the swap. Upsurge did everything he could. Look at that lasso, almost enough to get the kill onto Waz in that moment right here, and we could just be moving to a game 5 if it did get the kill. Every single player playing out of their minds. They really want to take this win at the BlizzCon Guild Clash, get their guild, get their orgs, those titles, and Jelly Beans is so tragic when he goes down here. Upsurge gets that link, but Peekaboo, look at that Frost Nova. He's just rooted a couple feet away from it. He would send his health to Jelly Beans and he'd be alive right now. But that Frost Nova from Raikou stopped them from getting there, and that enabled them to be able to close it out. Echo's going to be our first finalist here at BlizzCon, but you know, they need an opponent. Who's it going to be?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to wait and find out for our second series of the day, which is, of course, going to be Liquid versus Method. And I mean, Liquid, they're coming off a very impressive run in the North American Arena World Championship. That's going to be Sea-Doo, Mez, Trill, and Sam-I-Am. And they're going to be battling against Method, which are a lot of players maybe not as familiar to the public. But if you are in that competitive scene, you know, players like Maro, Asgarath, Brunhilde, and Mercy, these guys have been staples for a long time. And I'm really curious to see. I think for some of these players, Brunhilde and Mercy, it is actually their first LAN event, their first BlizzCon. So we'll see what they can get done here.
I mean, you couldn't ask for better teammates to come to your first LAN, though. Asgarath, a BlizzCon champion. Maro been competing on the stage year after year. You know, he really wants to go after Raikou, I feel like.
I think so too.
Like, I don't think he wants to go down here. He wants to show who's the best mage in Europe and the world right now. So this is a team to not count out. This is not going to be a cakewalk, despite this being their first debut at a live event. Do not want to try and walk over them or underestimate them.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely can't. These guys are going to be bringing the absolute best compositions. And like we said, I mean, for a BlizzCon event, these guys have not had a chance to actually compete in an international event for such a long time. So being able to battle it out against the best and prove that you are the best, I mean, it's kind of the ultimate goal for a lot of these players in PvP.
Yeah, I mean, they've got Liquid, though, and Liquid, they're veterans. They're coming off some BlizzCon wins themselves, North American champions as well this year from the online competition. So what are they going to bring to the table? I really want to see Mez Death Knight, man. Even if it's not the best in the meta, you know, like I'm trying to pick the ideal situations, what I want to kind of rig the tournament just to see what would be the most entertaining value to me. I would love to see Mez on a Death Knight. I thought I heard some rumors about it possibly happening, but it's just Lord Mez, man. Like, one game at least here.
Yeah, I mean, it would be awesome if these guys just locked in the classes that they are known for. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe we see Trill on the Windwalker Monk, Mez on that Death Knight. I think things could be looking really good for them, but there's a lot of different options. These teams over the years have evolved in a way where they do play at lots of different classes at such a high level. your guess is as good as mine what they're going to be leading with here for this game number 1. Method as well, lots of options. Of course, Morrow is known for being one of the best mages in Europe and the entire world. He's actually he was taking a little bit of a hiatus from the events, from competing, so this is his first time back in a while, and I think he's back with a vengeance.
And it's a big event as well, so a big opportunity to prove what you've got in the tournament. And you're fighting a team that's so notable as Liquid. You can see them coming onto the stage now, trying to get some camaraderie towards their North American brothers as they're walking off with a defeat there. But I feel like you can hold your heads high. I mean, a lot of teams don't even take games off Echo. They're usually going undefeated. So to turn it around and keep it as close as it was in that last series was definitely a good showing from them. So Liquid, the last opportunity now for North America to try and stay alive in the competition. Their composition's not super meta at the moment. I'm wondering if they're going to be using any Boomkin tech, if they're still riding on that with Sam I Am on the Boomkin. That's how we got his first BlizzCon title. That Boomkin Rogue, I feel like we really talked up Trill a lot.
Oh yeah,
he was like the highest damage rogue that we've ever seen, and all that experience coming over from PvE and min-maxing his talents in that way to be as effective as possible. And surprisingly, no one ever copied him. He just kept playing his own unique build of rogue at that time. And that's just something that they could bring out, and maybe Method wouldn't be prepared for.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, like you said, he kind of came up with a unique build. Subtlety Rogue is quite often that specialization that's all about the setup, right? Putting as much burst as you can in a specific moment. But Trill played it different. He just played really aggressive throughout the entire match, playing a little bit of an unstandard build. So we'll see if he's going to be playing that once again here, or what they're going to decide to do, because they are one of those teams as well that have been utilizing that new specialization, the Augmentation Evoker, which we haven't seen utilized here today.
Yeah, they could be a team that breaks that out. They've got the standard comps with that as well. Like they could run Augmentation Death Knight. That's a pretty common composition, but it would be really tough. Augmentation, although it's powerful, has its weaknesses, and I feel like Method is a team that has those weaknesses.
Yes.
Double caster, range DPS, keep your distance away from the dragon with that limited range. It gives you such an advantage. So it's not one where I could see them utilizing it in this matchup unless Method do something totally unorthodox. But I'm imagining we're going to see a lot of casters, likely Mercy on Warlock, Morrow on Mage, that Mage Lock composition. And that's something that Liquid have struggled with. I feel like it's been years that they have been struggling with Mage Lock, which is making me think that they're probably going to start with like a Rogue Moonkin, as they should be expecting that composition.
We did mention solo shuffle and the opportunity for a lot of these teams to actually play different specializations. We'll have to see what they do end up implementing. I know Mez plays a little elemental shaman, so we could get some real curveballs here. Yeah. I'm not really expecting it, but it is possible, Sid.
It's definitely possible. That was an amazing first series to start off the BlizzCon Guild Clash, and we will be back with a next one, the next epic one, just after this break.
Doing some experiments with attaching voiceover lines to the ping. One of our engineers attached the choo-choo, the train choo-choo. So every time they were pinging that specific choo-choo, we didn't implement that in this iteration.
The ping system is a new feature that we are having in 10.1.7, where players who are in a party, whether they're out in the world, they're doing a dungeon or a raid, or they're doing PvP, would be able to quickly communicate to each other and give different kinds of call-outs to each other without needing voice comms or necessarily typing in chat.
I think it really helps players coordinate in a cleaner way without really needing to engage in chat.
The ping system is a completely localized feature. Every time that you send a message, for example, in your language, the other person is going to receive that message in their configured language.
Using this ping system, you can either ping a location in the world or a unit. You can ping a unit either directly or you can use their unit frame.
So we wanted to add animations to all of the ping systems so that it can complement the UI art that we have so that the players can understand what the ping is when you use it.
So you could be firing off things like, hey, we're going to be fighting this group of mobs, and everyone would see like, okay, coordinating. I'm most excited for how it's going to be used in like raids with all the different players having it at their fingertips for them to use and having that tool.
A lot of us grew up playing through these zones, and it felt really vast and massive. And we really wanted to go back and go to each zone and meticulously say, like, this is kind of how it felt going through and seeing these big open landscapes. And we really wanted to just bring that into more like the modern age for it. One of the things that environment artists do on the WoW team is we do a lot of the major zone lighting, and that includes day through night cycles, it includes fog settings, as well as color adjustments. So whenever we learn that we're doing dragon racing in the Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor, we really wanted to make it sort of an epic experience. Currently with the the old fog settings, it's a little bit kind of like a wall of fog. So with our new modern tech, we're able to really expand that out and make it sort of like a vast landscape. So here I'm floating over Silithus right now. You kind of see this wall of pink fog, and it's atmospheric, it's cool, but we wanted to push it a little bit farther. So with our new fog and in-fog settings, we were able to get something closer to this. We actually can see much farther into the distance here. We have what we call light params, which is a light parameter editor. And with that, we've added a new thing called in-fog on top of our base fog and height fog. In our fog settings, I can get kind of crazy with it. So this is kind of how we ultimately end up lighting our zones. It's not like a one-size-fits-all type thing. We kind of gone into every single zone and sort of adjusted the settings based on how it felt for that zone, because we didn't want to change the vibe of the zones. We just wanted to make them look a little bit more expansive and epic. Since this is an evergreen thing, there are going to be, sort of updates like this, and so I'm sure players will be able to see similar updates to older zones like this in the future.
Welcome back, everybody. We're live from BlizzCon at the Anaheim Convention Center. We just concluded the first epic series between Echo and the Golden Guardian. It's a heartbreaker when Jellybeans came in and pulled off that first win and was getting so close in that fourth game. I was thinking they might be able to do it, but they fell short. Echo has snuffed them out, and Europe has put a point on the board here in this head-to-head competition. My name is Super Tees. We're joined by Venruki as well. We've got another epic match here. We've got Method, we've got Asgrath, Brunhilde, Maro, and Mercy. They're going to be smacking up against Liquid. And you can see them on the camera right now with Sidu, Sam AM, Trill, and Mez. These are absolute legends of the arena, absolute goats, and this should be quite a treat.
Yeah, these two rosters going to be representing their guilds for the BlizzCon Guild Clash, and we'll see what they can do. Echo taking an early lead in that first series. Now it's going to be up to the Method PvP squad as well as the Liquid PvP squad to try to advance to the finals. And it is a cutthroat tournament, Sid. Like, you basically have one opportunity to advance. If you lose this, you are eliminated. So there's no losers bracket. There's no second chance. It is do or die, and we'll have to see who does come out ahead. We've got Method, kind of unfamiliar faces. We do have, of course, Asgrath and Maro have competed in international events in the past. BlizzCon champion, of course. But then, of course, we have some new players on their roster. So coming in this LAN tournament environment, it could be a little bit scary for them. And then, of course, on the other side of things, we have the North American Guild, Liquid, Sidu, Mez, Trill, and Sam. I am going to be representing them and their PvP squad. These guys have done an incredible job this year.
Quite a journey for them. It seemed like they were struggling for a while, but this year they were able to pop off. So hopefully here now live at BlizzCon, they're able to continue that chain of success. And on the opposite side, Method, we've got two new faces here with Brunhilde and Mercy at their first live event. So we've got Asgrath here on the end, the healer, and Maro on mage with tons of experience. They're going to look to guide them throughout this competition. And I know they've been hanging out a lot here throughout their journey and their travel to try and build up their synergy and get ready for this competition, because this is a team that I think is going to stay for the future. It's such a rock solid roster. So with this being their first debut, they want to take it all.
Yeah, and I mean, if they can, that would be quite a statement. Them coming together and winning a big event like the Guild Clash for them would be massive. So we'll see what they can get done. Of course, we are going to be playing a best of 5 between these two teams, starting typically on the Grand Arena. So we are going to be on that Grand Arena for these two teams. They're going to be able to have the opportunity to lock in their compositions. What classes are they going to play? Blind. So there's a little bit of a mind game there between these two teams. I think both of these rosters are just so incredibly flexible that it's a bit of a guessing game as to what they're going to play.
Let's see what they can do here. Asgrath, he's a druid main. I'm expecting that. But Sidu, I don't know. He's been flexing a ton of healers. I mean, Dragonflight started with him on the Evoker and being one of the few healers along with Meh to really pioneer that class. And he's had to flex over to Paladin for a while and ride that train, and as well as Shaman at certain points. But now it's the druid patch. Is he going to try and enter the forest with Asgrath, or is he going to just stick to his main? Is he going to go back onto the Shaman? How is Sidu going to navigate this current meta? We saw Absturge. He committed to the Shaman. It is rough. It is rough. Your team is pressured and dead the whole time. It is hard to play a Shaman at the moment, but you can make it work if you're willing to deal with the struggle.
Yeah, it's one of those healers that is very high risk and high reward. And a lot of the North American teams, they do like utilizing that Shaman, playing the more aggressive strategies. Sidu in particular, he was known for that Shaman, but like you mentioned, he really has taken a shining to the Preservation Evoker. So playing that Dragon really, really aggressively. Let's see what he can end up getting done here in this match. Or what he's going to play. Could be the Paladin, it could be the Priest. Lots of different options available for their squad. But yeah, definitely wanted to pick up a win for their guild in this Guild Clash.
Yep. It's a really important competition for them here as they're fighting for all of that glory between them, for their region, for their guild. And this is the first time in a long time that we've been able to get them together. So they definitely want to prove that they're the best in the game currently, and this is their best opportunity to do it. It's awesome to see everyone live. We've got everybody in the playtest in the field down there. So many amazing announcements. It's a really good time to be a World of Warcraft player right now. There's just so much content and so little time. And hopefully so little time for us to be able to jump into this next match as they're looking to set up as soon as possible. We're going to start this next epic series, a best of 5 Method versus Liquid. Such huge names building up over time. Some new ones as well into the rosters of Method for their first competition. I'm really excited to see how they perform in a live environment, because it's one thing to sit at home comfort of your home, you're live. There's people here in person watching. There's a lot of nerves. There's a lot of differences when you're playing at a LAN. So how is Brunhilde, how is Mercy going to be adapting to that?
Yeah, lights, camera, action for a lot of these players that are on the stage. Let's see what they can do. It is a little bit different. Like you mentioned, you're not in the comfort of your own home. You got to make sure all of your settings are correct. And normally you have like a team captain, something like that, who is going to be going through and making sure that, you know, your user interface is good, your add-ons are set up correctly, you know, you got the correct gear on, because something as little as that, especially in a high stakes tournament like this with such a small room for error with no lower bracket, it's going to be really important. You have everything just perfectly set up.
Yeah. I can imagine that they're looking to bring their best though here. Like they've been playing so long online. I think they're also solo shuffle champions as well. Brunhilde, he's a multi-classer melee maniac. He's just playing every single melee DPS. He is going to be quite a difficult opponent to deal with for Liquid, particularly if they decide to flex him in and opt out of those wizard cleave compositions. But even wizard cleaves, this warlock mage, this has been the kryptonite for Liquid in North America season after season. It's been their kryptonite. They're fighting a European mage lock, and they are notorious dampeners. They will just prevent you from connecting to them forever. So Liquid are going to have to face their greatest nightmare if that's the case in game number 1, and hopefully they've got some surprises for that.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they do have in store. We did have a chance to, you know, sit down, interview the teams, and they do have a lot practice. So we did hear from Method. They've been practicing the mage lock, like you mentioned, with all the different specializations. So they can play the arcane mage, the fire mage, the frost mage. Also for Mercy, he's going to be able to play the demonology specialization, the affliction specialization, as well as that destro. So it makes them a big threat, right? Because depending on what they're fighting, they can alter their specializations. And we're in a really interesting patch where all of the different specializations for mage and warlock are actually good.
Very good time to be a mage warlock at the moment here in this patch. Not a very good time if you're Liquid. In that case, every single flavor of mage lock you're gonna have to deal with, not just one in particular. Maybe figure an answer. They might go fire, they might go arcane, might go demo, might go destro. You never know. Might go affliction. Mercy, you know, he's won some matches on affliction. One of the few warlocks to actually still stick it onto affliction. I'd be interested to see what he has to say about affliction in 10.2 coming out next week. It's getting a lot of pretty exciting changes. So hopefully he's gonna be able to flex that at some point, because he is always amazing to watch on the affliction warlock. I'm so torn here, because part of me wants to see see Liquid come out with the bread and butter, you know, Resto Shaman, Windwalker, DK, but I know it's not going to work. I want to see it, but I know it's not going to work. So they're likely going to have to flex in something different. Maybe they've got some unique Death Knight comp to deal with wizard cleaves. There has been compositions on the ladder like Shadow Priest Death Knight. And Sam has played Shadow Priest in the past. And this is something that would be completely curveball, depending on their level of preparation, likely never going to happen or impossible. But I'm just trying to pull out all of their possible options to deal with this matchup, because this is one that's been a struggle for them for years.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth mentioning that this is we have mentioned it a few times, but it's worth mentioning again that these teams, a lot of the times, they don't get the opportunity to play against each other, especially in a LAN environment. We have different metas, different styles kind of clashing here in this guild clash between North America and Europe. So for Liquid, you know, even playing against a lot of the mage locks in North America, it's going to be a little bit different than what Europe has to offer. And at the same time, this European team of Method, they're going to have to figure out what exactly Liquid's going to be running, what they can do. So I'm curious to see who does come out ahead. Can't wait to get into the first game.
Yeah, I'm really excited to get into this first game. There's been so many announcements, cinematics, and panels. I'm going to have to go back and watch some of them, because there's been so many of them, and try and pick out all the little details that has been announced here, because there's so many key factors that it's going to completely change the game, no matter what era of the game that you are playing, whether it's classic or cataclysm or retail moving forward into the trilogy. There's just so much to digest and consume and analyze and figure out what's going to be moving forward into the future that I'm really excited to check out. As the players are looking like they're getting closer and closer to getting this competition underway. It is the second match of the day. We've got 3 for you today. The finals is going to be a best of 7. This one will be a best of 5. And with those no second chances, it is very stressful. You know, you're down the first game, and it's already going to be in your head. You can't let the nerves get to you in a live environment. You got to get ready to try and turn that around. I feel like the Golden Guardians did a really good job with that. They didn't just kind of, just whiz out at the end and not be able to pull it back. They really put it on a show at the end.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a little bit of extra pressure as well, knowing that you're just a part of a greater team, right? Like your entire guild. So this is just the first competition of a couple that we're going to be having here today. So this is the PvP portion with the arena. After that, depending on who wins, we're going to be having the Mythic Plus portion. So excited to see what goes down there. But if you're one of these players on these rosters, you definitely want to be representing your guild that's been supporting you all this time. And of course, give whatever team is doing the Mythic Dungeons a little bit of a lead with that one too.
All right, let's see what they can get done, man. It's an entire show. We're going to do basically everything in World of Warcraft in terms of competition. It's really quite epic, and I can't wait to see that moving into the future here. With the dungeon event and then with the raid showcase, how fast are the best guilds going to just knock it over, speed running that content as fast as possible. A little teaser for its release coming just on Tuesday. I mean, we got this competition, we got all the hype, and we got a major patch coming out immediately to check out. So definitely the best time to be a World of Warcraft player. I can't wait for that. All the class changes coming through. I've been playing a lot of classes on my own free time here, and I can't wait to see what these changes are going to bring to the table for competitive play.
Yeah, that's one of the really exciting things about BlizzCon as well, is getting to see some of these players in person and discuss strategies and what's coming up with the new expansions and the new patches. So really looking forward to what's to come and what these teams are going to be bringing here to that game number 1. See some of the demo stations on stream. I know myself, I haven't had a chance to play any of them yet. I'm looking forward to, after this event, to go playing myself.
I think that was a sneak peek of the Black Fathom Depths raid. I never considered, making a dungeon a raid. Like, what is that? What goes into that? Like, is it going to be a big boss? Like, I remember that little trap room at the end of Black Fathom Depths where you're pulling on triggers and mobs are coming out of the side. Has that changed? Like, what are they doing with that? Do they have a mage healer that's healing their group in that? Like, I'm very interested to see what all those little changes are going to do for Classic.
Yeah, me too. Lots of exciting things coming up. If you are a Warcraft fan, including, especially if you're a PvP fan, this next match between Liquid and Method that will be coming up here shortly between these two teams. Both of these teams have 4 players, which gives them lots of flexibility in terms of the compositions that they can run. So going into this blind pick, we'll have to see who does end up coming out ahead.
I thought it was very interesting to see the preparation, not only just for gameplay, but even like personal health management. I felt like Raikou was moving around like, you good? You're good? You're going to go to sleep early? You're getting ready for the competition? Like, and just double checking up on everybody and kind of making sure that they're ready to go IRL as much as in game.
Yeah, it could be a difficult thing as a competitor, right? Because you're coming to BlizzCon, you're hanging out with your friends that you haven't seen in such a long time. There's lots of stuff to do. But when you're competing in an event like this, it's an early bedtime, an early rise. Make sure you're prepared for the event. You don't want to be, messing around in terms of playing at your absolute best. So the time to celebrate will be after today. For now, these players need to put their best foot forward and see what they can get done here.
I'm really excited for it, man. I'm just sitting here so eagerly, just bouncing on my feet, getting ready for the competition. We've got hall after hall filled with World of Warcraft fans, Blizzard Entertainment fans, just ready to go. We're calling it home here. We're looking to crown a champion between North America and Europe and between the 4 guilds in this competition. Right now, man, Echo is looking so good. I'm a bit worried about if anybody's going to be able to take them down right now. Is it going to be this newly formed Method roster? Is it going to be the OGs, the GOATs, Liquid of North America? Who's going to be the team that makes it through for you?
I don't know. I think going into this event, my favorite has to be Echo. Even in the Mythic Plus tournament, I feel like they've just been so consistent for such a long time, especially in PvP. So I think they're kind of the team to beat. But it's a lot of pressure, right? When you're in that situation and you are the team to beat, teams are going to be preparing specifically for you. So we'll see what they can get done and how far they really can go. They had a great start to the day going up against Golden Guardians, winning that series 3-1. It was looking really good. Obviously, they're exceptionally prepared. I feel like, well, let me ask you, between these two teams, what do you think would be the most difficult opponent for Echo?
Right now, I mean, Echo don't have Mage Lock. And I feel like that is the main comp that's going to be tough for Liquid. So Liquid would, I think, be decently threatening for Echo, given that Chanimal isn't here. But at the same time, Method have been, like when Maro's competing, that's been like the main staple rival for Echo. So honestly,
he's back, yeah.
Yeah, and he's back. So I think that really, honestly, either of these teams are going to be a good matchup for them. If I'm predicting, if I'm using my brain here, I'm thinking it's likely going to be Method. I think if they've got a solid Mage Lock under their belt, that this has just been so difficult with Asgrath on Restoger. It's been so difficult in the past for Sidhu's team to deal with, unless they've got something that I'm just totally not expecting for it.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what they do end up running. These teams obviously have prepared a lot for this event, and we'll see what they end up doing here in this game number 1. Both these teams are getting fully prepared here, making sure all of their keybinds are good, all the keyboards and mice are good, all the peripherals are set up properly. As this is kind of a do or die competition, right? Like, you don't want to be making any mistakes. You want to make sure that you are fully set up, fully prepared, as your opportunities for success are quite limited here. If you do lose the series, you are out of the tournament.
Going to the first match, oh, my macro didn't work, didn't get my cooldown off. I guess it's over for us.
Yeah.
It's going to be a very awkward moment. So they want to make sure that everything is as pristine and accurate as possible here for the competition moving forward. And they got to get all 4 players ready in case they make a substitute. And this is a series that I could see, all 4 players from either side, honestly, being utilized at some point. And hopefully we do. I really feel like it's nice to see everybody get like at least a game here live at BlizzCon, because it's a totally different experience when you've got the energy of everybody attending the competition or attending the convention behind you. It's definitely a unique experience as a competitor.
Yeah, I think when we see Liquid, they're going to be locking in more than likely. They always kind of lead with Sea-Doo. Obviously, he's going to be their healer. And then, of course, Trill is kind of that DPS that's always playing. It's very rare where we see Mez and Samayam actually play together in competition. So I think likely it's Trill, it's Sea-Doo, and then it's going to be either, of course, Mez or Samayam, depending on what they need. If it's more of a caster that they want to run with, Samayam is going to be that flex player. If it is going to be more of a melee specialization, Mez will more than likely be coming in. So lots of different options for this roster. These guys have been competing together for such an incredibly long time. There's a lot of synergy. There's a lot of history. And I'm curious to see what they can get done here today.
I mean, half this roster, they started families. They're starting to grow and expand. And we got Trill and Sam being the young blood for the team. So, a balance of the old and a balance of the new for this roster, which is always great to have in terms of diversity of thought moving forward into the competition. It's good to have a balance of that. And the same is true for Method. I mean, their roster has 2 Titans for just long-standing years. I want to say it's been a decade or close to a decade for Asgarath and Maro in terms of competitive play, and then Brunhilde and Mercy coming in as new blood to kind of intermingle that and mix it up. So both rosters having good expansion in that sense in terms of strategy and options and versatility and compositions. They're both top of their game here live at BlizzCon.
Yeah, no doubt about that whatsoever. And it is just so awesome to see these different regions clash as well. You have Liquid representing North America and their guild, and then, of course, a Method from Europe. And just stylistically and what metas they're going to be playing, just little things can really change up the matchups. Who have been their training partners for this game? And I kind of do wonder as well, since this first round is going to be North America versus Europe, how much these different guilds have kind of helped each other out, right? Like, how much has Echo been practicing with Method to try to get that first game win?
Yeah, I wonder if they've been practicing against each other, if they've just been only kind of sticking to their own niche, trying to limit practice from each other. That's usually a strategy. Like when you're a team that runs, you're the only team that plays a comp, you starve the other teams of practice. You don't queue into them. You don't let them know how the matchups play out. So that might be a case here with Liquid playing some very unique compositions to their title and to their names. They might have starved them out of practice for the competition and trying to keep some curveballs. I think the biggest hurdle for them to jump over is that we're in a Druid meta. And Sea-Doo, he's been playing every healer. Can he step up to the plate and can he deliver on the Druid?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the question, right? Like you said, we're in a Druid meta right now, but in North America, a lot of the time we do play those more aggressive healers. So we'll see if Sea-Doo's going to be locking in that Restoration Shaman. Is he going to be playing the Preservation Evoker or going for a more defensive-oriented composition with that Restoration Druid? So we'll just see what they have prepared, because there's lots of different options for them at this point. There's lots of different classes that are viable and strong. And sometimes bringing in a surprise composition can really throw a curveball for your opponents.
I mean, biased being a Boomkin player, Sam, he won BlizzCon on Boomkin. Boom is pretty good right now. I would like to see Sam live here on Boomkin again and get some nostalgia vibes going for when they played way back when. I think it was Demon Hunter, Moonkin Shaman. Probably not that comp. Actually, that comp could be pretty good. Now I'm thinking through that again. I've been playing maybe against some wizards. It actually wouldn't be that bad, especially on a small map. If Trill's got that Demon Hunter practice still, but
yep.
Rogue Moonkin I think could do solidly as well.
Death Knight Shadow Priest I think is also a decent option. I don't know if it's something that they actually have practiced or prepared, but as someone who plays a lot of Mage Lock myself, that can be something that is very hard to deal with. So
you and I are literally this matchup on the ladder when we're playing our comps on the ladder. We have each of these, so this type of matchup should be very interesting to see. I'm really excited to see what they bring. And look at that We've got the map. It's loading in. It is in the Grand Arena for game number 1, a best of 5, as every series has started on this since the dawn of arena history. Actually, it used to be random map maybe at some point, so maybe not the absolute history point, but for quite a long time, the Grand Arena is a staple. It's a classic. It's as much of a home for arena players as BlizzCon is for Blizzard Entertainment fans. So I am really excited to see what compositions are coming out. Are we getting those nostalgia trips? Is Sam I Am coming in on the Balance Druid to try and be able to beat the Kryptonite? That is Method with that Mage Warlock.
Yeah, I mean, they're absolutely deadly as well. And Method, I mean, their roster, we haven't seen them compete together in a really long time. So Morrow kind of coming back, he's been a staple in the European community on that Mage for such a long time. I'm really excited to see him compete once again. And he's going up against such a seasoned team like Liquid. It would be a massive statement to me if Method pulls this off.
Well, let's see if they can do it here. Massive statement, first LAN event for half their roster. They got old and new veteran players here on their side. Liquid as well advancing through, but they've got way more comfort in this environment. I feel like Liquid are probably going to be much lower stress, and that could play a factor into possibly winning this series and keeping North America alive in the competition. I mean, what is going to happen throughout the day if North America's knocked out here? Is that going to also happen in the Mythic Plus competition? Like, what is going to be going on for the day? Is Echo going to go undefeated? Who's going to be their major rival? Who's going to be able to beat them throughout this entire kind of like trilogy of events and showcases throughout the Guild Clash? This is an important series if you're a North American fan.
Yeah, and there's no doubt about that. Liquid kind of has to carry the torch here. Can they do it is going to be the question. We'll be getting into a Grand Arena very shortly here and seeing what blind pick these teams did go with. For Liquid, it's hard to say. For Method, we're expecting some sort of Druid, Mage, Warlock variants. I do believe maybe bringing in the Elemental Shaman, but for Liquid, I feel like they just have so many different options, and they always do have these kind of random compositions prepared. I think it might be a wild card here.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely could be. We've been talking a lot about Mage Lock. They don't have to play that. They could come out with something entirely different. I just feel like based on the history, it makes a lot of sense. And with Morrow on the roster, I imagine he wants to be in like every game. He's been on hiatus. He's coming back, and he's kind of a playmaker. I feel like he's going to want to be in every single game here at this event. So flexing between maybe some Mage Windwalker, possibly with Brunhilde could be some compositions, possibly Rogue Mage, if that ever comes up to the table. Maybe they even just play Rogue Mage. I mean, They definitely talked about that when I talked to them in preparations for this. Similarly to Echo, it's definitely an option, but I'm still kind of teetering towards those casters. Just it's been so tough for Liquid in the past that I feel like they've got to be bringing them in here. I feel like Mercy and Morrow are likely going to be the starting roster with Asgarath and Liquid. What route, man? Is it Death Knights? Are they going to stick to their kind of bread and butter compositions that they've played that are not really, top of the meta, top of the game at the moment at this level of play? Or do they go back to that Boomkin that got them a BlizzCon championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really difficult to know. For Method, I feel like one thing I'm kind of certain is that Morrow's going to play. I feel like for DPS, he's probably one of the more seasoned players. Although I feel like if he did have to sit off, it wouldn't be that bad to see Brunhilde and Mercy team up playing something like a Rogue Warlock. Could be pretty good here in this blind pick against Liquid. I think it's a pretty flexible composition and something that's possible. The only thing that would be scary is if they did have to play against some sort of cleave setup here from Liquid, and their roster is known for running those things, right?
Yeah, I don't think you pick anything that even has a chance of losing to a cleave when you're playing against Liquid. I think that's probably going to be too risky for them overall, because Liquid is just a master of the Zug, the artistry of that style of play. So I don't like that route. I think the route's got to be a Mage Lock, and then if it goes poorly, maybe that's when they bring Brunhilde in and try some Rogue Mage. And the Grand Arena is a neutral sized map, so I think almost any composition can do well here. So they've got the entire table open in terms of options for the first round. I can't wait to see this, man. It's been so long since we've seen Sidu at BlizzCon playing. Like the last time that he won, it was like such an epic moment here. And I can imagine that Asgarath as well wants to be going for another title. So there's a lot on the line in terms of ego between these teams.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. Liquid, like we mentioned, kind of carrying the torch here for North America. They're the last team alive. Method's going to be looking to eliminate them and make it a European finals here in this Guild Clash for PvP. We'll see if they can do it. Liquid is a very strong team. They've had a great year so far. And we'll see in this international competition what they are going to be able to get done, what they're going to lead here within the grand arena, this best of 5. Yeah, I mean, it's just very, very tense. There's no losers bracket in this tournament. So if you lose, you are going to be eliminated. You have basically one chance to make it here.
Yeah, we saw in the first series with Echo and Golden Guardians that, when Europe and North American metas mix with each other, Golden Guardians threw them for a loop for a little bit with that Rogue Hunter. They were trying to figure out what to do. They were really getting pressured trying to solve that. They ultimately were able to close it out, but it was a challenge. So now Liquid, what kind of curveballs from North America are they going to bring to the established meta of Europe, which appears to be pretty locked in with this Druid, Rogue, and Mage and Warlock set up between those 4 major classes, because that curveball is ultimately what they're going to need in a matchup like this.
Yep, no doubt about it. What are they going to be running? I can't wait to see. Both these teams just have so many different options. Method bringing in some new players here at BlizzCon to represent their guild in PvP. And then we did kind of mention that. I mean, it's been really awesome for these players to get to come to BlizzCon and meet up with some of their counterparts. Some of the PvE players are, mingling with the PvP players, and they're discussing strategies and tactics. And both of them are very important in this overall event to see which guild is going to bring it home.
Oh man, I cannot wait for these gates to open. I can't wait for the countdown timer. I can't wait to see the specs, see what composition, what kind of names are coming out here in the first round of this best of 5. Because it's going to be explosive. This is going to be a major battle between titans. Like these players are the highest level that you could ask for in terms of competitive play. You're going to see absolutely every single possible corner of strategy or builds come out from either side. I just can't wait to see this. I'm a little biased. I'm cheering here for North America. We don't have Zico here to counterbalance that bias a bit. So you might have to substitute as like a secret double agent for Europe here to try and keep it a little even.
You know what? I'm just cheering for whatever team plays the best at this point. So we'll see who can bring their A game, who can pull it ahead. I'm just a big fan of, World of Warcraft PvP, and especially these players who just play it at such an incredibly high level. It's just an absolute joy. And I will say, when it comes to North America and Europe, it's just so fun for me to see these 4 teams, these 2 different styles, these different metas that can evolve in your region, kind of come together and clash. And we finally get the opportunity here at BlizzCon in Anaheim to see who is going to pull out ahead, which region is going to be better, which guild is going to be better.
Yeah, I mean, for Echo, this is about legacy. Waz has said it on his stream. It's about legacy. It's about leaving a legacy of being the best World of Warcraft team, being the best World of Warcraft players. That's what they want to be leaving behind, moving forward with the journey that they've decided to take on with their competitive lives. And I think we're getting close here. I think this is a good sign. We've got the compositions, and it is not what I expected. Rogue Mage is coming out from the side of Method, and we've got Sidu on that Preservation Evoker. Sam is coming onto the Boomkin. Those are nostalgia vibes right there from their BlizzCon Championship win. And Trill, the rogue that does unhealable amounts of damage, is going to be broken out in game number 1.
Yeah, so we are going to be having another rogue versus rogue battle here. Trill on the subtlety rogue, Brunhilde as well. So what can they do in this match? I'm really curious to see what they can get done. Maro locking in the Arcane Mage, and of course, Sam I am on that Moonkin. Sidu bringing in a little bit of different flair here as well with that Preservation Evoker. So a very aggressive healer. And I think if you can time your fire breaths, which purge off heal over time effects at a good moment, it can be really difficult for a Resto Druid to deal with.
Oh, set up, engaged, triple Ring of Frost. If you're Maro, that is the best way to start game number 1. Sam I am on the back foot, trying to solar beam the crowd control, trying to stall it, but Sidu's now into a blind. Is he going to survive? He's getting low here. Is he going to have to shadow him out? Sidu clutches in some heals, but he used his medallion. They've used double medallion in the first 30 seconds. They can't escape crowd control for basically 2 minutes at this point, facing the highest crowd control composition in the game. They're trying to set up. They're going after Brunhilde with the cheap shots coming through. Not enough damage. Sidu actually clutches out a sleepwalk. Crowd controlling Asgrath, opening up an opportunity onto Maro. Maro on the run. Sidu's trying to carry with offense, but he's going to get clothesline. Double stun. Maro fakes the kick, gets the sheep, and Sam I am is in so much trouble. Emerald Communion from Sidu. He gets cloned on it. He might just die through it. Method's crowd control is impeccable right now. Another Cyclone from Asgrath. If he gets the third, I think it's over. He cyclones him low, denying the recovery. Do they have any CC at all here? Sam I am is going to fall. They get a counter spell. Another clone at low health into a kidney shot. It is endless crowd control. Method are looking insane in game number 1.
That was absolute domination. Both of these teams bringing in the Outlaw Rogue, but it is Method who looked unbelievable in that game number one. That was super one-sided. Beautiful Cyclones coming in from Asgrath. Morrow setting off the game beautifully with a Ring of Frost as well. From start to finish, Method was in the driver's seat for that one.
Oh my God. If you're Liquid right now, man, like that was a big gap in this game to try and overcome for the next round. Compositionally, I don't like the Preservation Evoker. I feel like it's so easy for mages to get control of you, and that chain crowd control, like what happens here in the next couple of moments, just becomes so unrecoverable. They get the double stun lock, they get the fake on the kick, they get the polymorph, and this chain just basically never ends. It's an 8-second sheep. They clone Emerald Communion so it doesn't heal on top of that. So they get now the 5-second clone. Asgrath's in position. And this is difficult to chain a clone into a clone because you're immune to effects while clone is active, and then swap it at 10% health. So live at BlizzCon on stage, pulling off these Cyclones from Asgrath. Morrow blinks in for Counterspell, stops the heal. Brunhilde moves over for Kidney. Morrow's like, this is over. I'm blocking that, and goes for the Arcane Barrage. That CC chain was like upwards of pushing like 30 seconds where Sidu couldn't get a heal. And despite Trill's damage output, if you ain't getting heals on a target for that long, you are not winning. So Liquid now, they're going to have to adapt.
I mean, Method, if they wanted to make a statement here in game number one, they definitely did so. So I wonder what Liquid's going to be able to do to bounce back from that one, because that's the type of game that, is it a composition thing? Like, are they actually going to mix it up? You don't really gain much intel when a game is that short. So I could see them trying to run it back once again, but that could be a huge mistake. I think Method is looking really good for the series so far.
They're looking insane. That was so clean. I mean, that was so clean. If they can replicate that, game after game, and it wasn't just a one-off instance, man, like if I was Echo after seeing that, if they see that 2 more times, I would not be guaranteeing myself a win here at the BlizzCon Guild Clash at all whatsoever. That was absolutely crazy. Morrow coming back from his break and really showing off with this roster.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what they do end up doing. So for the rules of this tournament, Liquid is going to have an advantage going into game number 2, as they did lose that game number 1. So for game number 2, they're going to be able to select their map. Method will have to select a composition to blind lock, and then Liquid has the opportunity to counter comp them. So there are options here for Liquid, and if there are going to be games that they are going to win, would be these opportunities with the map, with the counter comps. We'll see what they can do and what they decide to go with, what strategies, because, I mean, both of these rosters are very flexible. We talked a lot about it in the pre-show. There's lots of different classes that they can play, so they might have some surprises in store for us.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe Mez is coming in. Lord Mez. Oh, a big map. Okay, so they're looking for more defense, more space. They realize stacking up against the Rogue, they got punished so hard for that. They cannot be next to each other, so that Brunhilde is just cheap shot, Kidney, both stunned immediately. They got to have their space. They got to have their distance. They need the game to go on at least a little bit longer than that. I think the Evoker Fire Breath can definitely be the saving grace of the specialization. You're weak to crowd control, but you're really effective into Resto Druid. So offensively strong, defensively weak. So if they can find moments to unlock those moments of success for Sidu, then he's definitely going to be able to carry. Method aren't changing anything. That was such a clean game. They're not going to change unless they're forced to here. So locking in the Arcane Mage, locking in the Outlaw Rogue, and the Restoration Druid for game number 2. And Liquid now need a response. Who's coming in? Are they just locking the same comp and saying, first game, whatever, we're moving on. We're going to try it again.
It's interesting. Both the European teams are playing this composition. The Arcane Mage with Raikou and Morrow. You have Asgrath and Cubsy that are going to be playing the Restoration Druid. Waz and Brunhilde both playing the Outlaw Rogue. So this might be that meta we were talking about, fully developed. I don't know if any of the North American teams are really playing too much of this. So we'll see what Liquid's going to be able to do. I don't think they have this as a real comp option. Samayam used to be known as kind of the mage guy, but opting more for, a lot of the balanced druids. Sometimes he's playing Warlock. Sometimes he's playing the Shadow Priest, so a lot more of a flexible caster at this point, but they might actually need him to play mage for this one.
Oh, they can't go for the Druid Mirror, though. Are you sure? I feel like Sam has been spending so much time on Moonkin. I'm not sure. I mean, he's definitely...
Did you like the Moonkin in that last game?
The positioning, I think, was just not good. I think they were just too close to each other. Brunhilde got too much control. So a big map with a lot of space. And Trill gets more time to kind of like pre-stun players and anticipate their movements, and it might be able to work. So
same thing.
They are going to lock in the same composition on the big map, try and get that space, try and get that big burst moment with the Fire Breath Purge and overwhelm Asgrath at that moment in time. But I feel like Morrow was smiling and laughing after the first game on his camera. So I'm imagining that he's feeling pretty confident with this lock-in.
I mean, you've got to have so much nerves playing at BlizzCon for something like this that I think if you do have that good performance in game number 1, it relieves a lot of pressure, right?
Yeah.
Like you put a lot of pressure on yourself. There's a lot of nerves, a lot of anxiety. But when you finally get that win, that's when you're like, okay, we can do it. We're in our comfort zone. Things are going to go according to plan. And I think as a competitor, that's a very good feeling to have.
Yeah, definitely. You've big morale booster. You got the winner's advantage as well for the rest of the series, possibly, where you get to pick the comp and pick the map advantage. So this is a really big win for Method. Now Liquid are playing on the back foot, trying to take it to Ashmane's Fall, trying to take it to a big battlefield, get a lot of space and distance so they can slow down the game and open up opportunities later on in the match and potentially immune some of these crowd controls. They've got to be so you got to pre-bear from every stun. You got to be max range from your healer. You got to try and pre-kite. Maybe even Shadow Meld re-stealth as the Druid to avoid goes in certain moments. Trill's got to be on point with like pre-stunning on a setup and preventing certain crowd controls in moments. If they're getting faked on their kicks, it is going to be game over for them.
Yeah, the gates are open here in game number 2. Method versus Liquid. Let's see if Method can play with the same amount of confidence as game number 1. A great start here. Sap on Sea-Doo, cheap shot on Sam. I am getting the bark skin out of the way, but a beautiful interrupt there by Sam. He's still on the back foot. This is very dangerous. Sea-Doo has not yet able to heal whatsoever so far in this match. Finally connecting some heals to Sam. I am connecting a big Dream Breath. Now we need to see Liquid get some pressure.
Yeah, that was the incarnation, but Sam is still on the back foot. Mara's just pushing the gas pedal down. They are bodying Sam I am right now. Asgrass jumping into the fight, keeping his team aggressive. Double Dragon's Breath. I mean, Method are just bad mannering Liquid. They're playing right on top of them. Typically, they're more focused on defense, rotating away, and they're really testing Liquid. Like, what can you do? What are you going to bring to us? How are you going to challenge us? Because we're going to walk all over you if you don't do something soon.
Yeah, full polymorph on Sea-Doo with a kidney shot, cheap shot on Sam I am. They survived the stun lock. They've survived the setup. And now looking to get some pressure here, but they have not dented anyone on Method. Finally, a little bit of pressure here onto Brunhilde. Stuns coming in from Trill. He's looking for crowd control on Asgrath. He manages to find the full blind, but where is the damage? Everyone is just full health. Method is not in danger whatsoever. They're going for a bit of a Druid swap here. Big fire breath here from Sea-Doo. Asgrath could be in trouble. He needs to navigate the situation well. Renewal comes in, but he held on to his Barkskin. He held on to his Trinket, and now it's Method's time to strike back.
Oh no, Clone and Ring of Frost. Sam is alone. Is he going to go down again? Number 2, a clone from Asgarath. Sea-Doo trinkets out. He's trying to rewind. Is it enough healing? Big heals come in. Sam I am is topped off, but once again, they're down 2 medallions for Sam I am and Sea-Doo. They can't escape crowd control for such a long time. Trill is dismantled. He can't get pressure. Sam is falling behind even despite no crowd control. Maro alters back into a temporal, chaining those immunities to damage. Trill's trying to get pressure. He's going after Brunhilde, but we really haven't seen anyone be tested on Method. A pre-deep breath from Sea-Doo. He's trying to pre-immune a blind there, but he doesn't get it. Brunhilde is patient. Full blind connects. Arcane missiles flying in game number 2. Polymorph out of the blind. Big barrage. They force the Emerald Communion from Sea-Doo, but their rotation is looking a lot cleaner from Liquid. You can see Medallion coming up for Sam in 30 seconds. There's not a lot of overlaps this time around, so Liquid are definitely improving in terms of defense.
They get a lot more comfortable, forcing out that greater invisibility by Morrow, that huge damage reduction. He still has the ice block, but finally some pressure here for Liquid. They've survived the onslaught. Big setup here on Brunhilde.
No way.
They might be able to take him down. And they do. Amazing push there by Liquid. They were so far on the back foot, but they battle it back and tie up this series.
Okay, I'm not going to count them out. I was counting them out. I was sitting here thinking, like, there's no chance. I don't think they're doing this, man. Like, they're getting walked on right now, but they're like, no, dude, we're turning this around right here, right now. They strike back. Liquid are going to put a point on the board. North America are not out, despite how grim that first game looked, and they're going to be feeling good, I think, after that game 2 win, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, they have to be at this point. I was kind of counting out this composition for them, but that was just a bad game. And honestly, respect to them, because sometimes in that situation where you lose a game that badly, it can be difficult to say, you know what, we're just going to lock in the same thing. We're going to play better. We're going to play our game. And this is definitely the composition that they have the most practice and preparation on. It's looking pretty good here. Once they rotate defensively and they kind of get a hold of the game, these setups that they're doing on Brunhilde are very, very consistent. I wonder if Brunhilde maybe got a little bit over aggressive here, trinketing out aggressively, trying to take down Sam. Like, maybe he thought that was their moment to actually close it out, but it ended up costing him the game.
Yeah, you get stun lock later on. I mean, they're just playing overly aggressive, really testing Liquid. Like, do you have a way to deal with us? Like, are we going to be able to just walk all over you? Like, we're going to make plays that we normally wouldn't make, like disrespectful plays. And Liquid are not. They're not. You're not disrespecting us. You ain't trinketing to try and take us out. And they punish it with a kidney shot here from Trill, and he catches Brunhilde in a cheap shot. And Sam goes for the clone. Solar Beam on the poly. Fire Breath from Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo's right there. All 3 players. beautiful
Clones his
coordination,
trinket, too.
insane play right at the last second here from Liquid to be able to turn it around. And it's that type of momentum that they needed, man. Don't let them disrespect them. No bad manner, despite being so far behind in that devastating game number 1. They definitely stepped up here in the final moments to put a point on the board for their guild.
Samayam on Moonkin is looking good. I mean, he really set that up with the solar beam on the arcane for Morrow. He wasn't able to assist his team whatsoever. Asgrath trinketed out of the first cyclone immediately into the second one. So a pre-clone there by Samayam. And this guy's been so solid on their roster on that caster specialization, especially the Moonkin. Very impressive.
Yeah, really impressive showing right here in game number 2. And we'll see those final moments. He gets a fake on the interrupt, so he's working his way through the counter spell. Now there's no kick and there's no counter spell, so Sam can free cast. He seizes that opportunity, so really good pre-fakes, and then he anticipates the trinket, gets the clone, and C2 is just mashing out damage. Morrow's too far away to get the Dragon's Breath, and they immediately pounced on Method. So they're not letting him walk on him, not letting him laugh at him here in the competition. Liquid are definitely still a Titan team, and really now taking it to Method in game number 2.
Yeah, now it is going to be the advantage here for Method. What map are we going to? What composition are they going to be locking in? That is the question. And I can't help but feel like both of these teams are just going to be playing this one thing for the rest of the tournament. I really do. I feel like
the rest of the tournament or just the series?
Just this series at the very least.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Maybe the rest of the tournament. Unlikely, but at least for the series, I feel like it's just going to be these two compositions going head to head. I feel like it's a relatively even matchup. So either side can win, and may the best team win. Whoever plays better, whoever's finding those opportunities is going to be able to pull off a victory.
I think the small maps are probably going to be tough for C2. I feel like if he can't avoid crowd control or maps with a lot of open fields, something like Runes of Lordaeron, is going to be tough, and potentially losing that first game is going to be what might come back to haunt them for the rest of the series here moving forward. We'll get to figure that out as soon as the lock-in stages are done and concluded in terms of maps and compositions. But I can agree these are looking like their strongest options in the current meta in terms of their preparations. But maybe a Wizard cleave on a big map as well if it doesn't work, right? Let's say we go to a small map, we see this matchup again, and it doesn't work for Method. That's where I see them changing and likely bringing in Mercy.
I think the only thing that's scary about that, and I think it's one of the reasons why a lot of players are actually opting to play that outlaw rogue, is it's such a good bruiser, right? Like you can push forward into double caster and not really be afraid of dying. You can get crowd controlled, of course, but you're kind of just this thing that's just chasing them the entire game. It's really difficult to force you off. I think in general, it's a really good pick into the double caster. So maybe these teams are afraid of that. We got a lot of good rogues and good outlaw rogues specifically in this tournament here today. So maybe the double caster is not going to be as effective as we initially thought.
I could definitely see that playing out and being rough for them. It's really nice to see Liquid still hold it together here and not let them get walked over, let them get laughed at here off that first game defeat. So really stepping up to the plate for game number 2. They're going to be locking in. They're getting ready. They're deciding where's their next move going to be. Where are we going? Is it a hook point? Is it a Runes of Lordaeron? Is it just a neutral map? Maybe they don't want to risk it. I mean, it's a live event. Maybe a small map backfires. They're stacked up for triple deep breath or something, or triple fire breath. And that could be really rough for them to recover. So maybe they go Tiger's Peak and take the safe route. Or maybe they lock a big map too. Maybe they just played too aggressive. Maybe if they take it slow, and the big map can still be good for them.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. Both these teams right now just trying to earn their position in the finals. You can see on the left side of your screen, it is going to be Echo, that final boss for these two teams. But we need to wait a little bit and see who pulls out ahead in this one. We're all tied up for this series. It is going to be Tolvaron Arena as our map selection. Liquid once again locking in the Balanced Druid, Outlaw Rogue, Preservation Evoker, and now it's going to be up to Method. To me, if they are going to play that double wizard setup, that mage lock that we've been talking about so much, it would be on a large map like Tolvaron Arena. So if they don't play it now, I feel like we're not going to be seeing it for this series.
I mean, with Mercy looking at a second monitor or something, I'm not sure if he's looking like he's going to be substituted in at this moment, but who knows? It is definitely possible. This is a great mage lock map if it's what they decide to do. Morrow's going to have to switch gears, though. He's probably going to have to go Frost, right? I would think.
Yeah, more than likely. Yeah, play the Frost Mage, really utilize the snares, a very effective strategy to make it difficult for Trill to actually stay on target. But they have options. When we interviewed them, like I said, they've been practicing all the specs, but that's not going to be it. It is going to be the Outlaw Rogue Arcane Mage. So the exact same mashup, the exact same composition. I feel like if you're Method, it makes a lot of sense to me. Like game 1 was so convincing. Game 2, you could say maybe they got a little bit overzealous, a little bit overly aggressive there by trading out their trinket on Brunhilde. And they kind of fumbled, right? Like Asgrath did have his trinket. It was a good play there by Samayam that secured them the win. But both these teams, with how good they are at setups, how much crowd control is available to them, you cannot be messing up when it's your turn to play defensive, when it's your turn to survive the setups, if you mess up there against a team this good, you're pretty much gone.
Yeah, I don't blame them for locking in the same one there. I feel like they were playing really aggressive and saying like, Liquid, what are you going to do about it if we just play this aggressive? Do you know, can you punish us? Like, are you really the Titan North American team? Like, really kind of poking the bear. They regretted it at ultimately the end of that last game as Liquid were able to pounce on that moment. Brunhilde immediately grappling hook in. Sidu misses the landslide route there, not able to hit Brunhilde out of stealth. Triple crowd control. Sam is isolated right off the rip. Already back into bear form. Barkskin trades for him. Interrupts from Trill. Trill's getting control of the situation. Kidney shot on Brunhilde. And it looks like they're doing setups onto the rogue, trying to pull him behind the pillar away from his healer as opposed to going after the mage.
Yeah, I think Method's going to be a lot more prepared for it in this one, but we'll have to wait and see how they navigate it. Full Cyclone's going to be landing here by Sam I Am and getting a lot more comfortable in the match, finding those setups, finding those moments. Sidu's going to get counterspelled there. Nicely done there by Morrow as they're looking to continue this pressure. Brunhilde looking a little bit afraid to actually make a push, though, doing a bit of pressure here onto Trill. Big deep breath there by Sidu, repositioning behind the pillar. It does make him immune to crowd control, so great heads-up play. But now Sidu's finally in crowd control, and is going to be Sam I Am left all alone. No one can help him here. Is he going to be able to live down to 50% health? Sidu makes the trade and does keep him alive.
All right, nice trade there from Sidu. Sidu's getting aggressive. Sleepwalk. Is he going to get it? Oh, it's on DR for Asgrath. Not going to be too much value for Sidu. He's trying to line up a Fire Breath, trying to get in position and get ready for his team. Are they swapping Asgrath? They see a Star Surge over on Asgrath. Big Incarnation activation from Sam I Am. Where is he going to go? Looks like the Arcane Mage, actually. So really mixing it up, but he's falling behind. Sidu into a Cyclone. Asgrath charges in, gets the bash. They need a Polymorph. They get the Polymorph. And now a bash and return onto Asgrath. But here's Arcane Surge. Morrow is going to pop off if they can't get control of him. Sam's on the run. He knows it's trouble. He's trying to get back to the pillar as time dilation has fallen. He's taking a huge burst of damage, and Morrow is just absolutely dominating in game number 3.
Yeah, Morrow is such a playmaker on that mage, but Asgrath set that up beautifully. Liquid, they wanted to do a setup on Asgrath. We're going to see it in the replay. They wanted to do a setup on him, but he kind of baited them into the open. Then he snuck in a Cyclone onto Sidu, into a bash, which was followed up by a Polymorph, and they just really punished Liquid for that aggressive play.
Yeah, they're not letting that one moment get to them at all. They cleaned it up. And it is now going to be match point for Liquid. They're against the wall. This is a single elimination tournament. If they lose one more game in this series, they're going to be completely out of it. And that means that North America's last hope only has one game left. We saw these setups earlier on onto Brunhilde, but he was just looking so impenetrable. They don't even force an Iron Bark on this push. And so they got desperate and they pulled into the middle of the map. But this is where they make their mistake. Sidu and Sam standing next to each other like this.
Right here.
It's just, you're going to get cloned, you're going to get stunned, you get crowd control on people because you're stacked up. I feel like the positioning just ended up costing the game because Sidu's in the middle of the map stacked up, and he just eats so much crowd control. It's clone into bash into a full Polymorph, and even though he, despite pre-time dilation here, which reduces significant damage on Sam, it doesn't last as long as the chain of CC that they had. They get another Polymorph. Sam goes around the pillar. Maybe line of sighting was bad here as well. Sidu wasn't in line of sight. He couldn't get that rewind connected, so a possible miscommunication because rewind is such a big heal. It likely would have saved him at that moment.
Yeah, and that's one of the difficult things about playing with the Preservation Evoker is you kind of always have to be in their line of sight, and you always have to be within close range, as they do have a lot of a shorter range than other healers, so it can be really scary. A lot of the time when you are being targeted in these matchups, you want to be running away from the mage. Get out of his line of sight so we can't use Arcane Blast and Arcane Missiles, but when you have that Evoker, you have to be in a spot where Sidu can actually, trade out his trinket to try to keep you alive, so we can trade out the Emerald Communion and keep you alive, but yeah, if Sam I Am kites too far, which he does, and then he gets stunned behind the pillar, this is basically the worst position that you could be in.
I mean, think about this setup. They got Emerald Communion and Time Dilation, killed him through that, and then had to rewind on top of that. That was like an insane push from Mara. I mean, you can see it on the scoreboard, topping the meters on the Arcane Mage. So that just looked almost unrecoverable. And if you're Liquid, it's like they wanted to make an aggressive push. They wanted to find CC and make a play, but they just get dragged. The Dragon can't get close enough, and then they get caught. So I don't see it working for them on the big maps if they get pulled out like this.
Yeah, and the thing is, we're going to have to go through a lot more big maps. I do think Liquid losing that last one gives them a great opportunity to go to something like probably Ruins of Lordaeron, something really small that they can go to, but that could backfire as well, because then all of a sudden Sidu doesn't have any pillars that he can use. Maybe Blackrook Hold could be a good option for them, but one thing's for sure, even if Liquid wins this next game, it's going to be Method choosing a large map. So an uphill battle here for Liquid. Let's see if they can do it. It's going to be match point for them. They're going to have to win this one if they want to stay alive.
All right, let's see if North America can stay alive. I wouldn't mind Tiger's Peak, honestly, either. I feel like that would be a more of a safe pick. They're going to a big map. They're risking it all on a big map. They're going to lay down the gauntlet here. Are they possibly going to be swapping anybody out? Nope. Method are just immediately locking that in. They know exactly what they want to do here with that Resto Druid, Outlaw Rogue, and Arcane Mage. And Liquid, do they change comp? Are they going to let Mez play? Like, are they going to give him a game? I mean, maybe it doesn't work, but are they going to give him a game? They're probably not. Probably not. They're locking in the same. They say this is our best chance. We got to make it work. But if anyone makes mistakes, man, we saw Brunhilde get punished in that game. And now we saw Sam get punished in this game as well. So you're never safe, right? Like, Cedr's probably thinking, like, I pre-timed that, you're good, you're good. Emerald Communion, you're fine, you're fine. Oh, wait, you're not. And then it was like, I need to rewind you, bro. Come back from behind the pillar. And he couldn't get back in time. So that was just a rough call from Liquid in that position. Method just overwhelming damage.
Yeah, definitely. And it did feel like it was well-timed, too. Like, not only did they land the stun, but it was all that burst in that short period of time. It can be really difficult to read those situations if you are Sam I Am, and he did get punished as a result. I'm a little bit surprised that we are going to be going to this large map, but maybe Liquid knows something that I don't. And this is going to give a lot of open space for Asgrath and Morrow to kind of kite around. And Brunhilde, unless he trades out his trinket aggressively and he's like pushing behind the pillars, I feel like he is going to be a relatively durable target in this match. So I really wonder what the game plan is here.
Gates are open. They're running right at each other, trying to find each other in stealth. And both rogues are so on top. How do they not see each other right now? Oh, Brunhilde gets sapped, but Trill gets Frost Nova'd. An equal trade of pulling the rogues out of stealth right off the bat. But they go for the kidney shot. Trill gets bashed, peeled away. Morrow into a clone right away from Sam I Am, setting up damage onto Brunhilde, but he's looking pretty durable as he steps over to Sam I Am. And we can see Morrow dotted up, but Morrow's in the middle of the map. He's getting a Ring of Frost. Cedar's going to get caught. Clones onto Trill. Sam is isolated. Arcane Surge. Massive Arcane Missile damage from Morrow. They have to stop these missiles pretty soon. He's going for Arcane Blast. Trill is there. He kicks the Arcane Blast. Or sorry, Sidu interrupting the Arcane Blast. They need to stop Morrow from casting right now during that Arcane Surge. It's going to be when an Arcane Mage is most lethal.
Yeah, and that spam spell seal from the Arcane Mage is going to be devastating as well. Sidu falling further and further behind, going for the Nullifying Shroud to immune crowd control and push in and try to keep Sam I Am alive. In a good spot right now as they are line of sighting. You're really utilizing this pillar, but you can see what's happening to Trill. He's being left in the open. He's just getting Cyclone spammed. Another 2 versus 1 situation here onto Sam. Trill's got to get over and try to help out the team. He goes for a gouge on Brunhilde. Can he find an interrupt here onto Morrow? No, he fake casts the interrupt. Morrow is just so good on that mage, and now this is going to put Method in a great spot to continue this push here onto Sam.
Yeah, they got his trinket, his Heart of the Wild. He's dying through it. Sidu gets a big heal here. Sam's back into the fight, but how are they going to turn it around? They're trying to go after Morrow, but Morrow's got Trill in a Frost Nova. Ring of Frost protecting him. Trill doesn't want to walk into that, trying to abuse that extra range, though. He's actually able to continue hitting him over the Ring of Frost. He gets a clone. He trinkets out. Trill's getting aggressive. Trill is trying to make a play for his team. Cheap shots the entire team. Can they force the ice block? They get the clone, but Morrow looking safe, blinking back away, and Sam's now in trouble. His Heart of the Wild's going to be ending pretty soon. He's going to lose all that extra stamina and bear form, all those extra frenzied regen charges, but they're trying to pull off a miracle. Brunhilde gets low behind the pillar. Trill swapping over with that Blade Rush on Morrow, trying to run him down. He's got the alter time, and he's going to alter back. Sam I Am in a kidney shot. It's match point. Sidu needs to do everything that he can to keep his team alive in the BlizzCon Guild Clash. Will they be able to do it? Sam clutches out a renewal. He gets cloned low health. Asgrath's going to be pushing in, trying to pressure Sidu. Sidu counters it with a sleepwalk of his own, and now turns the tables. Brunhilde could be in trouble. Is he going to have to trinket? Ring of Frost from Morrow. And it looks like Brunhilde will survive. Sidu with a minor mana advantage and still sits with his medallion as the next save.
Yeah, look at Morrow just playing so aggressive in the face of Sam and Sidu, really trying to close it out here for his team, but Sidu doing a great job. Oh, he gets caught with the polymorph. He gets snuck in there by Morrow. Counter set up here by Trill, landing a stun on Morrow. He's forced to trade out his trinket. Had no blink available, so he's going to be out of line of sight, not able to really get out too much pressure, but with good control on Trill. Method is not really feeling too much pressure. Cyclone onto Sidu. Is there going to be a full polymorph to follow it up? Sidu is just an endless crowd control in this matchup. This is match point. Trill could easily fall. They're doing a big slap here on the rogue. Gets the Cloak of Shadows off and will survive ultimately. Great defense there by Liquid, but how much longer can they keep this up?
They killed him through pre-time dilation and rewind from Sidu, and now that's not available for Sam. Both targets are vulnerable. Sidu is still getting cloned. Sam is down at half health. How is Sidu going to deal with this? Dream Projection, dispelling off some pressure, trying to keep him going, but now he's into a kidney shot. Is he on Clone DR? Is Asgrath going to get a... It's a full Ring of Frost. across. Sidu has to trinket. He might get polyed on his trinket. He gets kicked by Brunhilde, and I think this could be lights out for Sam. He's desperate. He pulls the trigger on the incarnation. He needs as much damage as possible if he's going to turn this around. He has to trinket. The damage is just not there. Morrow blinks out of the kidney shot. He gets cloned on the blink. Sam now into a kidney, but that pre-clone. Now a swap onto Brunhilde. Asgrath blocks it with the Iron Bark. Liquid are winning on mana. If they can somehow stay alive and they can stop Asgrath from drinking, they go for the blind. There's still possibilities to get Asgrath's trinket. There is still a possibility for Liquid to pull this off, despite how grim it is.
Yeah, they could tie it up. They'll have to survive a few more setups here. Asgrath right now with his Innervate's going to have some free healing, a full gouge onto Asgrath. Can they follow it up? Beautiful rescue there by Sidu, bringing Samheim to the safety of the other side of the map. He wants no part of this fight while his healer is in crowd control. Now Trill getting swapped to just a little bit of a setup here just to get the pressure rolling and force Sidu to actually heal more than one target. If they don't put pressure at all onto Trill in the match, Sidu just knows all he has to do is heal Samheim. Makes it a lot easier. So I like the fact that Method is mixing it up, going after multiple targets and kind of keeping Sidu guessing.
Oh, they kept Brunhilde in combat. He steps out to get in line to Asgrath, but here comes the Arcane Surge, and Morrow is looking to pop off once again for his team. Brunhilde gets swapped to, though. He's got to protect them. He's trying to pressure Trill away. Dismantle denies the push. Trill can't get any damage going. He's going to dismantle Brunhilde as well. Sidu and Sam, they're on the run. They're trying to stall. They have no medallions. They need to avoid the fight for 35 more seconds, but they're all over them. Full blind, no trinket. Sam pre-bear forms the stun. The only saving grace of this moment with that extra armor. He sits comfortably through the stun lock with Barkskin. Really good read by Sam IM. This is easily one of their best games so far in the series. They're just warming up as they're moving forward, but he's getting low once again. Another polymorph. Is Morrow going to close out the game? He fakes the solar beam. Frost Nova onto Trill. He's locked out of the fight into a full clone. Sam is struggling to deal with Brunhilde. They sleep him, they root him, but he's going to get dispelled, and he is ultimately going to be connecting onto Sam, and dampening is getting high. Sidu gets kicked by Brunhilde. Brunhilde now looking for the carry. Sam and Barrage execute phase. He pre-time dilates. Sidu is making insane plays. Emerald Communion now as well. Sidu makes a hero move to keep Samheim alive during this crowd control chain.
Yeah, tournament lives on the line right now. They need to hold on a little bit longer. Set up here onto Brunhilde, but at the same time, Samheim is getting low. It's so back and forth between these two teams.
No way!
Samheim might fall. Big heals from Sidu once again, keeping his team in the fight. Samheim's trying to retreat, might be able to do so. Looking for a Cyclone, finds it. Can they get the pressure here on Morrow?
Oh, he's getting low. Blind. He's being greedy. He's not triggering the blind. They might be able to punish the greed right now. Big Star Surge, big Fire Breath, and Morrow is going to reposition Alter Time back, and now Sam needs to play defense. He has to be in bear form. Sidu pre-immunes, trying to avoid some crowd control and reposition back behind the pillar there with that deep breath. Morrow gets solar beamed on the Poly. Dragon's Breath on Trill. Trill is out of the fight. He's going into a ring. Sidu needs an instant dispel here on this ring. It is on DR, fortunately. He's actually going to make... Are they swapping Asgrath? Trill is poking Asgarath. Sam fakes a kick. That's perfect. He gets cheap shot. No, he's got Barskin, but he's not in bear form. Sidu has to trinket. Time delay. Big Verdant Embrace. Sam's back in the fight. A kick on Asgarath into his sleep. Sidu, he's playing so well in this final game. He does not want to let his team down. Big Fire Breath coming through. Big disintegrates onto Brunhilde. No Cloak of Shadows. Can they do it? Full Moon proc onto Brunhilde as well. Morrow is falling behind. Trill is starting to get pressure in this game. Dampening is getting high. Asgarath goes for a clone. Trill vanishes it. Goes for a gouge, but now there's no trinkets. Sam is stun locked. He gets into bear form. He's got renewal. He's got Heart of the Wild again. He's actually going to be able to be durable for quite some time, but mana is starting to hit 0 for both sides. This cannot go on forever.
Yeah, both these teams are running out of time, but I'm very afraid for Liquid at this point of the game. There's no trigger for Sidu. There's no trigger for Sam, but at the same time, Morrow is being pressured for the first time in this game. Can they get his ice block? Things can unravel at 34% damage. Massive burst here on Morrow. He is not going to throw away this game. He goes into the ice block, but Method at the same time, they are running out of resources. There's not much defense left. Liquid might be able to stay alive here, Sid.
Oh, man, this is BlizzCon, baby. Look at the pressure. Liquid are finally in the driver's seat with Brunhilde at half, Morrow at half. Asgrath pulls off a miracle play right there, getting his team back to full, and now Sam needs to respond. I don't think he...
Really curious to hear community feedback on all of these, which are exciting, which are most resonant, which sound...
BlizzCon 2023 would like to thank our partners. Omen, Game Life. Xbox, power your dreams. Mountain Dew Game Fuel Mystic Punch. Redeem points for gaming rewards and exclusive items in Diablo 4. NVIDIA GeForce RTX 40 series and NVIDIA Reflex, the highest FPS and lowest latency on PC. Secret Lab, award-winning comfort engineered to support your every move. Experience the ultimate performance gaming seat. HyperX, we're all gamers.
Welcome back, BlizzCon. We're starting the day off right. Here's the World of Warcraft Deep Dive.
Good afternoon, BlizzCon. So good to be back. Whether you are here in the arena with me right in front of me, whether you're watching from elsewhere in the halls, whether you're joining us from the comfort of your home, thank you for taking the time to join me for this deeper, closer look at what's coming next in the war within. I love you too. I love you, BlizzCon. So Morgan and Maria gave you kind of a sneak peek at some of what's coming. Today, I want to spend a bit more time giving you more information on the core features of War Within, as well as a few things that didn't get mentioned at all yesterday. So beginning, just a little teaser there. So to begin, let's talk delves. So what is a delve? As you heard yesterday, delves are these quick bite-sized epic adventures for flexible size groups, for either solo or with up to 5 players. They are role agnostic, so it doesn't matter if you're a couple DPS, if you're a healer and a tank, if you're a solo healer, we're gonna make it work. We're gonna meet you where you are, how you want to play. Delves are a new endgame pillar. This is a permanent addition to World of Warcraft going forward and represents kind of a capstone to the outdoor world experience. We've had dungeons, we've had raids, we've had organized PvP, and I think we've had some stuff for outdoor world players to dabble in. But if you wanted progression, if you wanted goals, if you wanted a deeper, more structured experience, frankly, we were letting you down. We want to change that. That's what delves represent in World of Warcraft. So structuring this, really we want to approach it as something that you are going to be engaging in all season long with variety and flexibility in how you approach it, and the replayability of the content is kind of a mainstay of what it's all about. But also want to build in progression. And I think if you're an outdoor world focused player, a lot of the time, it's just about kind of spending your time doing a thing, going to a place, completing an event, but there aren't necessarily goals to work towards. There aren't necessarily reasons to be excited about getting an item upgrade because it's going to let you do something you haven't been able to do before. A difficulty progression built into delves is going to enable us to offer that. Now, there's a lot of lessons we've learned over the years from building this type of content, whether it was Torghast and Shadowlands, Island Expeditions, scenarios, you can throw in Horrific Visions in that list. We've learned a lot about how to tune these sorts of experiences, how to design them for flexible scaling groups of different sizes, of different role compositions, about what's fun and what isn't. But we've also learned, based on your feedback, about what not to do in some cases, in terms of how we structure it, how we present it. I think a key aspect of saying this is an endgame pillar is that it's an offering in parallel to the others, to dungeons, to raids. If you want to do this, if this is your jam, if this is your type of gameplay, we're there for you, and we want this to be as deep as you want it to be. If you're happy running Mythic Plus and you just want to focus on that, we're not looking to add another item to the checklist of things you feel you have to do to compete. It's an alternative. Unlike Torghast, which is something that we did kind of say, everyone has to do this, whether you like it or not, whether you'd rather do something else or not. That gets back to some of the philosophies that Morgan touched on yesterday and how we're approaching designing and evolving World of Warcraft. We want to meet you where you are. We want to respect your time. We want to offer you the ability to choose how you want to spend that time each day, each night in Azeroth. So in terms of the character of delves and what a specific one will be like, the vibe here is about unraveling mysteries, it's about exploring, it's about feeling like an extension, a seamless extension of the outdoor world experience. These are not dungeons. Every dungeon is ultimately about killing a series of bosses or boss-like encounters, and the dungeon is over when you kill the final baddest boss at the end of the dungeon. And that's kind of the structure that they all have to conform to. As much as we try to vary the formula a bit, that's pretty much what they're going to be. In the outdoor world, things are a bit different. We can, break some more of the rules. And really, at the end of the day, the one consistent thing about delves is that they're all going to end with a room full of treasure. Some of those will have a final boss guardian in front of them. Others, you may be, just exploring, traversing the delve, flipping switches, solving a puzzle, defeating lieutenants, gathering things that you need to open the vault door. We can vary the gameplay, we can vary the feel of the experience. These are going to be instanced experiences, but they are seamless. When you walk up to, this, as I'll show in a second, a fog door at the entrance to a cave, at the entrance to a structure, you're just going to walk in, no loading screen, and now you're in a delve. We want to make sure this really feels like part of and an extension of the outdoor world. Now, as part of an in-game pillar, that means we're going to tie this into seasons. So as well as a narrative progression over the course of a given season, there will be increasing rewards, increasing difficulty, and a change of pace, whether you're in season 1 of War Within, season 2, and so forth. Part of that is going to be the NPC companion that will be accompanying you on your adventures. The season 1 companion, as we mentioned yesterday, is our good friend, Bran Bronzebeard. Now, what does this mean? What does a companion mean in practice? Well, it's a few things. One, it's definitely a narrative hook. It gives us a chance to help give context for your adventures, kind of narrate what you're going through. But also, it's a chance to kind of play with the mechanics and complement your play style. As Bran ventures with you, you might find some gear for Bran. You might be able to gear Bran up. You'll be able to spec him and customize his abilities to complement what you or your friends are bringing to the group, whether you want more survivability, whether you want help with someone to tank, whether you want more control. This can help us balance the experience as well and give you another vector for your progression over the course of the journey. Now, I know this has kind of been very high level. I want to just give a couple of specific examples, just kind of a day in the life of someone jumping into delves in War Within. So let's say you are casually journeying across the Isle of Dorne and its pastoral beauty, and you come across this structure with that fog door set into it, and you decide to venture in. So as you venture in, you are, as I mentioned, seamlessly in the delve, and you will find, just huddled inside the entrance, a group of expedition scouts who have come to this place. They've heard reports of great secrets, great treasures, powerful relics stored within, but they've been unable to proceed further because they tell you, and Bran is among them, mind you, they tell you this place, there's an unnatural, there's a disturbing darkness that has settled over this entire vault, and we can't proceed. Fortunately, they have in their possession a relic that they have brought that is an enchanted candle that can light the way. It has a little light radius around it. If you think back to the Vault of the Warden's dungeon, if you remember that in Legion, what the basement was like, where it really felt like just a dark, scary place, but you could have this beacon in the darkness to guide your way, you have one of those. But, they tell you, it has very limited fuel. They dare not proceed on their own because they worry they're just going to get trapped in the darkness and destroyed by the terrors within. But you, of course, being the champion who's come along, you're up to the task. So you take that candle with its light radius that will begin to shrink progressively as your limited fuel burns, and you take some steps into the delve. Now, who do you find in here? Well, as it happens, you run across fellows like this guy. More jacked than your average kobold, but there's a lot of kobolds in here. And as you know, as any World of Warcraft player knows, where you find kobolds, you're going to find candles. And this guy's going to put up a fight, but it being World of Warcraft and all, you're going to take his candle. And you're going to take the candles of his allies and his brethren. And, that will help fuel this magic light that you have, help keep the light burning so that you can traverse the entire delve, defeat a couple of lieutenant-type enemies, bosses, solve a puzzle or two, and at the end, you make your way into the vault room that Bran is able to open once you bring him there, and you find this mock-up, work in progress of a treasure room, heaping with riches, treasure chests of various shapes and sizes. Some of the smaller ones, you can just walk up and open, collect a range of items, currency, rewards, you name it. But you'll find a couple of extra large resplendent chests in this room. Those may require special keys to open. Now, those keys you would obtain from doing kind of outdoor content, weekly quests. They're a bit more limited in how you can get them, but also allow us to offer and pace out the best rewards. They're on par with some other endgame content to make sure it's not, infinitely grindable or anything like that, but it's an extension of your outdoor world loop if this is your playstyle. Now, let's say you come back to the same delve on another day. You might find that there isn't a magical darkness settled over the place. Instead, there are earthen locked in battle with kobolds, and you can help turn the tide of that fight as you work your way through, dealing with some different challenges along the way. Variety, replayability, lots of layers to the experience. Now, so you venture back out into the zone, heading off to a different corner of it, and you come across this cave surrounded by mushrooms. It's known in legends as fungal folly. Now, maybe not being the wisest adventurer, that sounds like a great place to enter, so you take a few steps forward. In here, you might find an environment where, whether it's due to unusual ores or whatever in the walls, the rules of gravity are a bit topsy-turvy. And you'll find mushrooms scattered around the cave that you can use as basically jump pads to help navigate the environment, to skip over enemies you want to avoid, to reach high up ledges that you couldn't otherwise get to. You're starting to get the idea, like, this is more the world as toy vibe that we try to play with when we're creating outdoor events, outdoor spaces. These are not mechanics you'd necessarily find in a dungeon, but I think the team really is unshackled, is freed to explore a much wider array of gameplay when we're building delves. So let's talk a bit more about the loot. So actually, before we talk about the loot, these are the 12 delves that we currently have planned, scattered throughout the 4 zones, each themed around the ecologies, each themed around the settings that you're going to find. Now, some of the attentive among you may be saying, wait a minute, Morgan's slide said there were 13 delves yesterday. He might be right, but there also might be a secret delve that you have to explore a bit more to discover that awaits you. So yeah, loot. Part of being a seasonal pillar means going to the Great Vault every week and getting to share in that disappointment that your raiding and dungeon playing brethren have also had the pleasure to enjoy. We just want to make sure you don't feel left out. So you're welcome. So you'll note this isn't a delves row, this is a world row. And really that is enshrining these 3 PvE pillars: raids, dungeons, world. You'll be able to unlock some of these slots doing select outdoor world activities, as well as, of course, delves with better rewards from higher difficulty delves. Our thinking in terms of the rewards here, this is all subject to tuning, is that this should reach to, let's say, end boss heroic raid, mythic 10 to 15 type range, accessible just via solo progression. Far better loot than you've ever been able to get before. And now, I'm sure this is, I know this is the delve section, but I'm sure there's folks looking at this and being like, wait a minute, what about the PvP row? Don't worry, we got you. We are removing the PvP row from the vault. We're doing that based largely on feedback that we've heard that randomness and PvP gearing maybe are not the best combination. I know it took a few years to get that message through to us. So the way this is going to work is instead, you're going to get a whole lot more conquest. You're going to gear up at the same rate overall, but you will have complete control over your gearing path, just spending your conquest on the items that you want. With easier catch-up, if you come in late in the season, you don't have to worry about having missed certain vault weeks. Also, if you're someone who PvPs a lot and you raid, you don't have the awkward choice of that raid trinket versus the PvP item that's going to help your arena partners. So, hopefully, this is good news for everyone. Now, aside from, just power, also, you get silly hats. Nothing more to say here. These are just a few examples of the array of cosmetic rewards that will be exclusive to delves, reflecting the varied ecologies and environments you're going to be facing. So, silly hats, World of Warcraft. Less silly, just as, let's say, Mythic Plus players have amounts that they can earn over the course of a given season, this customizable flying mount will be exclusively available through thorough completion of the Delve experience. You'll note the customizability of it. This will be customizable the same way you can customize your current dragon riding drakes at the rostrum. Just modularly. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I love our artists. Okay, up next, warbands. I feel like I could probably just save 10 minutes of this panel by just saying account-wide everything and like just click through the next slides. But it's kind of that. So I don't know if you guys know this, but turns out y'all play a lot of alts. I'm sure that actually the number of characters per person in this room in particular is like some insane average. But the average WoW player today plays multiple characters. The two-thirds of players who have a level 70 have multiple level 70s. Half of players have 3 or more. Most people are playing multiple characters a week. And that's not something the game, it's no secret, has always done the best job of supporting. Now, part of that is because World of Warcraft 20 years ago was built with very different assumptions. And I both mean design-wise, but actually engineering-wise as well. The infrastructure and the architecture that was built. Back then, it took hundreds of hours to level a single character, of course, and playing alt seriously was far, far from the norm. But we've kind of inherited, we have been working with those foundations to this day. And so when we get requests for them, when we talk about alt friendliness, we try to do it, but we're often we're swimming upstream, given the underpinnings of a system that were never designed for this. And that's why you get some, frankly, pretty clunky solutions. Like, well, if you want to transfer this currency to your alt, go to a vendor and spend some to buy a different box that contains account-bound currency that you can then mail to yourself, log out, log back in, take the box out of your mailbox, and open it on your alt. Congratulations, you have moved 300 supplies. Elegant design, ladies and gentlemen. What if we didn't have to do that? So at its core, warbands is, what if we just rebuilt those foundations and created a new future, both for the things we want to offer today and the things we'll be able to in the future, so we're not fighting against the nature of the system, but instead it complements what we want to do. Now, the focus here is really making it convenient, removing barriers, removing awkwardness in playing alts. We don't want to actively necessarily encourage it. People already want to do it if they do it. One thing the system is not going to be is something that awards you power or makes your main more effective because you have done things on other characters or anything along those lines. If you want to play alts, do so. If you just love focusing on a single character, that shouldn't feel wrong either. Now let's talk about some examples. Okay, so I'm going to run through these pretty quickly. They're mostly fairly straightforward. It's a bank. It's an account-wide bank. Thankfully, hopefully, you should never again have to mail something to yourself. You also might notice, and so this is giant, lots of storage, extra tabs that can be purchased on the right-hand side, so multiple tabs of these. You can organize them as you want. The very observant, the eagle-eyed, will notice a little checkbox mentioning reagents. If you deposit reagents here, you can craft from the account-wide storage on any of your characters. Next up, maybe a little new thing. Something that you might put in this account-wide storage are the ability we will now have to create war-bound items that are war-bound until equipped. You might get an item that you can't sell in the auction house or trade, but that you can give to any of your other characters for their use. These items would drop as bonus personal loot from doing a variety of content. They would drop at a slightly lower item level than what that content would normally give you. Again, we want to make sure the right way to play is not playing on multiple characters to funnel loot to your main, to gear up your main faster, but just easy potential hand-me-downs, ways of getting an alt caught up, maybe even an excuse to level an alt if you get a really cool item for a class that you haven't had a chance to get up yet. So just an extra layer here, hopefully, making it easier than ever to progress, to accomplish your goals on multiple characters. All right, now quick rundown of some of the other integrations we have planned. Transmog. Transmog has always been, it's been for a long time an account-wide collection. Key thing here now that really it is being acquired by your warband. That means that now if you were running, say, Ulduar on your mage and a pair of plate shoulders drop, you can still add those plate shoulders to your warband collection. Yeah, self-explanatory. And then, if you log on your warrior later, your warrior can equip them, you're good to go. Hopefully you don't need to feel like you need to refarm the same stuff on as many different armor types anymore. Reputations, again, fairly straightforward. In War Within, reputations and renowns will work account-wide. We want to make this as retroactive as possible. That will take some work over time. We're probably going to start with Dragonflight renowns as a focus and a priority and work our way backwards. But going forward, we want progress earned on reputations to not really matter which character you're doing it on. At the end of the day, it's the same content, it's the same experience. If you've gained access to some perk or some recipe, having to re-earn it, not terribly compelling. Here's a really light example, simple one, just flight paths. As you explore the world, you learn flight paths, you discover flight paths. Is it terribly compelling to have to go back to a spot that you've already been to in multiple characters just to learn a flight path for the 4th time? No. If you have a flight path network unlocked, you have that unlocked across your warband going forward. And here's an example of something new, just delves. An example of how having this as a foundation means that we can build new systems to inherently work at an account-wide level, just kind of as part of their DNA. As you are advancing Bran as a companion, as you are empowering him, as you're customizing him, again, logging on to a different character and going back to having a weaker Bran that doesn't offer the tools that you've grown accustomed to, that's more frustrating than fun to re-earn those things. Let's make that progression inherently warband level, inherently account-wide. And achievements. We've had account-wide achievements for a long time. No secret, they have the little blue bar over them, indicating that they function at an account-wide level. What Warbands allows us to do is kind of invert that paradigm and change the vast majority of our achievements to be account-wide, to have that actually be the new default. So if you do part of this PvP or crafting or other achievement on one character, part of it on another, your Warband can earn the achievement. Once your Warband earns it, you've earned it. Again, you, the player, are doing the thing. Oh yeah, and then this. To kind of signal this shift up front, there's no mechanical functionality here, but just in terms of presentation, what you'll see when you log into World of Warcraft with multiple characters is a selection of your favorite characters huddled around a campfire or another setting. You'll still have your full list accessible, but we want to make it clear that you, the player, have this cast of characters that if you want to dress them all up in consistent transmogs, go wild. One thing you might note here, if you're very eagle-eyed, also by the way, if you're very eagle-eyed, don't read too much into things like the evoker wearing leather. It's internal mock-ups. We're not changing anything crazy there. Sorry. But you will note that the evoker is level 13. That's going to be a thing that's possible because they'll start at level 10. But because Dragonflight's going to be the new leveling expansion, by the way, going forward. One thing you might notice is there isn't really much here about realm selection. Warbands are a realm-agnostic, faction-agnostic feature. You will just see all your characters here. If they're on different servers, we'll make it clear that they're on different servers. But you shouldn't have to go to the change realm screen and swap around. They're just all here. Okay. Hero talents. So, at their core, this is a chance for us, as we continue to evolve and advance our class system, to explore some deeper class fantasies, to look at iconic archetypes like the Farseer or the Dark Ranger or the Mountain King, or others often inspired by major heroes in the Warcraft universe, other times by fantasies that we've heard are really resonant with players, and focus the continued expansion of our classes in that space. Now, Morgan said this yesterday, just to restate, this is a completely flexible system. It's as flexible as your current talents and specs. Nothing like covenants or anything like that. Anytime you could change your talents today, you can change your hero spec, you can swap around your hero talents. They're just talents. Now, some of our goals here, of course, we want to offer progression, but we want to do so, frankly, while managing complexity to a certain extent. When we started planning for War Within, we knew, all right, we're going to raise the level cap by 10. 10 new levels means 10 new talent points. The kind of default option for us would have been to take the existing class and spec trees and just add a couple more rows to each of them, add new points to spend. But we've been down that path before. We know exactly where that leads 15 years ago. There's a tremendous amount, there's an insane amount of like multiplicative combinatoric complexity from adding those additional options. And it also destroys some carefully constructed choices that are really successful that we've just built up in Dragonflight today, where you can't quite have all of these things and need to pick one or the other. Suddenly, when you can get all of them, it can lead towards homogeneity as well. So this approach allows us to both explore deeper class fantasy while focusing the decision space in a way that offers power without that excessive complexity. So the way it's generally going to look is a third talent tree. Again, as mentioned yesterday, at the center of your screen, you have class, you have talent, and in the middle, you have hero talents. You'll note, so there are 10 nodes. There's an initial node that you get as a starter node at the top that you'll get initially when you unlock the system at 71, and then 10 more nodes to unlock. You will get all of them on the way to 80. At level 80, you will have this fully unlocked, similar to Legion artifacts, let's say. So you don't have to agonize over where you're placing any choice along the way. Now, the choices that you will make are which hero spec do you want active? And also, there will be choice nodes within the trees, just as the class trees and the talent and the spec trees currently have, which you can toggle, adding quite a few permutations to the system as a whole. If you want, as a kind of simpler collapsed view, once you've hit max level, you can just condense it down to only show the choice nodes for easy swapping back and forth to customize your spec for whatever activity you're setting out to do. Now, I want to take a little bit of time to quickly walk through a couple of trees to give a sense of the sorts of things you might find in here. And all of this is subject to change, all subject to iteration and the extensive feedback we know we're going to get. I'm going to use druids a lot as an example here. I'm going to focus on the case of a balanced druid. Part of why the team starts with druids is because y'all are complicated. We figure there's 4 specs, 3 roles. We figure let's try some of the hardest cases first when proving out a design. It's nothing against the mages, warlocks, paladins, etc. But there's a reason why you probably tend to see more druid examples than other classes, because we figure if we can make it work for druids, the rest will be okay. The 2 options available to a balanced druid are this Keeper of the Grove tree and Elune's Chosen. Keeper of the Grove is available to balance and restoration. Elune's Chosen is available to balance and guardian. The former focuses on calling the forest to your aid on summoned treants and augmenting their abilities and what using that cooldown means for your gameplay. Elune's Chosen focuses on augmenting your lunar abilities, many of the arcane damage, moon-themed abilities for both specs. So let's look at the Keeper of the Grove tree first. The first node that you're going to get as you just opt in is just kind of a baseline improvement to your throughput while treants are out across the board. This just kind of emphasizes thematically what this tree is about and makes pushing that button, having the treants out, more important to you in every regard. Some of the nodes in these trees are just going to be simple, straightforward passives. Not everything is going to double and triple down on the same treant ability. Some will, like this, regardless of what spec you are, make your treants add additional damage. Oh, by the way, if anyone's worried, wait a minute, but what about the auto taunt? That's a mess in dungeons. We'll let you opt out of that. Don't worry. Or passives could just augment your abilities, your resource pool, and just make you a better druid. An example of choice node, again, this can be about doubling down on and getting more out of having the treants active. Or maybe you really don't want all of your eggs in that basket. Even though you are going into this tree, you want the treants to be important to you. You don't want 100% of your throughput to be focused in that window. You'd rather just have some baseline improvements to all of your abilities, or to some of your core abilities. This is one of the simpler choices available, but the idea is 4 different opportunities to nudge your gameplay in one direction or another within this tree. A capstone talent, again, is often likely to double down on and amplify what the initial point was, just reinforcing that having the treants out is going to be a peak, a spike in your potential, something that you're going to plan around, and just amplify the overall benefits that you're achieving from that. Now, pivoting to Elun's Chosen, again, this is lunar themed and shared with Guardian Druids. So the first point here is going to call out 3 specific signature abilities to balance 1 Guardian and make them meaningfully more impactful to your gameplay. For your Guardian Druid, for example, you might read this and realize that, yeah, like Lunar Beam is going to become a pretty powerful defensive cooldown, especially in dungeons. You have a big pull going on. You're leeching a lot of damage back from what you're doing. This is now something that you can really count on and plan around as you approach your gameplay. On the Moonkid side, this, of course, adds an extra layer to planning and throughput in your rotation. Noting a couple of these things that we're modifying may be deeper optional talents in your existing spec trees. We also, where we can, want to offer ways to make sure that you can trigger those effects, even if you don't have the baseline talent, though you'll probably want to as well. So this talent just has Fury of Elune triggered as you're doing your regular rotation when you Moonfire, both just naturally, it's a powerful effect that's going to fire more frequently, but also to the extent that the rest of the Elun's Chosen tree is tying into it, you'll get those benefits as well. A couple of more passive examples here. Again, just doubling down on magnifying your arcane lunar throughput, and a final capstone ability for this tree that is further reinforcing these core have already been augmented. Leave this slide up for a while. These are our current plans for all 39 of the hero specs, so 1 per current specialization. Some cool fantasies here to explore. Definitely really curious to hear community feedback on all of these, which are exciting, which are most resonant, which sound, frankly, maybe a bit lame. Are there any that you hoped you'd see on here that you're not seeing on here? We are well underway building these out, but it's definitely early enough for us to pivot on a lot of these if there's something the community is really excited about. I want to triple super underscore, the example talents I just gave are work in progress, very subject to change. Probably no part of the game is more prone to iteration, and for no part of the game is the community input more essential than class design, spec design. To that end, when we move into our alpha, probably in the spring, we want to have as many, if not all of these hero specs playable from the start, so that we have the entire alpha and beta window to iterate on them, to replace the things that aren't working, to dial them all in to where everyone's going to be excited about what they're getting and more within. It's a long road ahead. We can't wait to share that journey with you and really just collaborate, discuss back and forth every step of the way. Right. Now some other stuff. Some you've heard about, some you haven't. First off, Aladris, you get to be an Earthen. Awesome blinged out dwarves, or maybe not so blinged out if you want to customize them differently. These are going to be earned just by playing through the War Within campaign fully. There's no rep to grind here, nothing else beyond that. You are meeting the Earthen as, it's a first contact in essence. You're going to learn about the nature of their problems, the nature of their culture. You're going to work with them to overcome those problems, win their trust. At the end of that journey, it will make sense. It will be a natural next step for them to lend you their aid and join you as either Horde or Alliance. So yes, Horde dwarves. We haven't yet finalized what the racial abilities are going to be, but the available classes, 10 out of the 13 available classes. Everything but Druid, Demon Hunter, and Evoker. Now on the right side here, you see a concept of the heritage armor you'll be able to earn from leveling your Earthen to max level. All right, dynamic flight. So it was obvious very early on in Dragonflight, probably before Dragonflight even released in beta, that we could never go back to how it used to be honestly, we hope that would be the outcome. We hope the feedback would be, this is so awesome. We just want this to be how flying works forever. But we immediately began, making plans for what that would mean, because it's the only way. It's the only way to go. And so, dragon riding is going to become the default. No longer just dragons, but dynamic flight now in War Within and beyond. We want to make sure. Oh, weird. I meant to have two mounts here, but I only see Ashes on the right. But anyway. The key point being, we want to expand this to the broader array of mounts that you have available. I think the only downside of dragon riding as it exists today is that you don't have much reason to use so many of the mounts that are your favorites visually, aesthetically, that you've earned and done so much to collect. You want to make sure that as much of your collection is viable as possible. So not every single flying mount is going to be able to support dynamic flight. There's some animation logistics to work with there, but as many as we can. It's a 3-digit number. We want a very wide array of mounts being able to just fly the way you've always, enjoyed with your dragons. Just to clarify, this is the future of flying. So everywhere that you can fly today, you'll be able to dynamically fly or dragon ride. In fact, not just in the War Within, a little sneak peek, I think in our upcoming 10.2.5 update, you'll be able to dragon ride in Eastern Kingdoms, Kalimdor, Northrend, Outland, you name it. We also understand there are some folks, for accessibility reasons, personal preference reasons, maybe you just like being able to AFK in midair, that dragon riding isn't your favorite. We don't want to take anything away. We want to let all these mounts that can currently do the old school flying mode toggle between dragon riding or let's call it TBC flying. Up to you, whatever you prefer. And again, to be clear, dynamic flight will be available from the very start when you go to Castlegar on the Isle of Dorne, just as it was in Dragonflight. Old school TBC flying, Pathfinder style, will not be available right away, but it will be unlocked shortly after reaching max level with no reputation grind requirements. Just play through the campaign, explore the continents, then you can fly that way as well. The existing dragon riding glyph system in the Dragon Isles, we want to pivot that to a bit more of something that's evergreen. Some of those unlocked traits may change to only work within the Dragon Isles. Others that are more essential to just the experience feeling good, like vigor increases, regenerates, the active abilities, are just going to be things that you will inherently get as you earn dynamic flight and level up naturally. We don't want down the line players to feel like they have to go back to an old expansion and fly around and collect a bunch of glyphs just to be able to explore the new expansion. And in that vein, this is going to be the new default for leveling players. I mentioned earlier, when War Within comes out, instead of BFA, Dragonflight will be the new leveling experience that you merge into as a new player after you leave Exile's Reach. And so you're going to get dragon riding very early in that experience. As you just level up, gain player levels, you will improve your flight ability and get all the vigor perks and everything else that everyone has come to expect. And that's just going to be how the game works as a baseline. This is what flight is now. Don't worry, PvPers, we haven't forgot you. This is long overdue. We should have been doing this earlier. So there's a new battleground coming in War Within. It is a 10v10 map set in the Ringing Deeps. This is inspired by Silver Shard Mines with a few twists. The Ringing Deeps are a place that's full of natural resources, that's very sort of thing that the Horn Alliance will be likely to skirmish over. I'm going to show you a very rough, early, kind of like top-down mock-up of the layout here. The idea is, unlike Silver Shard Mines, which is radial symmetry, this is more mirrored and reflects the two sides trying to both push their own minecarts to collect resources while also fighting over a pivotal central control point that's going to change the outcome and the momentum of the match. This is something that the team has actually been playtesting internally a bunch over the last couple of weeks, having a blast with. When we make battleground maps, we don't really artify them. We keep them really rough, which is why I don't have any good images to show just yet, because it really is all about the layout. There's no point making it look pretty if the spacing isn't correct, if the exact paths aren't correct. That's going to be the next step. Can't wait to get this in front of everybody to start testing in alpha and beyond. And this isn't just a one-off. We want to keep adding new battleground maps going forward. This is an essential part of the game. And I mentioned 10v10, but we are just about to undertake a little 8v8 solo queue RBG experiment in 10.2 in a week or two. So depending on how that goes, you may be experiencing this one 8v8 as well. So stay tuned. Otherwise, we have a few ongoing interface updates that we're continuing to work on. In Dragonflight, we overhauled the HUD, the action bars, the unit frames, the baseline UI experience. We made it clear at the time that that was just the beginning. This is something we want to continue chipping away at, updating different pieces of the UI to be more streamlined, better reflective of the modern gameplay experience. So just a couple of examples here. So the spellbook, we are looking to modernize, update, actually make use of more than like a 1024 by 768 monitor resolution. Ideally, you're not going to have to flip through multiple pages to find some ability that's not on your action bars. Also, we're combining this with our talent screen. If you look at the tabs at the bottom, you have spec, talents, and spells all in one place. So it's kind of a one-stop shop for all the things that your character has available, rather than having two separate windows that you need to move between. Some light updates here. I think improving the overall aesthetic of the quest log, the quest window. If this is harder to show off just in a single screenshot, but we are adding a bunch of filters to allow you to hide and show different objectives, to see more quests available at once, to filter your log for the things you care about most. We also have a full pass in progress on our quest iconography to make it easier to differentiate between daily and weekly quests and remove our reliance on just shades of color as much as we do, which really it is a color blindness issue for the range of quest bangs where the only difference is what color it is. And again, this is just a couple of examples of ongoing efforts. This is a project that will never be done. We're just going to continue improving and updating different aspects of the UI as we go. Yes. So this one basically speaks for itself. I've mentioned earlier, your warband is a cross-realm construct. Increasingly, so many of the activities that players engage in socially span multiple realms. You have a raid group, you have a Mythic Plus group that you run with, group that you PvP with, but you can't be in the same guild together. Not any longer. That's a thing that will change when War Within comes out. Apply, recruit, server shouldn't matter when it comes to joining a guild, when it comes to being in a guild, when it comes to accessing the perks of being in a guild. And people may be wondering, wait a minute, what does that mean if now guilds are cross-realm? What about Mythic raiding? If your guild is cross-realm and your guild wants to raid Mythic, you should be able to do that day one. So no more realm restrictions there. The Hall of Fame will still exist, just kind of as a memorial of accomplishment, but it's not going to be tied to unlocking anything anymore. That's just there day one. And really, just philosophically, this is another step towards one of our goals of just tearing down barriers, making the game as social as possible, making it as easy as possible to play with who you want to play with, regardless of your server, regardless of your faction. As much as possible, if you want to play WoW with somebody, let's make that happen. All right, so that brings us to the end of this whirlwind tour / deep dive of War Within features. I know there's still a bunch of questions, a bunch more information to share. Can't wait to do that in the coming days and weeks. But to begin, I'd like to invite everybody, if you have questions, if you're here at BlizzCon, go to the Darkmoon Fair in Hall D. You can drop off questions there. If you're going online, you can go to the WoW or WoW Classic subreddits or our official forums and either ask your questions there or upvote others. This coming week, when we get back to the office, we're going to huddle, review the top questions, and record streams for both Classic and for War Within, addressing the top questions to try to get as much information out there as possible. So. Once again, thank you so much for joining us. We are so excited to begin this journey together with you. Can't wait for the war within. Enjoy the rest of BlizzCon. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. I love you all.
BlizzCon 2023 would like to thank our partners. Xbox, power your dreams. Omen, game life. HTC Vive Mars, virtual production made simple. Intel, push your gameplay beyond performance with 13th Gen Intel Core processors. Check out MSI's wide array of monitors, from Nobel Prize-winning quantum dot technology to 4K OLED panels. They've got you covered. And the beneficiary of BlizzCon's charity auction is Direct Relief.
Whatever you can do, we thank you.
Will you save us?
Will you make him suffer?
Can your shadow be our light?
Will you fight the darkness?
Please end their terror.
If they go sleep, I'ma wake them. You already know who they ain't
In the beginning, I was all alone, trying my best to do some good out there. But it didn't take long to realize that with the right friends, everything would change.
Step aside.
Come on! You don't know who you're messing with.
They knew the townsfolk were up to something sinister.
Let's move!
Right behind you! And it was like a powder keg waiting to explode.
We did it! No.
Oh, nuts. As it turned out, I had the right backup waiting for me. Just when I needed it.
Let's do this.
You got it, partner.
I didn't intentionally pursue leadership.
I'm gonna punch ya!
Candle mud slider.
Sleeping like a rock!
Let's show these fine folks some Badlands hospitality.
Well, looking for a standoff? Careful, it's against me.
Good game.
You're here to tell me we don't get to hide. Is that it?
You needed time. We stayed away. But time by itself heals nothing.
You didn't just come here for me. It's the visions. You've seen them.
I suspect many have lately. Something, someone, is calling out from the heart of the world. Like a voice from a dream. Something dark is coming, Anduin. The world needs your light again. My son.
I'm not that person anymore. I have no light. Not after what I've seen. Not after what I've done.
You are not your past, Anduin. I trust you.
they're getting worse. Look, whatever's coming, I'll stand with you. Of course I will. But we were drawn here by the voice. Who is it, Thrall? Who's calling out to us?
I'm not sure yet. But that sword was aimed at someone. Sorry to keep you all waiting, but now that I'm here, let's have some fun. Yep, that's my name, all right. And this right here is Gunny, and she can light up the whole dance floor. And this one's Cha-Cha. He's a sensitive little fella, a real hothead. And when I fire them both, it's double trouble. Actual gameplay footage. Going so soon, I'm gonna miss you. Don't tell me that's it. Both hearts pumping. I got your back. For now. Here I come. Say quick, Dicky. We got him where we want him.
Unbelievable.
So was I worth the wait? We're gonna have a hell of a time. Woo!
Me and my girlies, we gon' party tonight. Early, got me feeling otherworldly tonight. Caught in some traffic, but the radio is passing, drop a red light, and we're saying goodbye.
Here's some good fortune.
Night to the morning, in slow motion. I got all I need, you get nothing else to do. The way that I'm feeling, I'm dancing with my girls. Perfect energy, yeah, we flowers and we free. There's no better feeling in the whole world.
When it comes to power, performance, and style, you can't do better than an MSI monitor. Rapid IPS and Rapid VA displays provide gamers with the quickest response time on the market, giving you a competitive edge. HDR400 technology provides more immersive experience for creators. With crystal clear images, 1440p resolution, and 1 millisecond gray-to-gray response, check out the latest MSI monitors to give you the advantages you need.
In fact, you gotta live with that. Who got it? For honor. Who won it? We mob it. No problem. Who got it? Who won it? No problem. Had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Had them stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? A lot of dudes fall trying to have that price. When a bunch of bill, but a bird show pikes.
Whatever you can do, we thank you.
Will you save us?
Will you make him suffer?
Can your shadow be our light?
fight the darkness.
Please end their terror.
In the beginning, I was all alone, trying my best to do some good out there. But it didn't take long to realize that with the right friends, everything would change.
Step aside.
Trouble! You don't know who you're messing with.
They knew the townsfolk were up to something sinister.
Let's move!
Right behind you! And it was like a powder keg, waiting to explode.
We did it! No!
Oh, nuts. As it turned out, I had the right backup waiting for me, just when I needed it.
Let's do this.
You got it, partner.
I didn't intentionally pursue leadership.
I'm gonna punch ya!
Candle mudslider.
Sleeping like a rock.
Let's show these fine folks some Badland hospitality.
Well, looking for a standoff? Careful, it's against me.
Good game.
You're here to tell me we don't get to hide. Is that it?
You needed time. We stayed away. But time by itself heals nothing.
You didn't just come here for me. It's the visions. You've seen them.
I suspect many have lately. Something, someone is calling out from the heart of the world, like a voice from a dream. Something dark is coming, Anduin. The world needs your light again, my son.
I'm not that person anymore. I have no light. Not after what I've seen. Not after what I've done.
You are not your past, Anduin. I trust you.
Hear me.
They're getting worse. Look, whatever's coming, I'll stand with you. Of course I will. But we were drawn here by the voice. Who is it, Thrawn? Who's calling out to us?
I'm not sure yet. But that sword was aimed at someone.
Sorry to keep you all waiting, but now that I'm here, let's have some fun. Yep, that's my name, all right. And this right here is Gunny, and she can light up the whole dance floor. And this one's Cha-Cha. He's a sensitive little fella, a real hothead. And when I fire them both, it's double trouble. Actual gameplay footage. Going so soon, I'm gonna miss you. Don't tell me that's it. Both hearts pumping. I got your back. For now. Here I come. Sensei quick kiki. We got him where we want him.
Unbelievable.
So was I worth the wait? We're gonna have a hell of a time. Woo!
Me and my girlies, we gon' party till it's early. Got me feeling otherworldly tonight. Caught in some traffic, but the radio is crossing the red light, and we're saying goodbye.
Here's some good fortune.
Right to the morning, it's slow motion. I got all I need, you got nothing else to do. The way that I'm feeling, I'm dancing with my girl. Perfect energy, yeah, we always can be free. There's no better feeling in the whole wide world. Tonight, I don't care what's wrong or right. Just stop going on my life. And get ready to something. Don't stop going on my life.
When it comes to power, performance, and style, you can't do better than an MSI monitor. Rapid IPS and rapid VA displays provide gamers with the quickest response time on the market, giving you a competitive edge. HDR400 technology provides a more immersive experience for creators. With crystal clear images, 1440p resolution, and 1 millisecond gray-to-gray response, check out the latest MSI monitors to give you the advantages you need.
Who want it? We mob it. No problem. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. Had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Had those stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes fall trying to have that price. When the first bill, but the bird show pipes.
Whatever you can do, we thank you.
Will you save us?
Will you make him suffer?
Can your shadow be our light?
Will you fight the darkness?
Please end their terror.
They have a beat, so I made them. Threw my Jason like Gator. If they gon' sleep, I'ma wake them. Y'all already know who they ain't on.
In the beginning, I was all alone, trying my best to do some good out there. But it didn't take long to realize that with the right friends, everything would change.
Step aside.
You don't know who you're messing with.
They knew the townsfolk were up to something sinister.
Let's move!
Right behind you! And it was like a powder keg, waiting to explode.
We did it! No!
Oh, nuts. As it turned out, I had the right backup waiting for me, just when I needed it.
Let's do this.
You got it, partner!
I didn't intentionally pursue leadership.
I'm gonna punch ya!
Candle mudslider.
Sleeping like a rock!
Let's show these fine folks some Badland hospitality.
Well, looking for a standoff? Careful, it's against me.
Look
BlizzCon 2023 would like to thank our partners. Omen, Game Life. Xbox, power your dreams. Mountain Dew Game Fuel Mystic Punch. Redeem points for gaming rewards and exclusive items in Diablo 4. NVIDIA GeForce RTX 40 series and NVIDIA Reflex, the highest FPS and lowest latency on PC. Secret Lab, award-winning comfort engineered to support your every move. Experience the ultimate performance gaming seat. HyperX, we're all gamers.
Good afternoon, everybody. Our next panel presentation will give you a glimpse into the future. Here's Overwatch What's Next?
Hello, BlizzCon. It's hard to believe that we're already more than halfway through. BlizzCon is an event that I wish could last the whole week. During yesterday's opening ceremony, Aaron showed off a few things the team is working on. It feels great being up here with these brilliant people, working on all of the fantastic things coming soon to Overwatch 2. I'd like to kick things off this session with a quick intro. I've been Overwatch franchise GM since November 2021. While I spent most of my first year as executive producer of Overwatch 2, I'm now focused on guiding Overwatch at the franchise level. Way back in 2013, and early in my Blizzard career, the company made the decision to move forward with a project codenamed Prometheus. I remember sitting in the room that day and seeing the look of wonder in the eyes of everyone around the table. It wasn't about numbers or dev schedules. No, the magic in the room was created by imagination of the adventures to come in the Overwatch universe. I had a similar feeling again at BlizzCon in 2014. I sat in the crowd at opening ceremony, and I literally held my breath as the announcement of Overwatch approached. And as that Overwatch logo came up at the end of the first ever cinematic, the love in the hall felt as close to tangible as I've ever experienced. Since then, we've shared Overwatch as team-based PvP in the original game and now in Overwatch 2. And we also shared stories about our heroes in our cinematic pieces, comics, and short stories. But there are more stories to tell and brand new experiences, big and small, to share in the future. As GM, I'm leading the exploration to push the frontiers of Overwatch and to reach beyond. But today, we're very excited to talk about the cool things coming to Overwatch 2. We're going to show you stuff that's very much work in progress. and perhaps tell you things that would make marketing nervous. But we really want to give you as much visibility as we can into the future of the game. Before I hand it off to my teammates, I have some high-level context on where we're taking Overwatch 2 and our goals for the next year. We're focused on giving the millions of players in our game each day the very best PvP experience we can. While we'll be mixing in PvE events and modes and progressing storytelling, our main goal for Overwatch 2 is striving to make PvP gameplay more rewarding and more fun. For today, our intention is to focus primarily on how we are aiming to improve those elements of the game that we know are important to so many of you. To go through it all, we have members of our fantastic team here. I'd like to hand it off to Game Director Aaron Keller to introduce them. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. And hello, BlizzCon. Yeah, so we are excited to share as many of the exciting things that our team has been working on as we can. I'm Aaron, and I am joined by our lead character concept artist, Daryl Tan, game producer, Monica Lee, associate art director, Peter Lee, hello, and senior system designer, Gavin Winter. Okay, so let's kick things off and get into it. Peter, can you talk to us about Clash?
All right. Hello, BlizzCon. I wish I have a Chris Metzen voice. What up, BlizzCon? Focus. All right. As you can see, I am super excited to be here and share some of the content that we prepared, especially for Clash map. So before I jump in, let me share a cool video with you guys. So can we play the video? All right. Is this map looks familiar to everyone? Cool. Yeah, Hanamura is one of my favorite map. We'll talk more about that. But before I jump in, everything we are going to see today is very work in progress. And as a matter of fact, we were making a lot of changes even this week also. So please, look at this, screenshots and videos and concepts, as that, inside of your mind.
That big building in the back looks pretty familiar too.
I think that looks awesome, and we'll talk more about that. Yeah, so our original 2CP maps were absolutely gorgeous. However, due to challenges we had with the 2CP mode, we had to remove some of those iconic maps, from our rotation, including Hanamura. There are beautiful, lots of beautiful maps in our game, yet Hanamura in particular has a special place in our hearts for many reasons. Let me share my story. When you are trying to create a world that no one has seen before, there's a little bit of uncertainty and a lot of question, as you can imagine. Am I doing it right? What is the world that we are trying to build, Aaron? And as what Chris Metzen mentioned yesterday, sometimes very epic thing can start with a small heartfelt moment. And this is the perfect example. I still remember the day that I created this concept. I was walking down the back alley of the Japan street with the Google map, and I got obsessed about a small mom and pop store, and I loved it. And I was thinking, yes, let's expand this world with our lens. It was a magical moment that I cannot forget. Just like that, Hanamura was one of the first location that really made the team feel this is it. This is Overwatch. Yes, we can build this world. Our vision of this universe instantly became clear. So after we retired some of those iconic maps, we have wanted to find a way to bring them back because Hanamura is loved and known to our players and to our characters. Also, there were so many stories that we had developed around this city, right? So, now with this new Clash mode, it was our perfect opportunity to bring, our Hanamura back. However, the big question was, how can we do this without making it feel artificial? Considering we did not want to remove the original location from our game. Instead, we wanted to expand the world because identity is so important in our game. So we made a new section of Hanamura, a street right next to the original map. And we named our map Hanaoka, meaning flower hill. You can picture the image, right? When you play this map, you can even see some section of the original Hanamura, the map in the backdrop. As you can see in this screenshot, there's a famous Rikimaru ramen shop, and you can see the gate right behind it, right?
We all know what that gate is.
That's a pretty famous choke point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, when you play this game, you should be able to tell where you are roughly. During this process, we also made a few new assets that can hint at the stories of Shimada clan and Hashimoto clan, also Kiriko's yokai group, and many others. So as an example, what you're seeing on the screen, the tiger represents Hashimoto clan, and the dragon represents the Shimada clan in our story. So we created this new wall painting, so subtly melting the story into our environment. I don't know if you can feel it, but every step and decision we made for this Hanaoka map was pretty exciting personally as a fanboy. And I hope this map also makes you excited as well.
Yeah, that joy that that joy that Peter and his team have put into the Hanaoka map really is infectious. And we're very excited for players that loved Hanamura to re-experience it, and for players that are new to feel that wonder for the first time. All of our maps are these beautiful works, and Hanaoka pushes that even further. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Clash, it's the third new game mode that we've made for Overwatch 2, the third new game mode we've made for all of Overwatch after Push and Flashpoint. I think it's probably important to go into a bit of why we even make new game modes for Overwatch. We think it's really important to always be developing new maps, and we put out several of them every year, but each time we do it, when we build a map for a known game mode, one that we already have, we can only make so many changes to that map. Like an escort map, it's always going to have 3 sections, and we use really hard corners in those to provide choke points for the offense to get through. We try to provide as much variety in those, but we really can't make something completely different until we start working on an entirely new type of objective, entirely new types of game modes. Like if you look at something like one of our escort maps like Dorado, and then you compare that to something like our Flashpoint map like Surabasa, you can see those are very different levels, and they provide different a different type of gameplay experience too. There's different strategies when you play on different types of game modes. There's different heroes and team compositions that you might want to pick. So we think it's really important for us to continue to do that. I don't know how long we'll continually make like a new game mode every year, but we're not at the point where we think we ought to stop yet. And so let's talk a little bit about the history of Clash and the history of 5CP, because Clash has 5 control points laid out in a row. This is not the first time the Overwatch team has tried to make a 5CP map. We originally started making it for Volskaya. Volskaya Heavy Industries started as a 5CP map. Our early prototypes were of that. And we had like 5 control points laid out in a row. And originally we called it Iron Star. These images right here were pieces that Peter did a long time ago as we were working on Iron Star. And I think you did these when we were on Project Titan before Overwatch, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how old are these images, do you think?
I don't exactly recall, but I like it. It looks cool.
It's like maybe 2010 or something like that. And so we even had 5CP maps on Project Titan that we were doing. And we even had a variant of it that was a 3CP map. And when you look at 3CP, where there's like a point in the middle and one on each side, it's almost like a symmetrical version of Assault, or what the community would call 2CP for Overwatch. I'm assuming most of you know what it is. If you're new to Overwatch 2 and didn't play the original game, 2CP was a game mode where there was an offense and a defense, and the offense would try to capture 2 control points in a row. And we had a lot of issues with 2CP that we were never really able to solve. And the 2 biggest ones, they're related to each other. The offense sometimes would just get stalled out at the first choke point in an assault map. And the way those maps were designed, because there's only 2 objectives, we really favored the defense from a level design point of view. But sometimes the offense would make no progress in the map, time would run out, they would lose. It felt like the match had like no story to it, almost like nothing even happened over the course of that game. And on the other side, sometimes because Overwatch can be a game that snowballs a bit, the offense would get an early pick, they'd win a team fight, instantly take the first point, they'd all have their ults, run to point B, wipe out the enemy team, and then like win the whole game or the round if it was competitive, and they could do all of this in under a minute.
30 seconds sometimes.
And yeah, in 30 seconds in like the most extreme examples. And it just felt like on the defense, you had like no opportunity to respond to that. Like the answer was like, you shouldn't have one person die very early in the match, you know? And it's like, it didn't work. So we spent months and months trying to fix it. And we never were really able to come up with something that worked that didn't require us to completely rebuild some of those maps. One of the things we did try was we like greatly expanded the cap time for those control points. It's like over a minute to take them some of the time. There was some promise, there was a lot of fun, but the way those maps are built, defending a point from the defense never really worked. The map geometry didn't really like let that happen in like a fluid way, but we kind of always kept that in the back of our minds. So when we started to develop Clash, we thought of some of those experiments because we knew the community had a love for Assault, a love for 2CP, because when it played right, it was pretty amazing. Like I really loved Assault. And so we started thinking of a version of it, maybe it's not a successor, but at least some of the mechanics were inspired by 2CP. And so we started working on Clash. And so I can get into a bit of the rules and the way Clash works. That, I guess, was the preamble for the way Clash works. I was a history major. I always like go into the past before I get to the future, sorry. So there are 5 control points. And at the start of the game, each team owns the 2 control points that are closest to their side of the map. And the middle point is the neutral control point. That's the one that both teams are going to fight over. For all the people here at BlizzCon, you can think of it as BlizzCon. Point C is the Overwatch World Cup. The arena over here is point A, and the Warcraft section is point E, all the way down at the other end of the halls. The center control point is going to unlock, and both teams fight over that. When one team captures that, a new control point is going to unlock in the direction that the offense is moving. If you've played other multiplayer games with 5CP, typically those have 2 control points active at any time. We don't do it here. We just have one at a time. Every time we've tried to make more than one objective active for Overwatch, the game just doesn't work the same as it does. Like, some of the magic is gone. The magic of Overwatch is 2 teams working together for a common objective, and the heroes sort of like relying on each other to do that. In this example, point D would unlock. If team 1 were to take point D, they would, then point E would unlock. And if they were to actually go all the way through and capture point E, then team 1 would win. It doesn't happen that often. It's very defensive favor at that point. It even takes longer to capture as the offense. And so typically this match starts moving back and forth, and the offense will push a certain distance, and then they won't take the next point. The defense will take it, and then the defense starts moving. So it almost feels a little bit like 2CP, but you're moving back and forth across the map. Each of these points, when you take one, your team will score a point. So we do have a maximum score in there. Sometimes 5CP can devolve into these hour-long matches where nobody's able to push all the way through. That's our early out in this phase, where you get to a certain score. We're still tuning that right now, but you'll hit a certain score, and then your team will also win right there.
Aaron, would you say it's our sweatiest game mode yet?
Some people on the team say that this is like the sweatiest version of Overwatch, because you do move back and forth a lot. You have a lot of moments where there's a lot less chokes in a map like this. We don't have the same sort of chokes that 2CP did. So there's a lot of free movement back and forth, and there's a lot of cool strategies you can have. You know you're going to take a point sometimes, and you start pushing your team forward to start just getting a positional advantage on the next one. It can be really fun.
Yeah, something I really like about this process that we were developing this game, not like we wait a long time before we finalize anything, and like we were just like quickly building it and blocking it out and put it in the game and test it and get the feedback and fix it and re-put it in the game. So that kind of collaboration between our team members was a very meaningful, and in a way very similar to this the fast sweetest game mode, the fast pace the game mode. So
yeah, it's like really interesting to think about. Like, the team really came together for this. Our team has grown a lot over the years. We have a lot of new people on the Overwatch team, and this is the first time that we've actually created a new game mode from scratch with all new people on the team. Gavin Winter was a part of it. The level designer on it, Morton, he wasn't on the original Overwatch, and so these people like really came together. And it's like this new team, this new group of people that were able to pull this off. I'm like so proud of all of them to be able to do something like this. Okay, so that's Clash. And we're going to talk a lot more about PvP changes coming to the game and heroes. But before we get into that, Monica, can you get into some of the PvE updates that are coming?
Yeah, super excited to be here chatting with you guys. PvE encompasses so many different things, and we are working on some really fun stuff for next year. For most of it, we don't have any specifics that we can share just yet. I know I'm a monster, I'm sorry. But it's really awesome to see how invested people are and what's going to happen with the Overwatch story, both canon and non-canon, with the heroes and the universe. The team has received some really great feedback from players that we're going through, and we're using all of that to inform how we develop all of the cool stuff coming next. But for right now, I'm really excited to share some major updates coming in Season 8 for Hero Mastery. The thing that I really love about Overwatch is that it isn't just one thing, there's something for everyone. For folks that wanted a solo challenge and leaderboard experience, we introduced Hero Mastery this past September. It's been so much fun for us to see players in the courses trying to top their previous scores and get better, so we're really excited to expand the roster of playable heroes.
Those scores go to the 100th of a second now.
That's too OP. Coming in Season 8, we'll have 5 new heroes joining Hero Mastery. Those will be Diva, Echo, Genji, Lucio, and Mei. Plus, we're also excited to have leaderboard resets go live with this update, and we'll also be introducing replay bookmarks, so you can rewatch parts of your gameplay and look for areas to improve your score.
I really enjoyed Hero Mastery. Personally, as being a support main, I don't support mains. As a being a support main, I don't get to play the tank too much. Like I wanted to expand my hero roster, but I didn't have a proper introduction to that role. So Hero Mastery was the perfect opportunity for me to jump in and like practice my skill. And especially when I was doing that with run art, like it was such a great moment for me to learn the a control of charge, when to charge, how to stop, like how early should I stop. So that was just the very fun moment that I had with Hero Mastery.
Are you a top 500 Reinhardt now?
Getting close.
Close. Soon. Keeping with the philosophy of having something for everyone, we don't want to limit the Hero Mastery experience for folks who want to play with their friends or maybe meet new ones in game. For me, Overwatch has been a social game, and we're really looking forward to bringing that into Hero Mastery next year with Hero Mastery Gauntlet. This new 3-player co-op mode features the Hero Mastery Art Kit, bots, and all new gameplay that is focused on enemy waves and tower defense. We have some work in progress footage up here where you can see the 3 Gauntlet towers, which are our objective points. The goal for the team is to defend the towers from attacking bots. There'll be exploding bots, flying bots, all sort of varieties there. And it's really fun to challenge juggling the defense of 3 towers, the different kinds of bots, and different ways to power up. And so as a result, you want to make sure that you're defending really well in your towers, getting power-ups in all of them. There's airstrikes that you could call in if you're being swarmed by bots, or you could generate healing for the entire team.
This is awesome. As I just shared, like I had a lot of fun with the Hero Mastery, right? But like now you can play Hero Mastery plus I'm a big fan of like a tower defense mode, and like you can do that with your friends.
Yeah. Yep, and there's leaderboards for this too. So like there's going to be like a crazy race when this one comes out. It's really hard too. Is a great thing.
Yeah, I played it recently, and my 2 of my towers just went down immediately. Gotta practice some more.
I had a really funny moment on Monday. We were doing a stream on J3's stream, and someone in the chat asked, would we ever do a tower defense mode? And I said, that is very interesting.
Interesting you asked that. When Gauntlet ships, we're gonna have heroes rotate seasonally, and we're also gonna have new custom rewards from challenges. We really want each game to feel highly replayable and really unique, so we're really excited for you all to jump into Gauntlet with your friends next year.
Cool. It's going to be super fun. Okay, so we've heard just a little bit of feedback on our competitive system since we did a rework last year, and we've listened to all of it. It's important for us to hear what you all have to say. So we've been hard at work on a pretty big overhaul to it. And Gavin is here to talk us through it.
Thanks, Aaron. First, I want to tell you about our approach to improving competitive play. So as most of you know, we have some big problems to solve. We're not transparent about how we construct our matches, how your rank is determined, or how our rewards function. Most of you have all the golden weapons you'd ever want, so giving you competitive points doesn't feel great. And since we launched Overwatch 2, we've had issues with the way players are distributed at our highest and lowest ranks. But thankfully, though, these problems make our goals pretty straightforward. We need to put more feedback in the game about every aspect of competitive that we can. We need new rewards and improved clarity around how to get them. And we need to address the pain points, things like how bad it feels to be on a loss streak.
Yeah.
So,
That's,
yeah.
It's.
Yeah.
We've heard that a lot. We've definitely heard that a lot.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel good to have 14 losses.
No. So in season 9, we're introducing a variety of changes to competitive play. First, we're removing the requirement to get 5 wins or 15 losses to get a competitive update. So, loss streaks would guarantee that you were going to rank down. So what's the incentive to keep playing if you're on one? In its place, we're adding a new page that makes your rank more transparent than ever. Let's go. We call this the competitive overview. With this new system, your rank will update after every match, win or loss. The progress bar at the bottom shows exactly how much your rank increased after this win. You can see that ranking up to Plat 5 is on the right, and ranking down to Gold 2 is on the left.
And when you hit that, so when you win a game and it hits Plat 5, you immediately rank up to Plat 5. You're not waiting extra games to do something like that. It just happens.
Yeah. So we call those green arrows below that progress bar rank modifiers. They show why your rank changed the way it did. So, since we want to be as precise as possible. So these are explained in detail by the information button on this page, but an example here is streak. This one means you ranked up even more because you're on a win streak. We'll talk about that smaller progress bar in the top right in a moment, but as you can see at the bottom, we've also added a link that takes you straight to the final scoreboard.
Yeah, and there's also a rank progress. It might be hard to read. It's a little bit small on the screen, but it's right above that bar right there. And right now it says your rank progress is 85%. So you can see you're exactly 85% of the way to the next rank. There's a lot of people, when we get feedback, a lot of people were asking us to bring SR back. It was the system that we had on Overwatch 1. And we did have a few issues with SR, and maybe like 2 of the biggest ones are, one, it was a very arbitrary number to just say you were 2374.
Arbitrary. 2374. Everybody knows
Right.
about 2374.
And it does, like we recognize it does take on meaning after a while for people that are playing with it. What we're hoping here is that you're Gold 1 and you're 85. You're 85% of the way through Gold 1, and that actually has more meaning for the vast majority of players. And also at the same time, the difference between a Gold 3 and a Gold 4 sometimes is it's like less than 4 wins away from each other. And so that wasn't necessarily conveyed very well through the SR system. We really like having these divisions in there, and we really want people to know precisely where they are in that division. And so that's the reason we went this way. Obviously, we listen to feedback, the system can evolve over time, but this is where it's at right now.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
So when we launch season 9, we'll also be resetting ranks and bringing placements back to Overwatch 2. So this isn't a full MMR reset, but it will give you a chance to make a big change to your rank because your placements games will count for a lot more. We want to do that every year, along with some big changes to our systems and hero balance. We want to give everyone a chance to earn a new rank because we'll also be redistributing players at all ranks. Those of you in Bronze 5, Silver 5, and Silver 4 know how hard it can be to rank up in our current system, and we can fix that with a redistribution. Those of you in Grandmaster 1 also know that we have more Grandmasters than we ever did in Overwatch 1. So, as part of this redistribution, we're also adding a new rank above Grandmaster called Ultimate. We want to update our competitive rewards every year too. So in Season 9, we'll be adding Emerald Weapons. Now this art's not final, but hopefully it gives you an idea of the types of rewards we want to add each new year.
I need those Emerald Zenyatta balls. They look so cool.
Me too.
Oh my God.
So when we add Emerald Weapons, we'll convert all of our current competitive points into a legacy currency that you can still spend on golden weapons if you want. But to show these off, you'll need to earn competitive points in the new season.
Yeah, and I think what's like really exciting about this, I love the new redesign, but there is this annual cadence that we are trying to bring into the competitive side in Overwatch. And I know when we first launched Overwatch 2, the seasonal reset in placement was very controversial. But this is going along with a whole set of additional rewards, a redistribution of players across the ranks. And we think that that initial set of placements now is worth it to get everything else that we've got. And it's also like a really exciting moment for players to look forward to on an annual basis.
Yeah, every 2 months was probably way too often.
Yeah.
Yeah. So going back to solving our problems. We know that the competitive challenges page was really confusing, and that was the only place to see how to earn our rewards. So we're removing competitive challenges and building a new page to show progress towards seasonal rewards. We think this page is a much cleaner way to show rewards and the requirements to get them. You may have also noticed that smaller progress bar in the top right again. Instead of our old end-of-season challenges that rewarded competitive points based on your final rank, wins and losses both progress you toward big payouts of competitive points. But just like our current weekly challenges, wins grant a lot of bonus progress. And another small improvement we're going to make is showing the range of ranks in the match instead of just the average. You can see that in the top left. We're also planning a lot of bigger changes after Season 9, like with grouping and competitive, for example. We want players to be able to play with their friends, so we'll be removing most of our current grouping restrictions. To do that, though, we have to rethink how we make competitive matches. So if you're a diamond player and you want to group with your bronze friend, we'll allow that, but we'll classify your group as a wide group. You'll only play against other wide groups. And we'll try to find groups with a similar shape as yours. So if you're a diamond tank and your friend is a bronze support, we'll try to find another diamond tank and bronze support for the other team. No promises. As you probably guessed, the existence of wide groups also means we'll have narrow groups. And this is great as a solo player because you'll only ever play with narrow groups or other solos. So we expect to see some big improvements to match quality for solo players.
I'm kind of excited because I used to play Overwatch with my kids, but they're teenagers and they just started getting better than me. And my oldest ended up becoming masters, and we couldn't even group together anymore. So now with this new system, he'll have to find another excuse to not play with me.
Yeah, literal skill issue. Another win is this gives us fewer Smurfs. Since the only way to avoid our current grouping restrictions right now to play with your friends is to create new accounts. So you won't need to do that anymore.
Cool. Okay, so that's the update on the competitive system. And you can't play comp without heroes. And I know we teased a few heroes in opening ceremony yesterday. And Daryl's team has created some amazing concept art to show for some of those heroes. Take it away.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Creating such a visually unique and beautiful game like Overwatch 2 takes a lot of time and iteration. In the Malga Deep Dive panel yesterday, the team went through some of these processes, from coming up with a hero idea, to drawing the concept art, to the modeling, then building their abilities, and actually putting it all into the game. We have a bunch of hero ideas and concepts always brewing. And during the opening ceremony, Aaron teased 2 of these heroes, so let's get into them. Next year, we'll be releasing 3 new heroes: a tank, a support, and a damage hero. Internally, we are already testing all 3 of these heroes in their various states.
And more. We're testing more heroes.
And more. And more. Always more. Even though they're already undergoing testing, we aren't ready to show all 3 of them just yet. The hero coming in Season 14 is far enough that we're going to keep that work to ourselves for now. I have to stress that a lot can still change this far out, including abilities and even their in-game models. But here is what we can show you. In Season 12, the next support hero will be released. Currently known on the development team by the codename Space Ranger. She'll be our first hero for the Mars colony.
She's so cute. I love her so much.
Thanks, Monica. We aren't quite ready to show her in action just yet, but we do have some early concept art of what she currently looks like. Yeah. I won't dive into her kit either, but she's a highly mobile support hero who has quite a bit of vertical mobility. To that end, she has no lack of thrusters on her suits and all over her boots as well. And when we say that things are still changing, Space Ranger is a perfect example. Her gun has already changed from what we're showing here. Not only that, but as production moves along, we will inevitably run into other elements on her design we'll have to iterate on. When we fully reveal her for season 12, we can talk about all the changes we made to her from the early drawings that you guys see over here to the final model and the final concepts. So, Space Ranger likes battling her foes from air and space. How about a hero now that battles from under the ground? In season 10, you'll get to play as our newest damage hero, Venture. They are our second and a half Canadian hero. People often forget that Farah is half Canadian, myself included.
I'm half Canadian too.
The fantasy we're going for with Venture is that of a swashbuckling archaeologist. They have an unquenchable thirst for past treasures and hidden secrets, and will go any which way to get to them. And for Venture, that way is often down. Venture uses their powerful drill to dig through the map to attack the opposing team. Because this drill was so complex in its moving pieces, right, and has a lot of cylindrical geometry, Cajun Wang, our senior concept artist who worked on Venture, decided to employ 3D modeling early in the ideation phases, even for the weapon. And now I'll toss it over to Aaron to show you guys some of how this weapon works.
Yeah, okay, so we have some early gameplay footage of Venture from a recent playtest. Here we go, this is the loading screen. We always do those kind of like silly little portraits. One of our artists, Taki, does those before they're ready. Burrowing underground is kind of amazing, so they can like burst up out of the ground, do additional damage, has vertical mobility to it. They move around the map really well. This weapon is amazing. It shoots a projectile out a set distance and it explodes right there. It's really nice to be able to hit people even around corners with that thing when they duck out of the way. The dig also, it's like the most important part of this is it makes you invulnerable, you know? So it's like you can't be hit when you're underground. It's a great way to escape. It's also a great way to get in close to players. You pop up like that, and then you have a dash as well. And so the dash, you can do it in the air. You can dash underground if you want to when you're moving. It's all around just like a really, really fun kit to use. We have this idea or this goal that we try to do with heroes on Overwatch, and I think we're able to hit it on DPS heroes a little bit more than some of the other ones. But as much as we can, we just want it to be fun to hit the buttons. You know, like move around a space and just kind of have like some joy there. And Venture, I think, is one of those heroes where they just are fun to hit the buttons with.
Hey, Aaron, to expand on that point, when I was playtesting Venture, I also literally, just kept hitting, the button, to borrow in and out, without any reason. But it was feeling so snappy. Just a big shout out to our animation and FX team to make this happen.
Yep.
So this felt good.
Now we didn't show the ult. We're holding that till season 10 until we fully reveal the hero. So there's more to come. These are just some of the things that the team is working on. There's so much more. And next year, we'll like have a lot more things to talk to you about, a lot more things to reveal than we could have just fit here within 45 minutes.
I want to say that improving the overall play experience is really important to us. And this goes beyond just game modes and new heroes, but also how everyone engages with the game's meta systems. So one last thing I want to mention that I know people are really interested in is a set of changes and updates to the Battle Pass. An initiative we're working on for next year is a redesign of the Battle Pass. And we're deep in the process of working through this, which means we aren't ready yet to go through the details, but I want to give you a small glimpse of what we're thinking. One goal is to offer players more agency when it comes to the Mythic Skin reward. Let me talk through a couple of specific cases. Players progressing through the Premium Battle Pass today are able to unlock the latest Mythic Skin each season. But what if you don't play the hero with that Mythic Skin? It's going to make the Battle Pass a little less exciting to you. In a different case, you miss the chance to get Cyber Demon Genji because you weren't around to play that first season. What we want to do is to address both of these scenarios by giving you the option to earn any single Mythic Skin we've ever released when you play through the Premium Battle Pass. But beyond this, we're aiming to make play in Overwatch 2 more rewarding with a total set of changes to the Battle Pass. We'll have more to share on that next year. Some of what we presented may change between now and release, but we wanted to be as open as possible on what we're developing, planning, or even thinking about. And this doesn't even touch on the longer-term franchise plan, but that's really a discussion for another day. Finally, I want to say that everyone here represents hundreds of employees on our team who care so much about this game and this work, and we can't wait to release it all. Thank you, BlizzCon.
Yeah, I'll add on to that really quick. This team is made of like so many talented, amazing people, and this is just a small glimpse of everything that we're working on, and even a glimpse of things that we didn't talk about today, like an image of a Peru map that's coming in the future that we also started this presentation off with. And there was, I'm sure people will talk about it online in the next few days, some other Easter eggs in this presentation that kind of give hints at some of the things that are coming next year as well. So thank you everyone so much, and we'll see you on the streets of Hanaoka.
BlizzCon 2023 would like to thank our partners. Xbox, power your dreams. Omen, game life. HTC Vive Mars, virtual production made simple. Intel, push your gameplay beyond performance with 13th Gen Intel Core processors. Check out MSI's wide array of monitors, from Nobel Prize-winning quantum dot technology to 4K OLED panels. They've got you covered. And the beneficiary of BlizzCon's charity auction is Direct Relief.
whatever you can do. We thank you.
Will you save us?
Will you make him suffer?
Can your shadow be our light?
Will you fight the darkness?
Please end the terror.
If they gon' sleep, I'ma wake them. You already know who they ain't
In the beginning, I was all alone, trying my best to do some good out there. But it didn't take long to realize that with the right friends, everything would change.
Step aside.
You don't know who you're messing with.
They knew the townsfolk were up to something sinister.
Let's move!
Right behind you! And it was like a powder keg waiting to explode.
We did it! No!
Oh, nuts. As it turned out, I had the right backup waiting for me. Just when I needed it.
Let's do this.
You got it, partner.
I didn't intentionally pursue leadership.
I'm gonna punch ya!
Candle mudslider.
Sleeping like a rock.
Let's show these fine folks some Badland hospitality.
Well, looking for a standoff? Careful, it's against me.
Good game.
Anduin.
You're here to tell me we don't get to hide. Is that it?
You needed time. We stayed away. But time by itself heals nothing.
You didn't just come here for me. It's the visions. You've seen them.
I suspect many have lately. Something, someone, is calling out from the heart of the world. Like a voice from a dream. Something dark is coming, Anduin. The world needs your light again. My son.
I'm not that person anymore. I have no light. Not after what I've seen. Not after what I've done.
You are not your past, Anduin. I trust you.
Hear me.
They're getting worse. Look, whatever's coming, I'll stand with you. Of course I will. But we were drawn here by the voice. Who is it, Thrawn? Who's calling out to us?
I'm not sure yet. But that sword was aimed at someone.
BlizzCon 2023 would like to thank our partners. Omen, Game Life. Xbox, power your dreams. Mountain Dew Game Fuel Mystic Punch. Redeem points for gaming rewards and exclusive items in Diablo 4. NVIDIA GeForce RTX 40 series and NVIDIA Reflex, the highest FPS and lowest latency on PC. Secret Lab, award-winning comfort engineered to support your every move. Experience the ultimate performance gaming seat. HyperX, we're all gamers.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Welcome to the Diablo 4 Campfire Chat.
Welcome to BlizzCon 2023. Wow, this is crazy. This is awesome, seeing so many people. Very, very different than our streaming studio back in the office for sure. But thank you all for joining us on a very special version of Diablo's Campfire Chat. We kicked off this program as a live stream, as you all know, and it's an amazing feeling to see us actually do this here in front of a live audience now at BlizzCon. We have some news to share with you, and before we get into it, I do want to welcome and learn more about our wonderful panelists here for today's Campfire Chat. So let's go right into it. Brent. Hi, everybody. This is your first. This is Brent's first time up here. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? I know.
Look, it's for a very good reason. Don't worry.
Green
Break a little color tradition up here. Green for Diablo. Yeah. So my name is Brent Gibson. I'm an associate game director on Diablo 4. I was a part of the Vicarious Visions team that came together with Team 3 a couple years ago to make Diablo 4. And I'm really excited to be up here today to talk a little bit about the expansion coming up.
Yes, the expansion. Ooh.
Love you too.
Now, I know we have multiple teams, Brent, that are working on Diablo 4. So, and you yourself are going to be talking specifically about the expansion here today. So yeah, it's great to hear that, you know, we have multiple groups working on the game for Diablo 4.
But we're all one big team, which is the exciting part.
Yeah, very, very big team. And of course, you know, based off of community feedback and everything that we've heard, those groups are going to be working on seasons and upcoming items, and then of course the expansion that we have here. Next up, though, we actually have Tiffany, who's going to be talking here. Actually, do we have? No, we do.
Oh, hey, I'm Tiffany.
Yeah, Tiffany.
I was not pausing for applause. I'm just awkward. But this is my 14th BlizzCon. It's my 9th as an employee. I first attended as a part of the community in 2005. So it's really special to be up here. I've worked on the Diablo franchise for 12 years now, starting on Diablo 3 12 years ago, and then moving on to Diablo 4 for the past years. Brent and I actually unknowingly worked on the same game back in 2009, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2. Yeah, that game was awesome.
It's a big throwback.
So it's been such a thrill to work with him and a bunch of the others from the Albany office, again, on Diablo 4 for the past few years.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tiffany. We have Kaylee Calder here. Kaylee is actually a familiar face on the Diablo side. You may have seen her in some of the videos. For our seasons and everything. Kaylee?
Yeah, hi everybody, I'm Kaylee Calder, and I am one of the lead game producers on Diablo 4. Like Tiffany and a lot of our team, I have been working on Diablo for the last 10 years across both Diablo 3 and Diablo 4. This is my first time on stage at BlizzCon, so while I am so honored, thank you. I'm so excited to be here with all of you. I'm a little nervous, but it's so good to see everyone in person. And I'm really excited to talk to you all today about some changes coming to Season 2, some additions, and other future developments.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kaylee. And of course, we have Mr. Joe Shelley here, a very familiar face on all our Diablo 4 campfire chats. Joe, welcome again.
Thank you, Adam, and thank all of you. I really want to thank all of you for being here and submitting questions. We're going to take questions at the end. And really, for all the feedback that you've given us throughout the launch of the game and Season 1, it's incredible to have a campfire chat, but with this huge array of other attendees at our campfire. So it's incredible.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Joe. And of course, I am Adam Fletcher. I'm the Director of Community for Diablo. Thank you. So weird with an audience. And I will be today's host and moderator. I want to thank you all again for taking the time to join us on this very special Diablo 4 campfire chat. And I do also want to give a huge call out to this amazing plush campfire that we did bring in for this. I joked it's got very soft lighting. Oh, there we go. First fun of the day. We're doing well. But to kick off activities, I know the dev team, they do actually have some news to follow up regarding yesterday's announcements. So let me actually pass it off to the team. So, Brent.
Yeah, we're really excited to show the sneak peek for the next chapter of Hatred. We've been on pins and needles to share some of the information from the expansion for a very long time. And it's going to be taking us to a brand new place. And it's really cool because it's actually in contrast to that dark Gothic setting that we're used to seeing in the main game. We're going to go to some place that has a bit of a different flavor. So for those of you who are new to the franchise, it's going to be new, it's going to be fresh. But for some of you who have been with us all along, we're going to go take a trip down memory lane and actually go to a place that's a little nostalgic. So with that being said, take a look.
We have each played a part in what has happened here. You abdicated your choice to this child. And with every step she takes, I grow stronger. There will be no salvation in the light.
There we have it. It's so cool to see on the big stage, you know, Diablo 4, Vessel of Hatred coming in late 2024.
Yeah.
I mean, Brent, what does an expansion mean for Diablo 4?
Well, first off, I want to talk a little bit about breaking the color convention. You've been giving me
I've had green shoes
all
on.
sorts of grief over my green jacket. I like the green. Yeah, so for us, expansions are important because it's a great opportunity to take one big cohesive step forward. You know, when it comes to continuing our dark story, exploring the new region we're going to talk about today, or even new ways to play with new monsters and a new class, we want to make sure that all of these things go together in a really nice way. And I've been joking for a little bit about how this is kind of like making a really good burger, right? You want to make sure that you're pulling in all of the ingredients that you need so that when they all come together and you take one big bite, all those flavors are working together. And so for us, that cohesiveness is really important.
So you say burger. There are a lot of variations of burgers. There's like single burgers or like maybe a double from In-N-Out or something like that.
I'm so hungry now.
What
You know, coming from Albany, In-N-Out, I'm down. That's great.
So what kind of burger is this year?
That's a good question. You know, I guess I look at it as kind of like a bacon barbecue burger with all the classic ingredients, but with like jalapenos, right? Like throw something in that's a little bit spicy, a little bit different.
And a
so you
little
have
bit green.
And a little bit green, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that. So yeah, we want to make sure that we have all the nice traditional ingredients that speak directly to the core of our audience, but we're also offering things that are new.
Awesome. Well, I know with Vessel of Hatred, a new expansion, there's going to be some story and lore kind of attached to it. let's kind of talk a little bit more about the story. What do you think, Tiffany?
Yeah, so when we last left off in the main campaign, Nerel was traveling south with the stone with Mephisto. He got himself trapped in there again, as you know he tends to do. She's been following the footsteps of a prophet of light, looking for a way to deal with this stone and the prime evil that's trapped within. She's a really fascinating character because she's a child, but she's been through a ton of trauma, so spoilers if you haven't played the main campaign of Diablo. But here she is directly challenging the influence of a prime evil, something the Haradrim have always famously failed at. So for players that might be jumping into Diablo 4 for the first time with the Vessel of Hatred, they'll have the choice to either play through the main campaign or jump directly into the new chapter. There will be a recap in the game, so you'll have full context to all the events of Sanctuary that played out in the main campaign. So don't worry, you won't miss out on anything if you want to just see what's happening with Nerel and explore those jungles. All right, I love this picture. He's real creepy. It looks like he's coming out of a mud bath of sorts. So this is Mephisto. Now, he is my favorite prime evil. I think he's just a badass. If you don't know who he is the Lord of Hatred, and he is the father of Lilith. So I believe that makes him...
Yeah, granddaddy of Mephisto.
Granddaddy
here.
of
Yeah.
Sanctuary.
Grandfisto?
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
Sounds grouchy too.
Yep. So Mephisto did not intend to be trapped in the stone. Like I said, they're very bad at that. It tends to happen. So he's, as you heard in the trailer, every step of the way that Nerel is taking with him, he is pushing against her, constantly trying to unravel every single moment that they have together. It's in this next chapter in Vessel of Hatred, we're going to find out what is his fate with this stone and what's going to happen with Nerel.
Yeah, so with Vessel of Hatred, you know, we even saw it a little bit in the teaser. It seems like we're actually going to be, it's going to be taking us to a new place. I know you guys have actually mentioned Nahantu. Can you tell us a little bit more about Nahantu, Brett?
Yeah, so we're going to a whole new region called Nahantu. Now, for those of you guys who know the history of Sanctuary, you know that heading south actually means going to Torjan. When we started off with the expansion, we decided as a team to really think about how we're referencing cultures moving forward. And for those of you who may not know, the Torjan people are a real people. And they're an amazing culture. They have beautiful traditions. You should totally look it up. But for us as creatives, we want to make sure that we're always in a position where we're being inspired by, as opposed to lifting from. And so because of that, we decided to review some of our names and make some changes.
So how are we kind of doing this in game?
So we've actually decided to fold it in creatively. So for those of the people who are outside of the region, you know, maybe you were from the Dry Steppes, you know this place as Torjan. But the people who are there know it as Nahantu. And so you're going to see that folded into the story in some really creative ways to give that name some power.
Awesome. I know we have a lot of cool art to actually show. Like here, right here, we're seeing kind of what looks to be like a river gate.
Yes, so everything starts here at the river gate. We look at Nahantu as a place that's been closed off from Sanctuary. It's been closed off from all the things that have been going on with Lilith over the last several moments of our story. And so you can imagine this monolithic statue where the doors have been closed for the last several decades, and now they're open. And we're going to see what happens with Nerel as she passes through these gates. If you look at this next image, we like to look at the jungle as this place that is a wild and dangerous place. We also love the idea that it's a living, breathing character of its own. It has its own personality. It expresses itself in different ways throughout the game. And so this concept is a really good example of where things from the outside may have come in, but the jungle's going to reclaim it, right? So you're going to see these branches pulling back some of the architecture that you would see through the region. But for the things that have been there all along, it's going to live symbiotically with. And so you can watch the river flow through the structures of the area as well.
You know what? This is actually one of my favorite concept pieces that we've made for the expansion so far, because even though it's an environmental scene, it really just shows the depth and scale of the jungle, which is not really like a place we've ever gone to before within Diablo 4 so far. And it really inspired the team as well when they saw it, just that feeling of like scale and age, I guess, is a good way to describe that.
The idea that these routes are so old that they stretch across the chasms in the area. You can see there's a very small character in the middle of that branch.
Very hard to see.
It creates a sense of scale that allows us to do a lot with the environment, right? So it's not just trees in the area. These trees are actually fixtures or structures of the place as well.
You know, we've seen a lot of environments, and I know there's a lot of also architecture here in the haunt too. So can you show us a little bit more about that as well?
Yeah, so this is a great image that starts to show how we wanted to integrate a lot of the natural features of the world in with the architecture. And so you can see how the river is flowing with and around this piece right here. All of this starts from a place called Kurast. So for those of you who've been with us for a while, Kurast is an iconic place that sits in the heart of the jungle. And it's not just a town, it's not just a capital, it's a sprawling city. So you can imagine a lot of these structural elements popping up all over the place, spreading across the entire jungle. And this is just one piece that shows the potential of that. If you take a look at this next one, I love this. This is one of my favorite concepts of the entire package. This is a perfect example on how we're folding in that living, breathing jungle into the architecture. I got to give a huge shout out to the team. The level of detail that we put into this is absolutely incredible. They pay attention to our environments just as much as one of our characters. So all the detail that we put into Lilith or Inarius is the same amount of detail as you would see in a piece like this. So big shout out to the team for what they can do.
Yeah.
So I know you shared a little bit about like Kurast, and you know it's a very recognizable place, like or in the Diablo history. Like, can you get into a little bit more detail for us of like some of these maybe recognizable places that we'll kind of come across?
Yeah, I love to talk about these next few concepts here. So I was a big player of Diablo 2 myself, so you may recognize some of these places. We keep talking about bringing you back somewhere nostalgic. So we're going to start with the dock towns. So you can visit the original Kurast docks from D2 in Act 3. And through time, it's changed. It's been 72 years since the events of Diablo 2 in the world of Sanctuary. It has been 72 years in real life. So I'm excited to jump in there and see what the denizens have been up to, see if there's anybody that's still around from the past 72 years. And like Brent and Kaylee were saying earlier, a concept piece like this really gives me this incredible sense of scale in the world of Sanctuary, and I'm super excited to explore areas like that. We know that locations like this really set the tone for successfully delivering on that nostalgia and embracing that legacy of the Diablo universe. So the capital Kurast is something that we've always wanted to know more about. So this is a clip that's actually from the teaser that we've showed you a couple times now. And this is that incredible ziggurat with really, really creepy Grandpa Mephisto talking over it. So we've always wanted to know what's under the ziggurat. What's amazing about this is that for the dev team, this is one of the earliest sources of inspiration when we started working on the expansion. And so seeing it make all the way from original concept into the actual teaser that we showed this weekend is really exciting. So we've got one more really, really cool place to show you. So this is the temple city of Travancore, and it's where the Horadrim originally imprisoned Mephisto in his soul stone. It's deep inside Kurast, and I am so excited to go in there and see what's happened in the last 72 years. Joe, what do you think?
I hope I don't get slowed by hostile blizzards again. But it's going to be really cool to dive under Travancore and sort of revisit that area. It's such a memorable area from B3.
Yeah, Travancore was super memorable. Act 3, everyone remembering as they're fighting the council there. So it's great that we can revisit that here in Vessel of Hatred. And of course, a big question I know that people have with Vessel of Hatred, does that mean a new class is coming? Brent, do you have any more info that you can share potentially?
I'm sure a few of you have been on Reddit asking questions about the new class. It's the #1 question we've been getting all week. You know, when we started off, we were still making the main game. And I'm really proud of the fact that we delivered 5 classic classes, right? We got that great feeling of all of them spread around the campfire. It felt really, really good. And so when we're talking about the expansion, we had a decision to make. We're kind of at a crossroads of, do we do another classic or do we do something new? And the team really thought about it hard, and we felt we have a responsibility to actually bring new things to Sanctuary. Like, this game is really big, this world is very big, we need to continue to broaden it, and so we made the choice to go with something new.
So you're saying new here, and we're seeing a lot of jungle environments, obviously.
Yes.
So does that for sure rules out something like the Witch Doctor?
Yes, that for sure rules out.
It's absolutely a brand new class. It is not the Witch Doctor.
All right. We've been hearing a lot of like, it might still be the Witch Doctor. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure we said new class. So awesome. That was great that we got to see kind of like, and get a little bit more information about Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred. Again, Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred is coming out in late 2024. We'll actually have more news next summer about Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred. Green. Great.
Going green.
I'm glad you're color coordinated for this, Brent. So, but we do want to talk more about some of the other items that we talked about in the opening ceremony yesterday. And so Joe, I know, wants to talk a little bit about season 2 and what's coming forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we've had, as I said here earlier when I welcomed all of you, we've had so much community feedback, and it's been incredible for us to be able to release season 2 and bring a lot of those changes to you. And I think we have a roadmap here. You can see here that on the Season of Blood, some of the things that we brought with Season of Blood. If you haven't played since launch or since season 1, you'll be able to check out the new boss ladder, leveling, 40% faster leveling, right? The changes, thank you. That was all me, no. We have an incredibly talented team of system designers who care deeply about the player experience and the feeling of movement through the levels and being able to capture the objective of reaching level 100, right? And so that change was something that we thought was really important for season 2. But we also changed things like the way that item power scales, right? So that as you fight more difficult monsters, you can get more powerful loot, including some of those uber uniques from Duriel.
Yes.
And so many other quality of life changes. The mount, I think, is transformed. And that's not all we have in store for season 2. Like we were talking about in the opening ceremonies, we made some announcements, and we want to get into more detail about those here today. And a little bit of a sneak peek at, you can see here, season of, I'm going to say the orange text.
Yes, that's definitely a final name.
Yeah.
Final name. No, we're not quite ready to release the season name, but we have a sneak peek of one of the features coming with leaderboards and the gauntlets. So we're really excited to talk about those. Let's jump into it.
Yeah, so we're gonna kick things off with some updates to season 2 that are coming really, really soon. Literally this coming Tuesday, November 7th, we are gonna be adding new unique rings, which were called the Malignant Rings. Developing seasons is an opportunity for us to look for ways to bring things back that you, our players, really enjoyed and really engaged with. It doesn't mean that we'll bring things back from every season, but we will look for opportunities, especially when the community is letting us know how much they enjoyed it. And also, we also had a lot of fun with these. This also is an opportunity for us to kind of revisit those powers, because these are coming not just on to the season, but also to the Eternal realm. So these powers you're about to see on these rings, we've tweaked them slightly so that they work with the other uniques in the game. But we feel they're really going to add something for each class and kind of continue on building their kit and that fantasy. You're going to be able to get these by defeating Varshan. So I hope everyone's been saving their materials. You do have a little bit of time to farm more if you didn't. So yeah, with that said, we're actually going to move to the next image and we're going to take a look at these. So I originally was going to talk to Brent about his rogue, but when we started doing this, he saw the barbarian ring and switched on me.
I'm sorry. I
Just
threw the
the
whole
worst.
thing
But So for our rogues out there, for those of you, if use your subterfuge skills. It's going to spawn a decoy. It's going to taunt enemies, and then it's going to explode for a really nice amount of damage. Think you're going to have a lot of fun. Adam, this is for you and the rest of the sorcerers out there.
Yes, Ball Lightning crew. Yeah.
Well, okay, maybe this will, you'll try something a little different than just ball lightning. For the sorcerer, each unique element that you deal damage with is going to give you increased damage, and then dealing elemental damage again is just going to repress that duration. So sling fireballs, lightning ball as well, and keep increasing that damage. We have 3 more classes to take a look at. So next up now is the Barbarian. So for our Barbarians out there, when you use, there you are, I knew you were out there somewhere. When you next cast Hammer of the Ancients, Upheaval, or Death Blow, it's guaranteed to be a crit. And that crit's going to deal bonus critical strike damage as well. Exactly. So hit them hard and hit them often, guys. And I definitely know there's a few druids out there. You guys, we don't want to forget about you. Exactly.
Oh, Druid's got the loudest crowd here.
I know. Represent druids. So for druids, when you are casting your ultimate skill, it is going to draw enemies in and deal a huge amount of damage based on your willpower. It will do that when you cast your ultimate and then 5 seconds after. And then lastly, the Necromancer.
Necromancers, rise up! That's right.
There's actually 3 Necromancers up here because 3 of us are playing it this season. Total coincidence. So we all love this power. We know everybody else loved this. So we are bringing back that walking near your corpses is going to automatically activate one of the following skills, which is Corpse Tendrils, Corpse Explosion, or Raised Skeleton. So yeah, that is... that's going to be the Malignant Rings, and as we said, you're going to be able to get them from Killing Varshan starting on November 7th. So next week, everybody.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kaylee. And again, we're super excited about bringing in these Malignant powers from Season 1. Thanks to community feedback and you guys actually wanting these powers back in, we were able to get these in these new rings that will be coming out on Tuesday. And again, patch notes actually are going to be available on Diablo4.com for that patch immediately after this panel. So you guys can actually see what's in that update for players on Tuesday, which is awesome to see. So, but we do also have some more information to talk about.
Even more stuff.
Yes, we have some more events taking place in early December. Kaylee is going to jump right in.
I'll kick us off. Yeah, December 5th is our next update for Season 2. And we've got some additional updates coming in, some quality of life things, and then something Joe is going to talk about. But I'm going to talk about some additional changes to the Occultist. Chris mentioned this yesterday in opening ceremony. So for those of you who may not know, enchanting is what allows you to replace an affix on an item with another. And those that are familiar with it will notice when you go and visit from December 5th, there is a new view affix, possible affixes button. I can't remember it. Yeah, view possible affixes. And when you click on that, it's going to give you a list of the affixes that one could roll into. So that way you're not kind of just blindly guessing and hoping that the one you've picked is going to give you. We think this update, along with the gold changes we have made, is really going to help everybody optimize their builds and continue to have fun in the end game. We have also heard feedback about affixes and how some of them aren't serving you in the ways you want. We do have plans to talk about both changes to affixes and itemization in the future, but we're not quite ready to talk about it right now.
Yeah, that's right. This is a really important change, and itemization is one of the, itemization and endgame are the 2 things that we're laser focused on right now. We're going to talk a little bit more about that right up here next with Avatar Zir.
Yeah, and you know, it's awesome to see these occultist changes because obviously community feedback has been, we've heard you guys like that is, you know, blindly choosing different affixes has been very, very difficult, but with the changes with the cost plus this will be much better. And this update, of course, hitting on December 5th. But other feedback that we've heard a lot about, and Joe knows this as well, has been about endgame. And so I know you wanted to talk a little bit about a new kind of endgame feature that's coming in Season 2. So Joe, yeah, do you want to talk a little bit about?
Yeah, so we want to add more endgame, and then we want to add some more endgame, and then
Some more?
we're going to add more endgame.
Yeah, we're going to add some more after
That's
that.
right,
Okay,
that's
okay,
right,
yeah,
okay. And in particular, permanent or evergreen endgame features that extend the challenges and reward opportunities from 50 to 100 and after you've reached 100. And so Abattoir of Zir is a 100 plus new thing that we're trying here. This is a seasonal endgame event. So it's temporary, and we're really interested in paying attention to how all of you run through it and your feedback on it for the future of, maybe we'll bring it back. We'll see how it goes. But you probably want to know more about it than just staring at this red portal, right? We have a chart that used to be on a napkin, but
it's very beautiful.
This is when you work with a bunch of designers, they like to make these little flow charts, and then they hand them to you on a napkin, and they go, "Can you make them pretty so we can show them to people?" So, designer flow charts.
Paint for life. So you can see here how the flow of Abattoir of Zir will work. After you complete the final step of the season journey, you'll be ready to face off against the Abattoir. And this is a very, very difficult area. You're going to need to bring all of your skill, but also you're going to need to bring the very best builds. Not every build is going to be able to succeed in Abattoir of Zir. And that's why it's positioned like after you've really defeated Echo of Lilith, you've defeated Duriel, you've got your Uber Uniques, and you're like, what's next? What's the next challenge, right? And the Abattoir is meant to be that. So you're going to get a recipe for the first tier of Abattoir of Zir. When you complete that first tier, you're going to get a recipe for the next tier. And I want to state that there are 25 tiers of Abattoir of Zir. And that's fewer tiers than there are of Nightmare Dungeons. But each tier of the Abattoir is much more difficult than the tier before. This is not the same as Nightmare Dungeons 70 to 71. And you're also going to get a ton of Paragon Glyph XP. So I know some people have expressed that it can be hard to level up all your glyphs through Nightmare Dungeons. That you're going to get so much from this event, and you're going to need it because you're going to want to level up this new unique glyph that you can get as a reward for completing the Abattoir. This glyph, the Tears of Blood, is tied to the event and is also persists during the duration of the event. But it will be incredibly useful for increasing your character power so that you can take on those tougher tiers of the Abattoir. You can see that it has a larger radius than other glyphs. It can grow even beyond that. It has multiplicative powers on it, and it can be leveled up to 200 times. So it is still a capped level, but it has a lot of progression in it.
Awesome. Lots of stuff coming here. December 5th. We got the Occultist updates and Abattoir Zero, which is the end game that we just talked about that. And that will run through the end of season 2. So players can expect, to be able to go through that starting on December 5th, which is great to hear. But we also have even more events in December that we do want to talk about. One that's a little bit more festive. We mentioned it yesterday. Kaylee, I know you want to talk a little bit about Midwinter Blight.
Yeah, so for everyone that doesn't live in California, this time of year can be darkening and colder. You might get snow or lots of rain.
Like where I'm from.
Yeah, where you're from, basically. You're going to need the winter clothing. As you return to Fractured Peaks on December 12th, where the Midwinter Blight is taking place. As you return, you're going to find that it's been enveloped in a storm. It's freezing out the locals. It's eternally dark, and there are new horrors lurking, waiting to, make your lives and the inhabitants miserable. So yeah, I hope you brought some ice scrapers with you. Maybe help us get out here.
Yeah, we're working on a special Diablo ice scraper. Reaching out to John Mueller to see if we can get that marketed.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. So it's going to start in Kyovashad, and you're going to meet Gillian, a wandering bard, and he's here to try and bring some cheer and warmth, which you can see in the video as we go to that. And he is located in the Hibernal Square. And he's giving as well a warning of the storm and the terrors lurking within. And as you can see, you know, this is a classic Diablo holiday space, decorated mostly in skulls, which we find very festive on the team personally. Yes, and at its center we have the Totem of Midwinter, which plays a part in the event itself, but I'm not going to spoil that, and we'll kind of go into that. So what's happening outside Kyovashad? You're going to head back out into Fractured Peaks, you're going to explore the zone, and you're going to encounter some sinister snowmen, or what demons consider snowmen, that we're calling Frigid Husks, which, yes, they're beautiful.
Yes, very beautiful. I will note, and I don't actually know if Rod Ferguson, our GM, is here. He is making me insert this wonderful pun.
It's all Rod.
He was like, as soon as he saw him, so Rod Ferguson, trademark pun, Frosty the Goat Man is what he likes to call
I thought you were meant to sing that.
Yeah, you know.
No, we're not going to. Okay, no, we're nixing the
yeah.
singing. No singing. Okay. All right, so who's building these? I mentioned demons, so you're going to see some familiar faces, but they're under a new allegiance. These Blight Fiends have new tricks, new ways to terrorize and harass both you and the locals, and they're just generally causing mischief and terror under the orders of their leader, who is the Red-Cloaked Horror. He lives in the darkest corners of Fractured Peaks, emerging only with the storm. And he is going to, you know, be really, really mad at anyone disrupting his plans, and he's going to try and make you dead. I think he looks really jolly, personally. I'm a big fan.
Again, another Rod Ferguson pun.
Here we go.
And this one I will sing.
Oh,
I will.
Okay.
Rudy the Red Cloaked Terror.
Oh, God.
There we go. All right.
Oh.
Leaving now. We're done.
He doesn't even have a nose.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
I know. Rod has the worst puns. We know that. So.
All right. So what are you going to be doing? You're going to be heading out into Fractured Peaks. So we're going to bring up a video with some of the kind of gameplay a little bit here. You're going to encounter the Blight Fiends having a really jolly time.
They are
You know,
so
they
cute.
are.
This is the cutest little. Like,
Yeah. Well, we're going to ruin their day.
them.
Yes, exactly.
Snow globe of people.
Murder, destroy those snowmen. And you're going to engage in a number of events unique to Midwinter Blight, destroy Frigid Husks, defeat the Blight Fiends. And if you disrupt things enough, you may end up summoning the Red-Cloaked Horror himself, who's, as I said, very annoyed at you. And participating in these is going to give you resources that you can take back to the Hibernal Square to progress the events. And
And some rewards.
Right, the rewards, because what's a festive event without presents and gifts and, you know, things in general? So we have a number of new cosmetic rewards that you'll be able to earn through participating on the event itself. So these are selection of weapons, and then we also have some really cool back trophies. I really like them. They've got bells, and there's some wreaths and lots of skulls, because we do like that here. We have a theme and we're going to stick to it. So this starts on December 12th. Really hope everyone comes and slays with us.
There we
There
go.
you go. Got
A
one
Kaylee
in.
pun.
There we go. Yeah, I did it. Yeah.
They
So,
clap for it. Good.
no, I was not expecting that, actually. But yeah, so yeah, that's Midwinter Blight.
Awesome. It's great to hear more information about all these updates coming in. And Midwinter Blight's great because community feedback has been, we've heard a lot of people wanting more cosmetic options. And so now you have the ability of actually unlocking some skulls, some bells, some holly that you can actually incorporate to your character with Midwinter Blight. But all this information is going to be available again on a blog on Diablo4.com after the panel. And we're looking forward to getting all these updates in everyone's hands for Abattoir Azir, the Occultist updates, and of course Midwinter Blight. But moving on, we do have additional information to talk about Season of the Orange Text, as you called it.
That's right.
Joe. So Joe, can you tell us a little bit more about what's coming there?
Yeah, so more endgame.
More endgame.
Yeah. This is such a cool piece. This is relevant to the season, and I'm excited to find out what happens with this guy. But I want to talk a little bit about one part of season 3, and there will be many more parts of season 3. We're going to talk about these more in future campfire chats. But we wanted to talk a little bit about leaderboards, leaderboard-driven trials.
He wants it.
This guy wants
Okay,
it,
over
and so
there.
we're going to make it.
Thanks, Guy.
We weren't going to make it, but. And so the way this is going to work is when Season 3 players reach World Tier 4, they're going to be able to compete in the Gauntlet, which is a fixed seed, non-linear dungeon where your mastery and your skill are going to be needed to achieve the highest scores. And those best scores are going to appear on the leaderboards. Now, every time you enter the Gauntlet, it's going to be exactly the same. That means the monsters and their positions, the layouts, the affixes. And because it's non-linear, you have some choices about how you're going to progress through to maximize your score. And of course, if you're playing in a party, you can choose like which direction each party member is going to go, and you really have an opportunity to optimize it. Loot will drop at the end of the timer, so you don't have to worry about picking it up on the way. And as you're killing monsters and you're opening chests, you're going to get instead these pickups called Proofs of Might. They drop from all of this types of content, and you'll have a limited amount of time to collect as many as possible to maximize your score. So at the beginning of each week, a new gauntlet is going to replace the current one, and the leaderboards will reset. Now, this is an image of the solo barbarian ladder we can see here. I want to caution that it is in development content, so some things may change by the time we get to Season 3, but we wanted to show off, to really give all of you an idea, a visual idea of like how this is going to play out. And you can also see on this next image that we have a number of filters. So there are solo leaderboards for each class, as well as party leaderboards that vary with party size, of course, hardcore leaderboards. And then when you look at the leaderboards, you'll be able to filter them globally or by platform. You can filter by your friends or your clan.
So I know I'm better than Brown.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm right here. You don't have to talk to me. If you played Barb, you would be able to.
Ooh.
It's fair. Necros are better.
That's why we
all
have
know
the
it.
Barb leaderboard. So, you know, I mentioned that these leaderboards will reset every week, but the very best players from each week's leaderboard are going to be recorded in the Hall of Ancients. This is a permanent leaderboard that will cement their legacy. And you don't just have to be the very top ranking on the leaderboards to participate in the Gauntlet. All World Tier 4 players will be able to take their shot at participating in the Gauntlet and progressing to the leaderboard.
So that means you don't have to be level 100 to participate at all.
No, you don't. In fact, if you look at this wonderful UI that we have up here, you can see that as you're leveling up and competing in the Gauntlet and getting higher and higher score, you'll earn these seals. And as you are earning these seals, you'll be able to climb up until eventually you get to the Seal of the Worthy, and then you'll be able to jump into the leaderboard. And you can show these off on your character profile and game.
Awesome. Very cool. And then I know with leaderboards, that coming in Season 3, with all the information that we've been sharing here, again, I'm just reminding everyone that you can end up checking all this out on the site afterwards. We'll have all the artwork up there. And of course, all the information that we provided even on the expansion stuff will end up being there. And I just want to remind everyone in the community that thanks to you guys and the feedback that we've actually gotten in for Diablo 4, we've been able to, we were able to get all these amazing changes in. So providing that feedback through our forums, through social media, through Reddit, wherever you post at, let us know. Even here at BlizzCon, it's a huge help for the whole entire team. So thank you guys again. Thank you, Diablo community, for making the game a better experience for everyone. I know we do have some time for Q&A as well. We did leave a question box out in Hall A, which is the Diablo Hall here at BlizzCon. And then, of course, we asked on social media for questions through our fans that could not attend BlizzCon. But we grabbed the ones that seem to be pretty regular repeats specifically. So we'll kind of just jump right in on them. The first question, I think this one would be good for Kaylee. Will there be more intermediate progression dungeons and bosses between Tier 4 and Uber Lilith?
Yeah, so we had this question a bit, and the short answer is yes. We've already started doing this with the boss ladder, Uber Duriel, and we're looking for even more opportunities with which to give everybody things to tackle as they're working their way towards Uber Lilith, as well as, things for people to pursue once they defeat Uber Lilith. So yes, and as we develop those, we will share more information, probably in more campfire chats or on Diablo4.com.
Awesome, thank you, Kaylee. This one's an expansion question.
Okay.
So Brent, I will give this over to you. Will there be a season journey when expansion launches?
Yeah, we know we have a large community with players who like to play in a bunch of different styles. So when Vessel of Hatred launches, we're going to have stuff for Eternal players. We're going to have seasonal content. We're going to have people who want to continue to play vanilla, people who want to jump into the expansion. Basically, we're going to have something for everybody to have fun with.
Cool, thank you, Brent. Tiffany, this one for you. Will we have a system to save and switch between builds? A very popular question.
Very popular question.
So the reason Adam says this is a great question for me is because I ask Joe this all the time. It's something I'm also very, very passionate, myself and lots of the development team and lots of the community is very passionate about. So for those of you that played Diablo 3 are very familiar with the Armory. This is something that we brought to the game in patch 2.5. And so we've been talking about it for a very long time. There's so many different things, so many activities, like so much room for activities in Sanctuary, and so many different things to be doing, whether you're playing by yourself, playing with the group, PvP, et cetera, et cetera. There's Paragon board customization, there's build customization, there's outfit customization, what gear you're wearing. So we want to be able to have an easy way to switch between those so you can keep playing and keep, min-maxing all of your experiences while you're in the game. So we have nothing to announce in terms of when it's coming, but it's something that we're talking about all the time and hoping to bring to Diablo 4 as soon as we possibly can.
Awesome, I know it's a thing that a lot of people in the community have been asking for, and being able to switch between different builds and everything and have that saved. It's something that the team most definitely is working on. Next question we have is from someone who's actually attending here at BlizzCon and is actually a content creator, was in our opening ceremony as well.
In the opening ceremony
was
reel.
from Don the Crown, and I think he actually made like a decision to come to BlizzCon like 24 hours before BlizzCon started.
So he could be here right now.
He could be here right
I just
now.
really wanted to ask this question.
Yes, exactly. But I will say this question also came from a lot of people. But Don the Crown asked, do you intend to add more sources of living steel to the game?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that grinning demon, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
He sucks.
Yeah.
No, it's, that particular summoning material, we've certainly heard and experienced doing Helltides feels much more stingy than the other summoning materials. And so we want to make some improvements there. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, so expect improvements coming down the pipe for that. And by the way, I just want to thank everyone for not putting your names in the box, because I would have completely screwed up half the names in there, as I normally do. So I appreciate people who do not put their names on there. You're the best. Last thing I need to do is butcher that in front of like 5,000 people. Will the expansion feature a group finder or global chats? As social features, I know we've heard a lot of questions about. Brent?
Yeah. Social is a really big part of the game, and we see what everybody's doing with how they're leveraging trade chat to kind of work around some things. Our social team finds this incredibly important, right? Like, we got a lot of different ways to play the game, and we want to make sure that all of your communities can find each other and come together. And so we actually have to really get some tools in there to get to that point where everybody has a really smooth social experience. And so our goal is to make sure that we get as many of those tools in place before we actually get to the expansion.
Yeah, and I really want to make a special call out to, we have an entire part of our team who are focused on social and the player experience, and they are so dedicated and so enthusiastic and are just amazing people to work with, and they're paying attention to the things that everybody's talking about and need, and trying to figure out the best plan to get those kind of things to you in the best time frame.
Awesome. Thank you, Brent. Thank you, Kaylee. And then we have a kind of a last question here. This is from Knox, wherever you are here at BlizzCon. What are your plans? There we go.
There he
We
is.
found him. What are your plans for itemization moving forward? A very, very popular question.
All right.
The
Well,
question.
The question.
The question for Joe Shelley.
Yes.
do we have a panel after this, or? No, this is a very serious and important question, right? And while we're not ready to share all of the plans for itemization that we have going forward, the team is working on the problems that we see with itemization right now, right? I think I was watching, was a Carbot video, I think, recently. And
shout out to Carbot. Love his
you get the character gets 2 items, and they're trying to compare it, and pulls out his sort of monocle and is going through it. It's too difficult right now to compare items. It takes a lot of time, and we want to make that better. We also there are some affixes that are very conditional or have several layers of conditionality. Sometimes this gets, shorthand for this is a damage on Tuesdays, right? Like, I'm really good on, it's a couple days from now, it'll be incredible. But we think that there are too many of those that have really complicated conditional effects, and it's really hard to bring those into builds, and it contributes, as Kaylee was saying earlier, to a feeling of having it be very difficult to customize your items in a way that lets you get exactly the affixes that you want on your build.
Get
So that's
the field you're looking for, you know?
exactly. So that's something that we want to review. We also know that when you are optimizing your gear, the goal of that is to have the effect be that you feel that power. So you are customizing your gear, and then you go out and you want to be able to visually tell immediately, like, yeah, this made a difference, right? And then, of course, we also want to add more ways to modify items and add on additional complexity to items, through, this is often talked about in the context of crafting, right? Better ways to modify items in that way, yeah.
Awesome. Well, I know I'm going to throw another question at you, though, because there has been a lot of talk about the amount of aspects that are within the game. And so, do we have any plans on what we like for aspects specifically?
Yeah, so it's going to take us a little bit of time to get this right. Probably won't see it in season 3, but soon after that. But we want to get the aspect crystals out of your inventory and into the Codex of Power.
I think they agree with that. I think they quite like that.
I'm glad. We're starting work on it right now, so we'd have to go back. But no, the Codex of Power is really a great repository of all of the legendary powers, or it should be, we think. And there are lots of opportunities for upgrading it or bringing affixes that you found, and we just really want to make that better. Yeah.
Great, that's awesome to hear. I know a lot of people are excited to have an area where all their aspects are, as opposed to where we are right now with collecting everything for aspects and having your inventory kind of running back to the stash and putting them all in there and everything. So there we have it for the Diablo 4 Campfire Chat. We do have a lot of awesome things coming down the road, and I do want to remind everyone that this Tuesday we have an update with 5 new Malignant rings that will be hitting the game. You can farm Barshan to earn those rings specifically, and those rings are in Eternal and Seasonal, which is great to hear as well. And then, of course, on December 5th, we have our Abattoir of Zir. Google Abattoir if you don't know what that is. I did.
It's a slaughterhouse.
It's a slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
Cultured Adam. And then we also have Cultist updates hitting on December 5th. And of course, December 12th, we have our first holiday event hitting Diablo 4, which is Midwinter Blight, where players can actually end up earning a ton of different new cosmetics. Dress your character up in some bells, some wreaths, holly, etc.
Get very festive.
Exactly, get very festive. And I did want to remind everyone that we do have a Diablo Blood drive that is currently running. If you go to diablobloodharvest.com, currently the community is at 73% to the goal. Once we hit 100%,
good job, everyone.
Everyone gets some rewards. Good job.
great cause as well.
It's for an awesome cause. You know, we're aiming to have 666 quarts of blood
Of course
donated.
we are.
So of course, gotta stay with the theme. So make sure to check out the site for more information. Panelists,
Yeah,
do
we
you
just
have any
wanted to
parting
say
words?
thank you for coming to BlizzCon and watching online. We love Diablo and we love you.
I can't wait to get back in front of everybody here and have more to talk about with the expansion in the future. So I look forward to seeing you all in Sanctuary.
You know, I just want to thank all of our passionate players, and you know, we listen to everything that you're saying, and it's been so awesome to reveal Season of Blood and be able to bring some of those changes back, and then to come here and to be able to tell you about all the things that are, more things that are coming in Season of Blood and in future seasons and in Vessel of Hatred.
Yeah, Drew. Yeah, I just want to say thank you everyone for making this an amazing experience to be up here. Also, hi Mum and Dad, surprise, yes, I'm on the panel. I didn't tell them. But I mostly want to call out our amazing team, who many of them are working here at BlizzCon, who you may have met down in Hall A, they're doing signing, and everyone who's actually still back at the office, or well, would be, it's the weekend, they're not working. But everyone across all the spaces that we have and across the team in general.
Awesome. And I just want to thank everyone here. Thank you guys, everyone here, everyone at home. We hope you guys have had a wonderful BlizzCon. We're so happy to have you here. And we hope you guys come see us while BlizzCon's still going on for the rest of the day. And we'll see you in the next Campfire Chat. We'll have more Campfire Chats this year. And have an amazing BlizzCon, everyone. Thank you so much. We'll see you in Sanctuary.
Thank you.
BlizzCon 2023 would like to thank our partners. Xbox, power your dreams. Omen, game life. HTC Vive Mars, virtual production made simple. Intel, push your gameplay beyond performance with 13th gen Intel Core processors. Check out MSI's wide array of monitors, from Nobel Prize-winning quantum dot technology to 4K OLED panels. They've got you covered. And the beneficiary of BlizzCon's charity auction is Direct Relief.
Whatever you can do, we thank you.
Will you save us?
You make him suffer.
Can your shadow be our light?
Will you fight the darkness?
Please end their terror.
In the beginning, I was all alone, trying my best to do some good out there. But it didn't take long to realize that with the right friends, everything would change.
Step aside.
You don't know who you're messing with.
They knew the townsfolk were up to something sinister.
Let's move!
Right behind you! And it was like a powder keg waiting to explode.
We did it! No.
Oh, nuts. As it turned out, I had the right backup waiting for me. Just when I needed it.
Let's do this.
You got it, partner.
I didn't intentionally pursue leadership.
I'm gonna punch ya!
Candle mudslider.
Sleeping like a rock.
Let's show these fine folks some Badland hospitality.
Well, looking for a standoff? Careful, it's against me.
Good game.
Can you feel that? That rumbling of chaos. The growl of a hogger. The insect of a gnome. The squawk of a chicken? The truth is, there's no easy path to victory. But for those willing to rumble, greatness can be achieved. Our fighters have trained long and hard, and today is the day for them to test their mettle and battle for glory. Mayhem will ensue in the world of Azeroth. It's time to rumble.
And welcome back. We're about to witness the last match of the day here on the Warcraft Rumble stage. It's going to be OJ versus Esfand. So let's get some hype in the building. If you're here for Esfand, I know he's got a lot of fans right now on the Warcraft Rumble stage, and I cannot wait to see what build he plays here and if that kind of random strategy ends up working out for him. We're going to get into the game in just a moment here, but for the meantime, make sure that you're downloading Warcraft Rumble today. It's available on both the Apple Store as well as the Google Play Store. But that we're talking about, we're looking at OJ's POV right now. He is up 2-1. He could win this entire series if he takes the W here in this match.
Yeah, OJ looks like he's going heavy healing. He's got the jump, he's got Tyrion. Those two units both heal. He's got a lot of legs. Station!
Yeah, that is really the question. I mean, you can help not getting that damage, and that's really all that matters. Yeah, he's going to have full control of the map facilities, just like we saw in that last game. So OJ right now setting up a lot of resources up the line here. He's going to try and take control of that tower, which means that he's able to summon his minis further into S-Fan's base.
And if I'm not mistaken, S-Fan is running. S-Fan is playing the same leader. S-Fan is playing the same leader that he just won with.
Okay.
So I believe that is not copacetic. Station!
Yeah, we'll have to double check with that with our admins if that is allowed. But, in the meantime, we'll keep progressing with this matchup right now. S-Fan is doing that 10% lower in his health. So we are going to press forward here in this game because it looks like OJ sending some points up in the middle. S-Fan definitely putting on that pressure. There's a lot of damage happening on both bases right now.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job of recognizing, look, I've already got 3. How can just defend right now? There's no reason to get crazy. He's got good damage over S-Fan. He's got the damage lead. He's got the map control. He's got all things working in his favor. Now what you do when you have this much control of the map is cycle kobolds, get on top of those gold veins, take control of the bridge, and get on top of those treasure chests.
Station! They do right now. That S-Fan is trying to mention, but it looks like OJ is quick to this map. Very dominant. He's got that tower. He's got those gold veins as well as Station! S-Fan just throwing his hands back. I don't know if he's going to survive this one. I think he'll keep up.
Now OJ has like 40 gold veins on the board.
Did you see the emotes coming out on the side of S-Fan?
Those Amelia emotes. You love it.
All right, we'll give it up for OJ, our winner of the last series of the day here on the Warcraft Rumble stage. Incredibly well done by him, S-Fan. Unfortunately, he showed signs of life in that last one, but wasn't able to make it happen. Well, make sure that you go download the game. It is available now on the Apple Store as well as the Play Store. And once again, let us know your thoughts on Twitter, and we'll see you for the next one.
Bye.
Sorry to keep you all waiting, but now that I'm here, let's have some fun. Yep, that's my name, all right. And this right here is Gunny, and she can light up the whole dance floor. And this one's Cha-Cha. He's a sensitive little fella, a real hothead. And when I fire them both, it's double trouble. Actual gameplay footage. Going so soon, I'm gonna miss you. Don't tell me that's it. Both hearts pumping. I got your back. For now.
Woo!
I come. Sensei quick kiki. We got him where we want him.
Unbelievable.
So was I worth the wait? We're gonna have a hell of a time. Woo!
Me and my girlies, we gon' party tonight. Early going, feeling otherworldly tonight. Caught in some traffic, but the radio is passing through a red light, and we're saying goodbye.
Here's some good fortune.
Night to the morning, in slow motion. I got all I need, you get nothing else to do. The way that I'm feeling, I'm dancing with my girls. Perfect energy, yeah, we flowers, yeah, we free. There's no better feeling in the whole wide world. Tonight, I like it was wrong or right. Don't stop going on my line. And you're ready to something right. Don't stop going on my line.
When it comes to power, performance, and style, you can't do better than an MSI monitor. Rapid IPS and Rapid VA displays provide gamers with the quickest response time on the market, giving you a competitive edge. HDR400 technology provides more immersive experience for creators. With crystal clear images, 1440p resolution, and 1 millisecond gray-to-gray response, check out the latest MSI monitors to give you the advantages you need.
In fact, you gotta live with that. Who got it? For honor. Who won it? We mob it. No problem. Who got it? Who won it? No problem. Had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Had them stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes fall trying to have that price. When the first bill, better burst your pipes.
Sorry to keep you all waiting. But now that I'm here, let's have some fun. Yep, that's my name, all right. And this right here is Gunny. And she can light up the whole dance floor. And this one's Cha-Cha. He's a sensitive little fella, a real hothead. And when I fire them both, it's double trouble. Actual gameplay footage. Going so soon, I'm gonna miss you. Don't tell me that's it. Both hearts pumping. I got your back. For now. Here I come. Say quick Dicky. We got him where we want him.
Unbelievable.
So was I worth the wait? We're gonna have a hell of a time. Woo!
Me and my girlies, we gon' party tonight. So we got me feeling otherworldly tonight. Caught in some traffic, but the radio is passing through the red light, and we're saying goodbye.
Here's some good fortune.
Night to the morning, in slow motion. I got all I need, you do nothing else to do. The way that I feel when I'm dancing with my girl. Perfect energy, yeah, we flawless, yeah, we free. There's no better feeling in the whole wide world. Tonight, I don't care what's wrong or right. Don't stop blowing on my light. And you're ready to start tonight. Don't stop blowing on my light.
When it comes to power, performance, and style, you can't do better than an MSI monitor. Rapid IPS and rapid VA displays provide gamers with the quickest response time on the market, giving you a competitive edge. HDR400 technology provides more immersive experience for creators. With crystal clear images, 1440p resolution, and 1 millisecond gray-to-gray response, check out the latest MSI monitors to give you the advantages you need.
In fact, you gotta live with that. Who got it? For honor. Who won it? We mob it. No problem. Who got it? Who won it? No problem. Had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Had them stripes, would you go hard just to have that ice? Other dudes fall trying to have that price. When the push good, but the bird show pipes.
Whatever you can do, we thank you.
Will you save us?
Will you make him suffer?
Can your shadow be our light?
Will you fight the darkness?
Please end the terror.
If they gon' sleep, I'ma wake them. I already know who they ain't no.
In the beginning, I was all alone, trying my best to do some good out there. But it didn't take long to realize that with the right friends, everything would change.
Step aside. You don't know who you're messing with.
They knew the townsfolk were up to something sinister.
Let's move!
Right behind you! And it was like a powder keg, waiting to explode.
We did it! No.
Oh, nuts. As it turned out, I had the right backup waiting for me, just when I needed it.
Let's do this.
You got it, partner.
I didn't intentionally pursue leadership.
I'm gonna punch ya!
Candle mudslider.
Sleeping like a rock!
Let's show these fine folks some Badland hospitality.
Well, looking for a standoff? Careful, it's against me.
Good game.
You're here to tell me we don't get to hide.
Is that it?
You needed time. We stayed away. But time by itself heals nothing.
You didn't just come here for me. It's the visions. You've seen them.
I suspect many have lately. Something, someone is calling out from the heart of the world. Like a voice from a dream. Something dark is coming, Anduin. The world needs your light again. My son.
I am not that person anymore. I have no light. Not after what I've seen. Not after what I've done.
You are not your past, Anduin. I trust you.
Hear me.
They're getting worse. Look, whatever's coming, I'll stand with you. Of course I will. But we were drawn here by the voice. Who is it, Thrall? Who's calling out to us?
I'm not sure yet. But that sword was aimed at someone.
Whatever you can do, we thank you.
Will you save us?
Will you make him suffer?
Can your shadow be our light?
Will you fight the darkness?
Please, end their terror.
If they gon' sleep, I'ma wake them. You already know who they hang on.
In the beginning, I was all alone, trying my best to do some good out there. But it didn't take long to realize that with the right friends, everything would change.
Step aside.
You don't know who you're messing with.
They knew the townsfolk were up to something sinister.
Let's move!
Right behind you! And it was like a powder keg, waiting to explode.
We did it! No!
Oh, nuts. As it turned out, I had the right backup waiting for me, just when I needed it.
Let's do this.
You got it, partner.
I didn't intentionally pursue leadership.
I'm gonna punch ya!
Candle mudslider.
Sleeping like a rock.
So these fine folks on Badland Hospitality.
Well, looking for a standoff? Careful, it's against me.
Good game.
You're here to tell me we don't get to hide. Is that it?
You needed time. We stayed away. But time by itself heals nothing.
You didn't just come here for me. It's the visions. You've seen them.
I suspect many have lately. Something, someone, is calling out from the heart of the world. Like a voice from a dream. Something dark is coming, Anduin. The world needs your light again. My son.
I am not that person anymore. I have no light. Not after what I've seen. Not after what I've done.
You are not your past, Anduin. I trust you.
Hear me.
They're getting worse. Look, whatever's coming, I'll stand with you. Of course I will. But we were drawn here by the voice. Who is it, Thrall? Who's calling out to us?
I'm not sure yet. But that sword was aimed at someone.
Sorry to keep you all waiting, but now that I'm here, let's have some fun. Yep, that's my name, all right. And this right here is Gunny, and she can light up the whole dance floor. And this one's Cha-Cha. He's a sensitive little fella, a real hothead. And when I fire them both, it's double trouble. Actual gameplay footage. Going so soon, I'm gonna miss you. Don't tell me that's it. Both hearts pumping. I got your back. For now. Here I come. Say quick, Kiki. We got him where we want him.
Unbelievable.
So was I worth the wait? We're gonna have a hell of a time. Woo!
When it comes to power, performance, and style, you can't do better than an MSI monitor. Rapid IPS and Rapid VA displays provide gamers with the quickest response time on the market, giving you a competitive edge. HDR400 technology provides a more immersive experience for creators. With crystal clear images, 1440p resolution, and 1 millisecond gray-to-gray response, check out the latest MSI monitors to give you the advantages you need.
In fact, you gotta live with that. Who got it? For honor. Who won it? We mob it. No problem. Who got it? Who won it? No problem. Had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Had those stripes, would you go hard just to have that ice? Other dudes fall trying to have that price. When the push good, but the bird show pipes.
Whatever you can do, we thank you.
Will you save us?
Will you make him suffer?
Can your shadow be our light?
fight the darkness.
Please end their terror.
If they go sleep, I'ma wake them. You already know who they hang
In the beginning, I was all alone, trying my best to do some good out there. But it didn't take long to realize that with the right friends, everything would change.
Step aside.
Ha! You don't know who you're messing with.
They knew the townsfolk were up to something sinister.
Let's move!
Right behind you! And it was like a powder keg, waiting to explode.
We did it! No!
Oh, nuts. As it turned out, I had the right backup waiting for me, just when I needed it.
Let's do this.
You got it, partner!
I didn't intentionally pursue leadership.
I'm gonna punch ya!
Candle butt slider.
Sleeping like a rock.
Let's show these fine folks some Badland hospitality.
Well, looking for a standoff? Careful, it's against me.
Good game.
You're here to tell me we don't get to hide. Is that it?
You needed time. We stayed away. But time by itself heals nothing.
You didn't just come here for me.
It's the visions. You've seen them.
I suspect many have lately. Something, someone is calling out from the heart of the world, like a voice from a dream. Something dark is coming, Anduin. The world needs your light again, my son.
I'm not that person anymore. I have no light. Not after what I've seen. Not after what I've done.
You are not your past, Anduin. I trust you.
Hear me.
They're getting worse. Look, whatever's coming, I'll stand with you. Of course I will. But we were drawn here by the voice. Who is it, Thrall? Who's calling out to us?
I'm not sure yet. But that sword was aimed at someone.
Sorry to keep you all waiting, but now that I'm here, let's have some fun. Yep, that's my name, all right. And this right here is Gunny, and she can light up the whole dance floor. And this one's Cha-Cha. He's a sensitive little fella, a real hothead. And when I fire them both, it's double trouble. Actual gameplay footage. Going so soon, I'm gonna miss you. Don't tell me that's it. Both hearts pumping. I got your back. For now. Here I come. Sensei quick Kiki. We got him where we want him.
Unbelievable.
So was I worth the wait? We're gonna have a hell of a time. Woo!
Me and my girlies, we gon' party tonight. Early, got me feeling otherworldly tonight. Caught in some traffic, but the radio is passing through the red light, and we're saying goodbye.
Here's some good fortune.
Night to the morning, in slow motion. I got all I need, you got the answer. The way that I'm feeling, I'm dancing with my girls. Perfect energy, yeah, we flowers and we free. There's no better feeling in the whole wide world. Tonight, I don't give what's wrong or right. Don't stop blowing on my light. And you ready? Don't stop blowing on my light.
When it comes to power, performance, and style, you can't do better than an MSI monitor. Rapid IPS and rapid VA displays provide gamers with the quickest response time on the market, giving you a competitive edge. HDR400 technology provides more immersive experience for creators. With crystal clear images, 1440p resolution, and 1 millisecond gray-to-gray response, check out the latest MSI monitors to give you the advantages you need.
You gotta live with that. Who got it? Honor. Who won it? We mob it. No problem. Who got it? Who won it? No problem. Had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Had them stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? A lot of dudes fall trying to have that price. When it looks good, but the birds show pipes.
Whatever you can do, we beg you.
Will you save us?
Will you make him suffer?
Can your shadow be our light?
Will you fight the darkness?
Please end the terror.
If they gon' sleep, I'ma wake them. You already know who they ain't
In the beginning, I was all alone, trying my best to do some good out there. But it didn't take long to realize that with the right friends, everything would change.
Step aside.
You don't know who you're messing with.
They knew the townsfolk were up to something sinister.
Let's move!
Right behind you! And it was like a powder keg waiting to explode.
We did it! No.
Oh, nuts. As it turned out, I had the right backup waiting for me, just when I needed it.
Let's do this.
You got it, partner.
I didn't intentionally pursue leadership.
I'm gonna punch ya!
Candle mud slider.
Sleeping like a rock! Let's show these fine folks some Badland hospitality!
Well, looking for a standoff? Careful, it's against me.
BlizzCon 2023 would like to thank our partners. Omen, Game Life. Xbox, power your dreams. Mountain Dew Game Fuel Mystic Punch. Redeem points for gaming rewards and exclusive items in Diablo 4. NVIDIA GeForce RTX 40 series and NVIDIA Reflex, the highest FPS and lowest latency on PC. Secret Lab, award-winning comfort engineered to support your every move. Experience the ultimate performance gaming seat. HyperX, we're all gamers.
It's finally here. Welcome to BlizzCon 2023 Community Night. Live from sunny California, we have cosplayers from all over the globe, together for the first time in 4 years. Tonight is a celebration of a community that means so much to so many. Here are your hosts for the evening: Kiki Day, Alicia Cornelia, Ash S. Vicky, and Melissa Kelly.
There's a lot of you. Welcome to BlizzCon 2023. I am so happy to see you guys all weekend. It's been incredible. My name is Melissa Kelly. I am a 3D character artist on Overwatch. Fun fact, I may have made the 3D model for Pajama Ilari, if you've seen that.
Hello, my friends. My name is Ash S. Vicky, and I am a game producer over Dungeons on Diablo 4. It's really nice to meet you all. Thank you. Along with helping to support some of the most incredible developers across the entire universe, I'm also known to be a contagiously enthusiastic person of the internet. It's really good to see you all.
Welcome to our inn! Hello! My name is Alicia Cornelia. I'm a senior game producer on Hearthstone. And with me here tonight is my little friend here, Sarge, who I crocheted. I think we want to meet Kiki. Hi, everyone. My name is Kiki Day. I'm an art producer on World of Warcraft. Can I get a For the Alliance? For the Horde? Little something about me. My first cosplay ever was at BlizzCon 2010, where I was Jaina Proudmoore. Let's get right into it. We have so much to share with you tonight from this gorgeous community, and we are so happy to be able to celebrate it together in person. An especially warm welcome to all of those joining us from online. We are so grateful to all of you in this community. You are literally the heart of everything that we do. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes. Tonight, you will see amazing digital arts and some storytelling as well, some short films from some of our finalists, and of course, you're gonna see this glorious cosplay. We're gonna top off the night with an extremely special performance by the K-pop sensation, Le Seraphim.
Here on stage to open our show are the fantastic exhibition cosplayers. We are thrilled to have them here to start off the night right and share their cosplay creations with you all. It's incredible the amount of time that goes into cosplay, whether you're competing or not. Whether you're hand sewing your own boots or 3D modeling and printing a medieval weapon. The level of skill in our community is absolutely unreal. We have cosplayers from all over the globe with us tonight who have been working on what you're seeing tonight for months and months. Aren't they amazing? Let's show them some love as they put themselves out there on the world stage, everybody. Please say thank you for sharing your creations with us.
tonight, our cosplayers are competing for awards in 4 major categories. From the winner of those 4 categories, we'll choose the best in show. The first category is Master Crafter, which focus on artistry and traditional or cutting-edge crafting techniques.
The second is Colossal Creation, honoring a person who demonstrates excellence in using large-scale fabrication to create a legendary, larger-than-life character.
The next category is Epic Effects, which includes cosplayers that have included special effects such as lighting, smoke, or robotic elements, and more.
The fourth category is Dynamic Duos, honoring 2 outstanding contestants who have paired up to represent best friends, heroes, or ancient rivals from across our Blizzard lore.
And finally, Best in Show. The winners of our individual categories will duel it out for the coveted top prize.
Thanks.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your clapping.
Thank you to the exhibitors for getting us started. They all look beyond incredible.
Absolutely incredible.
I have like so many ideas swimming in my head for a costume next year.
Oh my gosh, we're going to spill about it later. I can't wait to hear all about it.
I know.
All right, let's get into the cosplay competition. Let's hear it, come on. Starting us off tonight is Kobold Cosplay in his version of the Warriors Challenge armor set from World of Warcraft. His favorite part is the weapon, the flail. He has always wanted to make one of those. Such incredible detail. He sets the bar extremely high right out the gate. Let's hear it for Kobold Cosplay.
That's great in there. That's close. Oh, wow.
Please welcome Synthetic Sin as Overwatch's Widowmaker. This is Synthetic Sin's first experiment with 3D printing. She worked so hard on this, she burned out her printer. So we give her extra points for tenacity. Let's make some really loud, crazy noise for her Widowmaker. Next, we have Malice Bitterfork as Chrysalis the Infinite. This is a stash cosplay made with all recycled materials to lessen their global footprint. Everything Everything they are wearing has been repurposed with nothing new purchased. They sewed all the textures into their fabric by hand. That is absolutely incredible. Let's hear it for Malice. Are you ready for this one? Please welcome Chris Dalton as Domination Anduin. Chris has been a fan of Anduin since he brokered peace for Mists of Pandaria, because a true warrior fights for peace. Anduin's dominated armor set is 3D printed and game accurate, which means he can't lift his shoulders, am I right? Let's hear it up for Chris Dalton as Dominated Anduin. Please welcome Consequence Cosplay as Diablo Anointed Wizard from Diablo Immortal. Tonight, she's using her wizarding skills. This cosplay is sculpted with foam clay, fabric, and vinyl, and it is incredible. This looks so amazing. Let's make some noise for Consequence Cosplay. So incredible. My Blue Flight, let's hear it. This is Raleigh Cosplay as Caligos. He's wielding Dragon Wrath, the legendary staff of the Blue Flight. His costume and staff have 5 separate lighting systems and nearly 200 LEDs. Absolutely incredible. Let's hear it for Raleigh Cosplay. Here comes Dusk Rose as Elise Star Singer from Hearthstone. Dusk Rose was inspired by a BlizzCon 19 key art poster of Elise. This is a mixed media costume using sewn fabric, foam, thermoplastics, and resin casing. Everything but the kitchen sink. I was so happy to see you in the tavern, Elise. Thank you for visiting us. Put your hand together for Duck Rose! Next, we have Anna Hogan as Lich Queen Jaina Proudmore. Yeah. This cosplay is a father-daughter project. Anna and her dad, Chris, have been working on this costume since right after BlizzCon 2019, and it shows. It definitely shows. Wow, wow. Absolutely stunning. Let's hear it for Anna. And her dad, Chris. Okay, that wraps up our first group of cosplayers, and I cannot believe the level of skill I just saw. That was absolutely incredible.
So good, right?
I know. I don't know how we're gonna see more. Let's make them feel our love. Let's hear it for our first group again. Come on, come on.
We had scores of community members submit incredible original art pieces using all kinds of mediums. Stained glass, paper quilling, flower headdresses, sculpture. The talents of this community are limitless. Throughout the night, we will show you the finalists, all leading up to the Best Art Award handed out later. Our first art finalist is Anton Jacob with 30 Years Together. This original art celebrates 30 years of Blizzard Evolving gameplay. Look out for all the fun Easter eggs. The artist is included from all Blizzard franchises. Isn't this incredible? Let's hear it for Anton. Next is artist Kim Guan-il, with their original art called Tree of Life, a beautiful interpretation of an Overwatch life leader with all their beautiful healing energy. Can you just feel it, everybody? This is stunning, amazing work, Kim.
We love a life weaver. All right. Next is our first finalist in the digital storytelling short film category. Ooh, I heard oohs. We will be showing you the top 3 finalists tonight. Each is under 3 minutes and based in the Blizzard universe per the contest rules. We will be announcing the winner later tonight. First up is Joey Richard Briggs with his film Super Battle Pets, a charming tale of a badass turtle, an adorable corgi, and an epic battle matchup. Let's take a look.
Well, well, well. If it isn't my favorite cookie dispenser. It's been a long time, hasn't it?
I honestly did not think you foolish enough to return. Guess I was wrong.
I'm sure that happens a lot, huh?
Funny. My level 5 turtlet is now more fearsome and powerful than ever before. Your battle pet doesn't stand a chance.
Oh, I wouldn't underestimate him if I were you. Cheeto here isn't the same battle pet he was when we last fought.
Then show me.
Now, Cheeto, go! Cheeto, use Puppy Parade. Cheeto, no! Ah, dang it.
Oh my gosh. It like gets me. I don't know. What a great short film. Oh my gosh.
My friend, as a corgi owner myself, I feel a certain amount of emotions after viewing that kind of stuff.
It's
but
just like the molten corgi origins.
the molten
Yeah,
corgi,
yeah.
it's so
That's what it
special.
is.
Who else here loves the molten corgi pet?
He's fine.
So special.
There is so much creativity in this community. But now, let's see more of our cosplay contestants. Please welcome our next duo act, Crafty and Anna Silvoso as Sprinkles Diva and her ice cream mech. Crafty is our youngest competitor at 13 years old, and this costume is her design. So much talent in someone so young. I wish my parents supported my cosplay when I was 13.
I wish
They
I
thought it
had
was
an ice
weird.
cream mecha. That's the
Yeah, where's my mech parent? Give it up for Crafty and her mom, Anna. Next is Katie as Mercy from Overwatch. Katie has been working on this costume since the release of Overwatch 2. She has done all the 3D modeling herself, big respect, and works with a combination of thermoplastics, foam, and classic corsetry.
Wow, absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
You can really tell how much time.
Yeah,
it
I know. Mercy Mains eat tonight.
I need healing, that's for sure.
Mercy Mains get everything. They're gonna at me for that one, I know that. It looks absolutely amazing. Put your hands together for Katie as Mercy. It's so cute. Next, please welcome Avira Cosplay as Demonic Brigitte. Based on the Diablo Overwatch mashup art by Zach Fisher, Avira has spent more than 550 hours fabricating this costume. Absolutely incredible work.
Now, I might be a little biased, but any sort of Diablo crossover, this is absolutely incredible.
Yeah,
well
I
done,
mean,
friend. Well done.
Biases aside, I love a Diablo too. Don't get me wrong. New skin ideas? I don't know. Dion? Make some noise for Demonic Brigitte and Avira Cosplay. Next, you know him, you love him, it's Winton, our favorite scientist primate and the icon of Overwatch. But did you know his alter ego, Pimpston? So he wrote a poem for us, which I'm reading now. Pimpston, player of the game, the ape with a cape, the chimp with a limp. No need to solo queue. Pimpston's got you.
I think
This
we all
is
need a
always
Pimpston.
enemy team Winston, though.
I know, right?
My
I know it.
Winston is never like
You
this.
look wonderful, friend. Wonderful.
Let's give a primate welcome to Pimpston.
Don't crack me up. This community is amazing. All right, next, please welcome Misha as a safe pilot from Warcraft Rumble. Oh, I did it too fast. She's flying in right now, lowering altitude. You can hear it.
Got duck.
Yeah, we got there. We got there. Cosplay is a family affair for Misha. Her son is competing tonight as well.
Well, you know what they say. I don't know what they say, but it's great that they're doing it as a
I was
family.
like waiting. I was like, what do they say?
Well done.
Yeah, amazing job. Make some noise for Misha. Please welcome Jam 41 as Vision Z, a demon hunter born and raised on Argus by an Illidari couple sometime during the Illidari's escape from prison in Legion. He was given the name Visions, an Illidari nickname, because he possesses the ability of spectral sight without the need to blind himself.
Man, I wish I had the ability of spectral sight.
Dude, my eyesight alone is not good.
I don't have good
spectral
normal
sight.
sight. I was ready.
I know. I was
ready
like,
to
he's
fight.
approaching. Run. This costume takes 7 to 8 hours to put together. A labor of love for Jam 41. So let's show him a little love. He's approaching again. Next, let's welcome Chai Latte as her weakness, a rogue from Diablo. This costume is a dream come true for Chai Latte, coming full circle from first playing Diablo as a rogue to finally embodying the character in Diablo 4.
Wow.
I
love you, Chai. You're
Yeah,
wonderful.
I know. Big fan.
Absolutely wonderful.
The bow is massive too. Wow. Let's put your hands together one more time for Chai Latte's rogue. Next, please welcome Seam Rip Cosplay as Green Dragonfly Ysera. This amazing costume took 180 hours to make and has LEDs sewn into the skirt lining. They have always loved the aesthetic of the green dragonflight druids and night elves. They have bonded with mutuals here at BlizzCon with cosplay of the same character and geeked out about their builds together. That's the magic of cosplay, isn't it?
It's the magic of cosplay. It's the special something, something, the special sauce. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. It's okay. It's part of it.
Let's hear it for Seam Rip Cosplay. Next, please welcome 8-Bit Pink as Lifeweaver from Overwatch.
Stunning.
So cute. Her cosplay is entirely handmade, and she learned how to laser cut specifically for this Lifeweaver cosplay. She has originally made this as an ice skating costume.
An ice skating costume.
I know.
I barely
I'm gonna
walk
cry.
on
It's so cute.
ground.
Oh,
she's beautiful.
It's lovely. It's so accurate. You're absolutely blossoming, 8-Bit Pink. Let's show her some love. You guys are looking ahead. No spoilers. Please welcome James Sherman as Archangel Inarius. James and his father painstakingly created this cosplay together because even an Archangel can use a hand from his dad. This isn't the first cosplay they've created together. They won second place at BlizzCon 2017 with their Jim Raynor costume, which I remember seeing. I remember that one. The Pauldrons.
It's Dad.
It's Dad.
It's Dad.
Let's hear it for James Sherman as Anarius. In an ode to their southern roots, please welcome Rose Evergreen as Mardi Gras Ash from Overwatch. Oh, I love her. Okay. I love her. I love her. Growing up in a household filled with Southern music, especially New Orleans bounce, Rose feels a connection with the fierce Mardi Gras gunslinger.
I think I'm in love.
I know I'm in love.
Oh my
This
gosh.
is
Stunning.
I
work.
know. We need
Look
to
at
update that
her.
skin. This is not like
That's a vibe.
Yeah. Let's bring the New Orleans vibe to this house as we celebrate Rose Evergreen and her drag interpretation of Mardi Gras Ash.
Are we moving? Wow. The cosplay contestants are bringing the heat this year. Some really remarkable costumes here tonight. I'm stunned.
I
Honestly,
know.
it just makes me want to jump right into the creative state again and start crafting some stuff.
I know, like my face hurts because I've just been like
My
big
cheeks.
cheesing.
I just
Yeah,
got
know.
big cheesing going on. You guys are incredible. Absolutely wonderful. Group 2 gave Group 1 a run for the money. Let's give Group 2 a huge round of applause.
We'll see a few more cosplayers in just a few more minutes. But now it's time to see the next art and short film finalists. Our next art finalist is Team Building by Olga Haishak. A whimsical look at who you might meet at a Blizzard party. A little like this one. Isn't that incredible? It's awesome, right? Let's hear it for Olga.
That is beautiful.
So good.
I love it.
Our next art entry was inspired by a dream Ru Zhang had about leveling up with his friends in Negrand during the summer of 21. Cherished memories of blue skies, clouds, floating islands, and of course, the 4 friends who have been by his side all along.
I'm getting all the feels.
You know? It's pretty great. Let's hear it for Walking in Negrand.
All right, now let's see the second finalist in the short film category. This film is about a toy maker who sets up shop in Valdrakken, much to the delight, pardon me, of the little scaled whelp daycare. All the audio used in this short film is from World of Warcraft, and all of the art was drawn by the filmmaker. This is The Toy Maker by Robin Spanton. Enjoy. Wow, there are some really talented filmmakers in our community. Great work. Did that get anybody else? I'm feeling a little emotional.
Oh my gosh, try not to ruin my makeup.
But now, who wants to see more cosplay contestants?
I would love to see more cosplay contestants.
Please welcome Zanzibar as a sorcerer in Mother's Mercy armor from Diablo 4.
Mother
Zanzibar is a big... Wow. Zanzibar is a big fan of the design of Lilith and Mother's Mercy. Set is her main in Diablo 4 and Lilith themed. She looks just like her character in game, articulated tail and all. She really does look like she's just jumped right out of our
like
our
armor
machine.
detail.
Wow,
Highlighted.
unbelievable. Everybody, please put your hands together for Zanzibar.
Yes.
Next up is Dialgo as Rathian from World of Warcraft, Dragonflight. Rathian can sometimes be a little shady. I mean, he got sucker punched by Anduin for a reason, right? But what's not shady is how much Dialgo looks just like Rathian. Wow, just absolutely incredible.
A lot of Rathian fans out there. I hear you. I see you. Naughty,
Make some noise for Dialgo, everybody. Please welcome Eludiana as Diablo 4 Primal Sorceress. Oh my gosh. Eludiana says, no robots were harmed in the making of this costume, which, good. We don't need robots being harmed. All patterns were handcrafted without CAD assistance. Most of this costume is traditional trade work. She fell in love with the Primal set when she saw the concept artwork, and we are in love with her interpretation of it. Oh my gosh, I'm ready to put this into the game. It's stunning.
The feathers.
The feathers.
It's so good.
It's so good. Beautiful job. Let's hear it for Eluana. Next, please welcome Banshee Queen cosplay as classic Alexstrasza. This is Alexstrasza before Dragonflight, and Banshee Queen used foam smithing to bring her to life. Wow, this costume is absolutely giving me life, as it should. Miss Alexstrasza is giving me life.
Oh, it's so good. I love her.
Stunning. I love this color. Gorgeous work. Please give it up for the Banshee Queen cosplay. Stunning. Absolutely.
The velvet
stunning.
too? Wow.
Please welcome Claus as Tyrael, Archangel of Justice. Wow.
Oh, it's moving.
Oh my God. This cosplay was inspired by the statue on Tyrael on Blizzard's campus. Claus custom designed a 3D printed armor and custom embroidered the tabard. His wings have 4 motors and a control he coded himself. So you're telling me this is like just a science project, really, in
that's
general.
wild. You know, I walk by this statue every day.
Every day. We
Like,
love
just
it.
like it.
Looks just like
It really does.
Make some noise for Claus as Archangel Tyrael because the world needs more justice. Well done. Amazing. Amazing. Please welcome Jen as Diablo 3's Demon Hunter. This is only the second armor set that Jen has ever made. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. She has played WoW since vanilla and has played a DPS class in game. She's also a healer in real life. She's a registered nurse. I would love to receive registered service nurse stuff from her in a Demon Hunter costume.
Like,
that
do we
would be
need
incredible.
the nurse because of her, or?
Let's hear it for Jen, everybody.
You like that?
Next up, here is Ashley as Denathrius. Ashley was inspired to
to make Denathrius because she was drawn to his unique character and charismatic. His personality was instantly iconic, and she had a lot of fun getting into the endgame content during Castle Nathria patch. Look at the legs. That's just, I know. I don't understand either.
Somebody literally screeched out there. Like, it was awesome.
Let's hear it for Ashley as Denathrius. Please welcome Teeny and Taylor Meyer as Dragon Aspects, Alex Straza and Latharian. Teeny and Taylor came to BlizzCon 2019 as Sylvanas and Nathanos, even before there was a duo category. When they saw the dynamic duo this year, they knew they had to enter. Gosh, I am so glad they entered.
I know.
You look stunning, my friends. What a gorgeous couple.
One cosplay is hard enough. Two,
I love it.
double trouble.
Let's make some noise for Teeny and Taylor, everybody.
Whoa.
She's arrived, everybody, the Blessed Mother. Please welcome Tiffany Gordon cosplay as the ultimate queen, the incomparable mother, the amazing Lilith. Tiffany has been working on this cosplay for more than 4 months nonstop, and it shows. Trust me, I follow her online. She's incredible. She is giving quintessential Lilith, and I might need medical assistance. I don't know.
Yeah, go get the.
I'm not well. She looks amazing.
Those
Could you
wings
please?
are wild.
Oh my
wow.
gosh. Will you all help me show how much love we have for our Blessed Mother? Wow. The cosplay contestants are out of the world this year, and some really outstanding costumes are here tonight. I know, friend. I know.
I'm like,
there's just so much
many
emotion
amazing
and
things.
talent. It's really so inspiring
Yeah.
and influential to see like what this community can put together.
we're
Honestly,
also seeing them for the first time, by the way.
Yeah.
So we're just like,
This
oh
is
my
real. This
gosh,
is not
like,
staged.
Yeah, we've not seen them before.
It's
so.
wonderful. So much fun.
Oh,
Fresh
wow.
eyes. Fresh eyes. Yes. These are some great cosplayers. I'm not sure which group was my favorite. I wouldn't want to judge tonight.
I think it's my group, though.
It is.
I don't know.
I don't know. Let's have a round of applause for group 3, everybody.
We'll see more in a few minutes, but now it's time to see the next art and short film finalists.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it dropped fell. Are you sure you want to see it? I didn't really believe that.
Yeah.
Can we hear it for our next
Kind of
finalist?
lackluster. Oh, with that one. There we go.
That's better. Love your pets, and they will always be your faithful companions unconditionally. This holds true both in World of Warcraft and in real life. This is beautifully portrayed by Yuri Smolanyov. I'm so sorry I butchered that. The huntress and her pet. Look at this. That is absolutely gorgeous. Let's hear it for Yuri.
Don't we love a good hug? Good hug, good hug. Our next artist, Arthur Lorenz, once heard a quote about StarCraft that said, "This is not Warcraft in space." And it inspired him to explore what exactly Warcraft in space might look like.
That's awesome.
Look at that.
That is incredible.
This is a love letter to his 2 favorite Blizzard franchises. Let's give it up for Arthur Lorenz's Warcraft in Space.
So incredible. Next is our 3rd finalist in the short film category. This is a live action short filmed in natural settings with most of the costumes made by the filmmaker. Please enjoy in French with English subtitles,
Clement Rousseau's short film, Arthas Menethil.
Mon fils, sache qu'au jour de ta naissance, même les forêts de Lordaeron ont murmuré ton nom. Arthas. Très bientôt, tu deviendras paladin. Tu devras défendre les faibles gens. Un étrange mal corrompt notre terre. Va, mon fils.
Mon père, pour sûr, j'irai inspecter.
Renonce, Arthas! Cela n'est pas ton sort. Vois, cette lame se nourrit des mannes. Arme-t-on déjà ton âme se fane. Nous ruinerons le fléau autrement.
Rien ne m'a chalu plus que cette arme qui nous sauvera. Fais-moi vraiment confiance. Tu verras.
I actually cannot get over how good these shorts are. I cannot wait to see who takes home the prize.
It's really like everybody is so equally exciting and just so talented.
I know. I'm glad they asked us to host and not judge. This is so much easier than that. We will find out soon who wins, but now let us see our last batch of cosplay contestants.
Come on, next. Come on, one more.
Wake up, wake
Let's
up,
go.
let's go. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Next, please welcome Brutality as Valera Sanguinar.
Wow.
This is Brutality's first ever all-crafted cosplay. Wow, pretty awesome. She made it a few weeks after losing her dad, and we think it's divinely inspired. Brutality, we know he'd be proud of you. You look amazing.
This is amazing. Well done.
Doesn't it look so great?
Those blades look incredible.
Absolutely fantastic.
Incredible.
Wow, I can't get over it. It looks so good.
Amazing. I'm like crying. I'm sorry.
I know the dad thing got you.
Let's make some noise for Brutality as Valera Sanguinar. I want you all to give a please warm welcome to Kanika as Ysera from Dragonflight. Kanika fell in love with batik fabric dyeing in the process of making this costume.
Wow.
She's inspired by Ysera's strength. Even in death, it couldn't stop her. She was reborn a guardian and a protector of nature. Show some love.
This costume is absolutely incredible. I can see so much detail even from all the way over here. I can't get over how she looks like she came right out of the game. This is incredible.
What I really like is the horns, because I just genuinely, they're so detailed and they look like they just sprouted out of her head. It's like, whoop, just right there.
Let's make some noise.
Yeah, let's hear it up for Kanika.
Beautiful.
Next up is Ashley Day as Priest Tier 5. Ooh. Ashley's first character was a priest, and this set has always been her favorite. This is only her second time cosplaying, and the first time working in Ava foam.
Wow.
That's incredible.
I'm impressed.
Her wings were sculpted out of foam floor mats with foam clay and wood filler to keep them lightweight. So she was walking on it, and then she said, I'm going to put it on me.
Yeah,
That's good.
amazing.
I love it.
Cute.
Love it. Looks gorgeous.
Let's hear
Nice
some
work,
priest
Ashley.
love, some priest love.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah.
Next, please welcome Hoppa as Captain Flynn Fairwind from World of Warcraft.
Yes,
Hoppa, this is your first cosplay. Whoa. Amazing. Everything but the jacket is 100% handmade. Incredible.
Yes.
Oh, love it. So good. Yeah. Nothing like trying cosplay for the first time at the biggest cosplay competition ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Right?
that's just
That's
go
not
all the way to
scary at
11.
all.
It's fine.
Yeah, not daunting.
It looks so good.
It's so incredible, and it just gives me all those.
True to
like,
the game, right?
Yeah.
You would know.
I love Flynn, and this is just, oh my gosh, I love it so much. I can't.
All right, everybody, let's hear it up for Hoppa. Please welcome Nick Niedenbach as the handsome Archmage Khadgar. Yeah. Oh! All right, let's not damage the Anaheim Convention Center, all right? The shoulder mantle is made from almost 250 scales that were heat shaped, sealed, painted, and sewn into the underlying fabric. So much detail. Look at that. So good. Let's hear it for Nick.
He's a little ham. That's a lot
Absolutely
of scales.
incredible. That's a
Love
lot of
it.
scales.
Love
You can
scales.
say he tipped the scales.
Okay, all right.
They think I'm funny. All righty, please welcome Shirei, wearing the vestments of blind absolution. Oh, wow.
Wow.
This cosplay was based on what Shirei's main character has carried in her bag for 9 years. It's a heavy bag.
It's a heavy bag. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff.
It's a lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff.
Gotta
in a
have
bag.
priorities.
Yeah.
Her goal with this costume was to make it flexible enough to rock the halls of BlizzCon in comfort. Fashionable, functional, fabulous.
Yeah, that's how you work. That's how you work. I love this so much.
Looking
It's
great?
incredible.
Feeling great? Let's hear it. Fantastic. Because the couple that cosplays together stays together. Whoa! Oh, good. Here's Lauren and Neil twinning as Corcoran Dark Shaman.
Whoa.
Lauren and Neil met at BlizzCon 2016. Now they are married and have a beautiful baby daughter.
Oh, bigger aw, yeah.
Next year, get your daughter on stage with you.
True, little baby.
Do a triple competition, yeah?
Yeah.
That's
that'd
what
be
we call keep it growing with the family.
Oh, they look so soft.
So good.
I know.
Oh. Make some noise for Lauren and Neil. I need healing.
I need healing. I need healing.
Next, welcome Faye Airy as Holy Priest Mercy.
Wow. Yes.
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 It's so sparkly.
Oh, so good.
I love it. I want
It's
one.
so tiny. Faye Airy's inspiration for her Blood Elf Mercy is mainly Sindarai architecture, particularly Silver Moon City.
Mm-hmm.
She wanted to explore the crossovers between the priest class in World of Warcraft and Overwatch, inspired by the crossover skins.
It's double the priest, and it's just giving. I love it so
I'm
much.
hearing the Silver Moon City music in my ears while being healed at the same time, and I feel just my soul leaving my body.
In a good way.
In a good way. In a good way.
In a good way. I
Nice
love it.
work. Let's hear it for Faye Aries crossover Holy Priest Mercy. Here comes Monomon in Human Warlock Tier 18, Death Rattle Regalia.
Well done.
That is sick.
Yes.
That is absolutely, one might say.
I'm terrified. I'm
It's
glad
deadly.
I'm over here. It's gorgeous, but I'm glad I'm over here. That is
Amazing.
terrifying.
It's the light fixtures inside as well as just I'm like looking at it from here, and it looks so incredible detailed from here. So if I get close up, I bet it'll poke me in the eye. This cosplay is based on Monomon's Fane character, who she's been playing since 2006.
Whoa.
Yeah.
2006. Oh, look at the little fingers. The little jazz hands.
Yeah, we got an OG player.
Yeah.
All her regalia is handmade. Her favorite technique is to take random stuff and repurpose them into epic creations.
Oh, mine too.
We love that. Yeah.
So good. You look
Sustainable.
incredible.
We love
Your
it.
scythe is sharp.
Let's hear it from Monomon.
Yes.
Kiki.
Is it me?
This is crazy. I just think that it's just incredible how much work and effort that everyone puts into their cosplays every year. And I don't know, I've worked at Blizzard 7 years. I've worked during every cosplay competition, and I'm still working during the cosplay competition, but I finally get to see it.
Finally get to
so
see
that
it.
works.
My
And it's
jaw
just
is on the
incredible joy.
floor. It's on the floor.
It's just great.
So incredible. So talented.
Yeah. Well, what an amazing way to end the competition.
Yeah.
So many great cosplayers. So much fun to be here tonight.
Right?
Finally. Get to
Yeah.
see 'em.
Is it fun? Y'all having fun?
Having a good time? And again, I can't reiterate enough that this community inspires me every day with their love and devotion.
Yes.
Let's hear it for Community Night and all of our cosplayers!
You guys are awesome. Well done.
We had a lot of cool stuff at BlizzCon this year.
We do.
And up next here, we have a couple that got matching tattoos in the Diablo Hall today. Yes.
Ooh.
We want to share them with you.
Look at that. Magic.
Look at
that. Yes. For
Please
the mother.
welcome Paul and Cassie.
So 15 years ago, the two of us met in college, and we bonded over video games. And we heard that BlizzCon was coming back. So we got tickets, and we came. And then we found out that Hell's Inc. was going to be here. And we were like, okay, we have to get some tattoos. Be an amazing thing to share together as a couple. We came, we're first in line. We rushed there to get them. As many of you know, it was pretty tough to get there. And we worked our butts off, but we got a couple of matching tattoos. And we're pretty proud, and that'll be a memory that we'll never forget. So we thought that would be, or maybe she thought that would be the perfect thing to remember this BlizzCon by. But you know, all of the games that we love that we came up on for the past 15 years, you know, maybe we disconnected for a couple of years, but the games always brought us back. And she was always my healer, and I was always her tank.
You're going to go to the other side. Going over to the other side.
And back at home, we have two little dogs, two little min pins, a brown one and a black one. Mercy and Tracer.
Hey!
And this is the moment that I'm going to remember. As all of these chapters are announced, it's time for us to start our next chapter. Will you marry me?
Congratulations. Oh my God. I start crying. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Congratulations. I mean, cosplay, gaming, it brings everybody together. This is so incredible. I just start crying. Wow. Yeah, let's hear it.
Woo! How do we even top that?
I don't know. Yeah, now definitely
Keep
crying.
going.
We're
There's
gonna
a potato here. It's just fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Wow. Wow. Man. Okay. So this community has incredible artists, as illustrated by the 6 finalists you've seen tonight. Before we give out the big prize, though, we wanted to give you a quick look at some of the runners-up and just all of their fantastic work. So first up, we have Battlefield by Zinlei Guillaume. Let's hear it. That is gorgeous. And now we have Stay a While and Listen by Beresford Winch. It's incredible. So good. Next is Maelstrom Thrall by Gren Booner.
He's gonna pop out of the screen.
Yeah. This is Welcome to BlizzCon by Dmitry Bolatov. I love the
They're the
Hydra
best people to go to BlizzCon with.
Yeah, I know, right?
And help carry all the snacks from the trucks.
Absolutely, yeah. I love the Hydra list. This is The Last of the Menethils by Kirill Stepanov.
Very sad.
So sad. Next is Alex Straza, The Aspect of Life by Michaela Jones.
Gorgeous.
I love it. I love the lighting.
Oh, yeah.
Her face. It's gorgeous. Next is Dryad, an homage to Lunara Flora headpiece by Connor Nesbitt. Ooh.
Right.
So good. I want one. Next is Diablo Blood Raven by Mateus Orlowinch.
I'd love to see that in tarot card. It's so
Yes,
cool.
Yeah. So gorgeous. And finally, Red Petals by Alexei Babushkin. Gorgeous.
We've seen some incredible art pieces from this community on the big screen tonight. Let's hear it for all of our entries. But now, it's time to award a winner. Taking the top original art award is Team Building by Olga Highshot, whose imagination put him in the heart of a Blizzard party. Isn't that incredible? Let's hear it for Olga.
Gorgeous.
We've seen the 3 amazing finalists in the digital storytelling short film contest tonight. And it was a tough decision.
I'm not sure what they're saying.
I don't understand
Oh, yes.
what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Well, surprise for you, but it was a super tough decision.
It was actually.
I don't know if y'all actually want to know who won. You want to know who won? Come on. Well, please give it up for Robin Spenton with his whimsical animated short, The Toy Maker.
Me too, friends. Me too. I get it. I get it. I feel exactly what you're going through. Now, it's time to award our first cosplay award. Let's welcome back all of our cosplay competitors to the arena. Show your love and support. Please turn on your flashlight. Go ahead, turn on your flashlights, friends. Go ahead.
Oh, that's fun. Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go.
This looks so cool.
Oh, look at them all. Don't they look stunning?
Yes.
Seeing
you all together is just breathtaking.
We're working on it. Let's go. Keep it up.
All of you, raise your flails and your staves and your
keep it going.
Let's cheer for our cosplayers.
There's a lot of them. There we go. There we go.
Incredible.
All right. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I think that's all of them.
This looks good. This looks good.
This award is given to the cosplayer who has best mastered one or more crafting techniques, whether it be sewing, embroidery, blacksmithing, woodworking, leatherworking, working with foam, 3D printing, basically any craft you can think of. This person showed next level skills. Please welcome Ashley as Denathrius back to the stage. Yeah. Whoa. Do you have hello? Is this? There we go. Okay. Hi. Would you like to say any? This is so cool. Like, it was already cool. You guys can't see all like the tiny details in this thing, like little bitty dots and everything. What was your favorite part on this?
I just love making armor. Everything is handmade because I take such pride just building it completely from scratch and then doing those tiny little details. It's just, I love armor making so much, and just the intricacy helped challenge me a lot, which is what I seek in every cosplay.
That's awesome. It's so cool. The makeup too. I have 2 mics. Hello? 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 There we go. Oh my God, I'm doing it live. Congrats, Ashley, as Denathrius on winning Best Master Crafter. Right over here on the second.
Our next category is Best Colossal Creation Award, where bigger is better. This cosplay demonstrates excellence in using large-scale fabrication to create a legendary, larger-than-life character. Let's hear it for Tiffany Gordon cosplay as Lilith!
Should I?
Blessed Mother.
Blessed Mother.
Blessed Mother. This cosplay, wow. I'm terrified, but also wow. This is gorgeous. Just tell me what your favorite part of this whole cosplay is.
I really enjoyed just painting, doing all of the patinas when working with paprika and salt to give a little spice to the cosplay, you know.
It's definitely spicy, am I right? Yes. Now, was there anything that you would say was the hardest, or you wish you would have done differently, maybe?
The wings.
Okay.
I had to make them be able to fly here, so
Fair.
that was a little tricky.
That's rough.
And yeah, they're a little heavy, but not too bad.
Okay, well, absolutely gorgeous. I want to hear it again for this cosplay. And it's okay. Right there, perfect.
Our next award is for epic effects, which includes cosplayers who have incorporated special effects such as lighting, smoke, or mechanical or robotic elements, to name a few. We've had some amazing contenders tonight, but there can only be one. Please welcome Anna Hogan as Jada Proudmore. Oh my gosh. Wow, this is just, I know, you look incredible, my friend. Tell me, I'd love to hear, what was the most impressionable thing you learned while making this cosplay?
That working with fur is like so much fun.
It is so fun, right?
It's so fluffy and my dog loves it.
And it gets everywhere. It's great. It's like
so
sparkles.
amazing.
I love it. What was the hardest thing to complete with this costume?
Oh, the sword. As you see right now, it's there's a vape pen in it and it's smoking out right now.
It wants the smoke, everybody.
It has a vaping addiction.
It needs help. It needs help. Well, you look wonderful. Congrats, my friend. Everybody, please give it up for Dana. On the sex. Right, there you go. Perfect. Great.
Our next award is doubly nice, the best dynamic duo. This category awards an outstanding pair of contestants whose cosplay represents a legendary set of two Blizzard characters. Ancient rivals, best friends, heroes, and sidekicks, and other prime pairings. We had some great duos tonight, but there can only be one. Actually, there are two winners, but just one award. Please welcome, it's Double Trouble, Lauren and Neil Brassfield as Corcoran Dark Shaman, our most dynamic duo. All right, you guys, I gotta take a good look at all of you. Let's do a full 360 here, okay? Oh my goodness, love the fur. Look at the ears. Okay, awesome, awesome. Oh my God, look at the armor. I'm being selfish. I just want to look at everything. Oh my God, it's so good. Okay, so I want to first hear why. Oh, the blood on the teeth. Okay, all right. What did you start with when you started making this? Did you like both sit down and say, okay, we're both starting each of ours together, and then we're going to work at the same process or at the same time? How did that work?
Generally, yeah, we worked on the same part at the same time. We started with a helmet because it was the hardest. And if we can do that, we can do anything. So
that's a good attitude to have. And then how about you? Like, what was your favorite component of crafting this cosplay?
I mean, definitely it's got to be the helmet. I mean, the silhouette of it is so amazing. Anyone who has rated Siege of Orgrimmar will see this and be like, oh, I remember that. Like, there's just no question.
Loktar Ogar, my friends.
Loktar Ogar.
Loktar. Yeah. Victory or death. All right, let's hear it for our dynamic duo.
All right, let's hear it for all our category winners. Come on, let's hear it. I said, let's hear it. Thank you so much for sharing all of your creations with us. You all are so talented, it's insane. Winning your category has automatically qualified you all for the Best in Show award, which means you would be the best of the best. A huge shout out to our judges. I definitely don't envy them because they definitely had the hardest task tonight, which is choosing a winner. So I don't know about all of y'all, but the suspense is killing me. Do you want to know who wins?
Yeah.
I can't tell.
Come on, Kiki, get on with it.
I can't tell.
I'm sorry, do you want to know who wins? Okay. I think they want to know. All right, without much further ado, Our best in show for BlizzCon 2023 is Lilith!
We'll be back. You want to do a slow spin? You have to spin further. There we go. Go ahead. I guess. Oh my. Oh God. Yeah.
Lesson. Wow, this is just stunning, right, everybody? I mean, I've got goosebumps. I'm speaking to the mother right now, everybody. It's so funny. As you were coming out, we heard random sporadics, mommy, 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 all around the audience. It was really beautiful. How are you feeling today? Are you doing okay? Yeah? Oh, you deserve this, friend. You absolutely deserve this.
Yes.
Doesn't she? Yes. Oh, incredible. Incredible.
I just want to say, hello.
With the mic.
I just want to say thank you so much. This is my first BlizzCon, and y'all have been so wonderful here. And thank you.
Let's hear it for Tiffany. Let's hear it for all our contestants, winners, and our community for being the heart of who we are. It's been a really great night.
Thank you so much, BlizzCon. Woo!
All our contestants. Amazing job. Amazing job.
This is so
I know it's the closest I've been to Lilith
It's
without
amazing.
being like overly scared, just like normal.
Photo op.
happy scared.
She's so approachable.
Well, technically.
Yes. You have so many fans, my friend. It's beautiful. It's
I
beautiful.
just love that every single time you two stand in front, it's like you're being held by mother's embrace.
I know.
The wings
Yeah,
embracing,
It's a good
hugging.
place to be.
Yay.
It's a good place to be.
See, she's so nice.
The love.
I'm loved by mommy.
Amazing.
Yeah, I know. We all need therapy. It's fine.
I think so. Yeah.
Well, we have a fun little treat for you all next.
There's nothing happening after this, right?
And
Oh, there is. Oh. Okay, sorry, my bad.
Wow.
Coming
That's
up
kind of
next.
exciting. Are you guys excited?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, it sounds like you are all.
Warm welcome, and thank you so much for having so much fun with us tonight. We do have a few more songs prepared, so please enjoy till the end. And maybe tonight's the first time you've ever heard of the Seraphim, so hopefully you go home, with a couple of our songs in your head, Thank you. Love you.
I was so happy that I could be here with you tonight. And I was really happy that we were able to tell you our story in our music video collaboration with Overwatch 2. Please look forward to our future music.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for having fun with us. Hope you enjoy until the end. I love you. As a gamer myself, it was very meaningful to be here tonight. Thank you so much for being here with us. I hope that we can get to see you more often. Thank you. Thank you, every one of you who are watching online, and everyone here too. Thank you so much for having fun with us. Enjoy the rest of our show. Right. Our next song is What Made Us Want to Come Here. Yeah. Okay. I'm assuming that some of you guys have already heard the song from Overwatch 2. It was playing earlier, I think. You guys know what it is, right? All right. Well,
Okay.
I think we'll get into it then. Okay. Are you guys ready to spend a perfect night with us? All right. Let's go, girlies.
Let's go. Me and my girlies, we gon' party till it's early. Got me feeling otherworldly tonight. Caught in some traffic, but the radio is blasting Barbarella and we're singing goodbye. Ooh, like the morning, feel like magic. I got all I need, you know nothing else can beat the way that I feel when I'm dancing with my girls. Perfect energy, yeah, we always very free. There's no better feeling in the whole wide world tonight. I don't care what's wrong or right. Don't stop blowing up my light. I care at 11:59, but nothing goes at your midnight. Come and take a ride with me. I got a credit card and some good company. So come through if they feel good. We used to start the morning wave on you, babe. Night till morning, in slow motion. I got all I need, you know nothing else can beat the way that I feel when I'm dancing with my girls. Perfect energy, yeah, we flawless, yeah, we free. There's no better feeling in the whole wide world tonight. I don't care what's wrong or right. Lights are blowing out my light. I keep at 11:59. Nothing else after midnight. By the morning, feel like magic. I got all I need, you know nothing else can beat the way that I feel when I'm dancing with my girls. Perfect energy, yeah, we flawless, yeah, we free. There's no better feeling in the whole wide world tonight. I don't care what's wrong or right. Don't stop blowing up my light. I get at 11:59. Don't stop blowing up my light. Guys, don't you want more? How about we do some more songs to make the most perfect night ever? All right. I know, and I've seen a lot of you guys do the challenge for this song, and we received a lot of love for this song. So let's get information.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's get information.
Okay.
Ooh. And let me put my in-ears in.
I'm so hot.
All right. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
Good. All right. Here's Eve Psyche in the Bluebeard's life. Drop the beat.
I'm a mess, 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 mess. I'm a mess, 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 mess. I'm a mess in distress, but we still look best. Stress, fear, less, say yes. We don't dress to impress. Tell me what you're waiting for, 'cause I know what you wanna do. Picture perfect criminal. I'll let off all play, won't burn your pretty face. Know you wanna keep me close, but I got places I wanna go, yeah. Better label, get me more.
Zoom my smile, bigger for the crowd. Shut up now, shut your feelings down. Keep it down, tell me I'm too loud. Better watch your mouth, it comes back around. Hush now, girl, just close your eyes. They tell me never cross the line, yeah. Word it if you wanna buy. Take it on the chain, I know I like that. Boom, 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 got my heartbeat pumping. Get like boom, 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 get like boom, 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 boom now. Boom, 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 got my heartbeat pumping. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. What you waiting for? Show me what you're scared of me for. What you looking for? This is what you're waiting for. Waiting for. Boom, 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 got my heartbeat pumping. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, 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 boom now. Boom, 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 got my heartbeat pumping. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Girl, wanna have fun, girl. Girl, wanna have fun, girl. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Girl, wanna have fun, girl. Girl, wanna have fun, girl. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. I'm a villain, 사실대로 기억해, unforgiven. Yeah, what you want? 불편함이 깃든 face, wanna shut it out. 사니까 가도 돼, 저는 머리 earth. 너의 게임은 나는지 I'm such a freak, but you got me. Let me tell you about the seraphim. 내가 제일 싫은 건 난 그때 몰림. 어둠 불을 켜 마치 reveling. You're gonna keep breaking rules, gonna give up. Unforgiven yourself, splitting 힘없이 늘 져야만 했던 삶. But 한 적도 없어 용서 따위는 난 끈기를 겨눠. Watch me now. I'm forgiven, I'm a villain, I'm forgiven, I can give it, I'm forgiven, I'm a villain, 사실대로 기억해, unforgiven. 나랑 손을 같이 가지 my unforgiven girl. 나랑 손 같이 가지 my unforgiven boy. Unforgiven. 한개 위로 남겨지는 우리 이들. 나랑 손을 같이 가지 my unforgiven girl. Giving. 내 style, living. 방식까지 원없이 저 한국만 넌 찾았지. Get started, let's get started. 미래 구역에 새겨둔 나의 story. 신념이 재면 난 villain, I'm not the Cinderella type of a girl. Unforgiven yourself, bleeding 힘없이 늘 저기야만 했던 삶. But alright, 바란 적도 없어 용서 따위는 난 금기를 겨눠. Watch me now. I'm forgiven, I'm a villain, I'm forgiven, 난 그 기다릴까봐. I'm forgiven, I'm a villain, 사실대로 기억해, unforgiven. 나랑 손을 같이 가지 my unforgiven girl. Unforgiven. 나랑 손을 같이 가지 my unforgiven boy. Unforgiven. 한개 위로 남겨지는 우리 이들. 나랑 손을 같이 가지 my unforgiven girl. Unforgiven, I'm a villain, unforgiven, I can keep it, unforgiven, I'm a villain, unforgiven, I can keep it, oh, I will never be a clown, oh, 보게 될 거야 나, oh, 내 목소리 좀 나, oh, I don't care to shut it down. 나랑 손을 같이 가지 my unforgiven girl. Unforgiven. 나랑 손을 같이 가지 my unforgiven boy. Unforgiven. 한개 위로 남겨지는 우리 이름. 나랑 손을 같이 가지 my unforgiven girl. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you. Everyone. See you guys again. Bye-bye. Love you guys.
BlizzCon 2023 would like to thank our partners. Xbox, power your dreams. Omen, game life. HTC Vive Mars, virtual production made simple. Intel, push your gameplay beyond performance with 13th gen Intel Core processors. Check out MSI's wide array of monitors, from Nobel Prize-winning quantum dot technology to 4K OLED panels. They've got you covered. And the beneficiary of BlizzCon's charity auction is Direct Relief.
I mean, are these guys the goats or what? I see our predictions were right.
Yeah, I mean, we
Is the screen
of course
frozen?
the Moon kids always know what's going on.
Oh, wait.
Oh, we're speeding it
so,
up
yeah,
now.
the camera was frozen. Then we got it on 2x speed just to make sure we caught back up. Yeah.
That's the tech.
That is the tech.
Oh, healing set on stream.
Yeah.
Make sure you redeem.
Looks like the players are now wandering off the stage after That was a pretty intense battle between.
That was a
Yes, the
really good
last
game.
match.
Actually.
Yeah, that was
all three
very
of our
nice.
maps were super close. That was great.
I think it's cool to see the new dungeon maps generally, like the new season, being able to see the 10.2 stuff. Even though it is only 10 days away, I'm super stoked for this season.
All right, so I think we have some news about what is coming next. I think we're going to have a winner's interview coming in here soon, but we also do have some bad news as well as the good news here. The bad news is that unfortunately, due to time constraints and due to some of the delays that we were having earlier in the day, we are having to cancel the raid showcase that was planned for this event as well. But you will be able to play that raid in just 10, 11 short days, 13, 12, depending on region, you know.
You can watch the race world first as well. So being able to see those bosses not only on Heroic, but also on Mythic. You'll probably be able to see them on Heroic a lot too with splits, but you'll definitely be able to see them on both and play them.
Yeah, LFR coming out very early this time around as well, coming out with a quick cadence too. So all kinds of playstyles. This raid is going to be fantastic. I'm so excited to see it in just a little over a week's time. And of course, the patch out in just a couple of days. It's going to be very exciting.
Yeah. I can't wait for the race world first to follow that one as well. And of course, all of the players or most of the players that have been participating in that guild clash here in the dungeon showcase are going to be part of the race world first too. So we are going to be seeing those players as well there.
Oh my gosh. I think the winners have entered the studio. Looks like Drenos is maybe hopping off the desk for our winners.
That's Iris.
Iris coming off the desk. Wait, we didn't even vote for MVP.
Well, now we have to choose Miras, right? Because
I mean, I don't think we have to.
Oh, we don't have to.
Okay, so what was our criteria? Stylishness?
That's my criteria. You can pick
Okay.
your own.
yeah, okay.
Miras, would you describe yourself as stylish?
Put on the headset. Put on the headset. That answer.
Ken is
Ken is stylish.
So Ken
Okay.
is stylish.
Ooh,
Okay.
okay.
Who's the most stylish on your team?
Frago.
Okay, Frago.
Ooh, okay.
Who had the highest DPS?
Turbo.
And best personality?
Actually, probably Frago at highest DPS, but you don't see.
No, that's not really DPS. That's not really DPS.
Sure.
And the best personality?
I mean, everyone.
How do we tie break this?
Good answer.
I feel like my MVP vote it's going to go to Ryson. The way that we had him keep everybody alive in that last Throne of the Tides, the damage that was coming out, that was pretty incredible. So.
I mean, it did heal. Yeah, it was.
He did some healing.
It was good. It was good.
He
Yeah.
healed. Who's your MVP vote?
Well, I'm actually going with Andy. I talked about this earlier, right?
Yeah.
And being able to survive the bolstering tides dungeon there at the very end. I mean, that looks
That's
pretty
true.
difficult to me. So I'm going with Andy.
But he did miss that mob in Everbloom. That
True.
forced
What
him to
happened
discount.
there with the
No,
count?
that was. I mean, that was Turbo Ninja pulling, and then we winged the count. Yeah, let's say. I guess.
I see.
So it was pretty bad. Let's say. Yeah.
It happened twice, right? Once it was DHT.
Oh yeah, I mean there was a mix of Andy's and my count. We were like, oh yeah, Andy was like, trust me, I got the count. I was like, I want to skip these mobs. He's like, it's all good, bro. And then we kind of skipped all, but not the mobs that we needed. Yeah.
You know what I didn't think about? We're standing on these boxes.
I was thinking
and
about
Miras
this.
is not.
Yeah. How about we all take a step forward? Yeah.
Okay, so we were standing in these boxes because just for the viewers at home, Simon was like 6, 7.
Yeah,
it's,
sorry,
like,
so.
it's not fair. And so we all we're standing in these boxes and towering over Miras. Like, we're not that much taller.
I'm going down. It's fine.
Yeah,
It's fine.
Okay. And now production has to change the camera angles because we're also we're messing it all up. But how did you like the guild clash?
No, it was good. It was good. Yeah. So sadly, a little bit, how do you say, a little bit winged from our side, let's say, because we obviously didn't have the whole MDI team, and we got everyone in, kind of like the other gates, and we're like, okay, let's see how it goes. And then we're looking at in the break, we had on the phone the MDT route, and we're like, who kicks what? Yeah. And I think the best part was that we were talking about Everbloom in the break for like 10 minutes, how to do it and whatnot, and then legit on the first pull, basically at the end, we ninja pulled something, and the whole plan went down the drain. Yeah. So it was amazing. Yeah.
How have you felt about BlizzCon as a whole? Have fun?
No, it was amazing. Yeah.
I've enjoyed it too. I think it's been super sick.
Yeah. So, what do you think about Ambition's performance, Golden Guardians?
I mean, I to be honest, I don't know what they did.
Oh,
but,
okay.
I mean, I did look, but I assume they did pretty good. Yeah, they practiced a little bit before, and right, they're also playing together. I think they only had the DH who was like a stand-in, let's say, for the normal people they play with. So I mean, I think they played probably pretty good. I guess I assume I would say so.
Yeah, so like most of the dungeons, they were actually kind of ahead of you. Like they had a faster strategy, but then they ended up having some issues and some deaths here and there, and then you ended up
Yeah.
winning. So it was really close most of the matches.
I mean, I can say all the routes that we played were the routes that I prepared for the guild to play, and the
For
rest
the
went
guild.
first.
Oh, yeah, that
so,
makes sense,
So
that makes
these are
sense.
like the safe,
Very efficient.
the safe, good routes that you can just go in without a lot of knowledge. Let's say, I guess, yeah. So
you're telling the audience that they can copy these routes and
yes,
play at home?
these routes are good, guys. I recommend.
Mira's guaranteed. You got any,
The ninja pulls as well. Those good. Yeah, just go grab those extra mobs.
Yeah, maybe not ideal. Yeah.
So what's next for you guys?
I mean, the race for first next week.
Yeah, race. Yeah.
That would be nice, and then hopefully we win. And we'll see. And then after that, right? It's MDI probably next week. Next week.
Next week.
next year. Yeah.
Next week's the patch.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, the dungeons and whatnot from the next season, I think, are really interesting. So it will be nice. I think this season will be good, especially Atal coming back and Waycrest, like probably from our MDI team, the favorites.
So
it will be nice.
So Throne of the Tides and Waycrest are your favorites?
Oh no, Atal and
sorry.
Atal and Waycrest.
Yeah.
Good choice. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Love that place.
So-
I do have one question about the comp that you were playing. Do you think that is a comp that is actually going to be meta for M+, or do you think there's going to be something different?
Oh, I'm not sure. I mean, the Outlaw Rook, I didn't really do that much damage, sadly. Yeah? I was kind of learning the rotation on the fly. I figured out a lot of things of the class in the last matches, so that was good. I think the Outlaw played good is really nice in M+, yeah. So I think Outlaw has a chance. I mean, Havoc, I don't know why it's not nerfed. It does a little bit too much damage, yeah. But I think the God comp at the end, right, will be different. I would assume.
I think Havoc Demon Hunters deserve their time in the sun.
Yeah, right now they're good, yeah.
I think they deserve this, actually.
Yeah. No, but I think there will be a caster in there probably for the end of the season. Yeah.
Which one?
I mean, I'm not sure.
Moonkins?
I mean,
please say Moonkins, please.
I mean, I have 2 Moonkin players here. I must say it's Moonkins, yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
And
He's so right.
Of course, yeah. To add on this, you're also gonna play Disc Priest and give the Boomkin PI. Yeah.
Dude,
Love that.
I was playing on the PTR, and the Disc Priest was giving the Demon Hunter PI.
Ah, that's a mistake. Yeah, that's a mistake.
You maybe have to adjust for your specific Moonkin, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, bro.
All right, well, congratulations again, Miras.
Congrats.
BlizzCon Guild Clash Champion, well played, and good luck in the Race to World First in a week and a bit.
Thank you.
Should be exciting to watch all over the place from all of our teams. It was, of course, a joy to have you here, and hope you had a great BlizzCon.
I mean, I hope everyone had a great BlizzCon. Yeah, the announcements. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, there was so much to do. I didn't really do too much, but there was a lot to do.
I mean, the what's next panels, the deep dives, everything. It seems like Warcraft's on the up and up. The 3 expansion announcements, it looked like a lot of really cool stuff was announced here.
It's great to be a WoW player right now.
That's what I'm saying. We're back.
All right. Well, that is going to be it for us here at the Guild Clash at BlizzCon. Hope everybody's enjoyed their cons. Hope everybody watching at home has been enjoying it. A big thank you to all of you for being here. Thanks to everybody in person watching along at home. Big thank you to production as well for helping us put together this event. Hope you've enjoyed it, and we'll see you next time. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
In addition to raids, we also really want to play up that PvP aspect. And as a result, we're planning to add several outdoor PvP events to the game as the level caps increase. Thank you. Lastly, one of the things we're most excited about is where we go when we start getting to higher levels. We are leaving the door open to the possibility of completely new experiences and the prospects of exploring previously unfinished or unused locales for future raid and dungeon content We're starting getting level 60. I know, I'm excited too. I'm excited too. We think that level 25 is going to be full of great, memorable gameplay that feels right at home in original WoW, but this is just the first step, and we think the best is yet to come. So next, let's kind of change gears and talk about rune engraving a little bit. So this is one of the most exciting new things about Season of Discovery. One of the most consistent pieces of feedback we've gotten from previous iterations of original WoW, such as our Season of Mastery, is that many players would like to try some adjustments to their favorite class or spec. We really wanted to take a chance with Season of Discovery and go kind of wild here, and we did. That's where rune engraving comes in. Rune engraving is a new skill that all Season of Discovery characters know automatically on character creation. Rune engraving allows you to gather, learn, and apply new class abilities directly to your equipment, kind of like enchants. In the initial 1 through 25 experience, you'll be able to discover runes in your chest, legs, and glove slots. And as the level cap increases, additional runes for other item slots will be discoverable over time. Once learned, runes are permanent and can be applied and reapplied to your gear at will, just out of combat. One of the most exciting things about these runes is that they exist completely outside of the talent system, meaning that you could very realistically splash in, damage abilities with a healing talent spec so you could solo a little bit better, or you could swap maybe to tanking ability runes to round out the tank spot in your 5-player group if you're missing one. You may also encounter previously faction-specific paladin and shaman buffs as runes, which helps bring some parity to each faction without those classes losing their unique flavor or the factions losing their unique flavor. In order to also streamline the talent system to go along with runes, we do plan to adjust the respec cost to be much more nominal in Season of Discovery, particularly at low levels. And that's not all. That's not all. Who knows, maybe, just maybe, someday, you won't be constrained to just one talent spec in Season of Discovery. Who knows? So, overall, we've been playing this a ton internally. We've been having so much fun with it. It's everything we love about Classic, plus so much more. At this, I'd like to hand this over to one of our lead software engineers, Nora Valletta, to talk about some specific abilities you may encounter on the different classes, as well as to talk a bit about our PvP plans for Season of Discovery. Take it away, Nora.
Thanks, Josh. Hey, BlizzCon. My name's Nora Valletta, and along with Anna, I'm a lead software engineer on WoW Classic. There are over 100 runes in the 1 to 25 leveling bracket across all classes, and we'd love for you guys to go forth and discover them on your own. However, to give you an idea of what to expect, I have a few to share with you today. First things first, I want to share some of the things we had in mind when designing runes in Season of Discovery. One is to shake up the meta. Our seasonal content is a great opportunity to deliver WoW Classic, but with a twist. With our non-seasonal content, we try to deliver a classic experience close to the original, but with seasons, we have the freedom to experiment with what-if scenarios, such as, what if rogues could tank? What if paladins did have a taunt? On that point, we wanted to introduce abilities such that each class has something special, something that other classes can point to and go, dang, that's so cool, I wish I could do that. Many of the runes you find are greatest hits remixes of popular abilities from various WoW expansions, so many of them will be familiar to you. That said, some of these familiar abilities may actually behave a little differently than you remember. Some spells and abilities you'll discover have never been introduced before in any WoW expansion. For these, we were careful to make sure they were an appropriate fit for class fantasy. Most importantly, we want Classic to continue to feel like Classic. Many of the iconic spells and abilities you've seen in various WoW expansions feel fitting for that expansion or fitting for modern WoW, but would feel out of place in Classic, so we tried to avoid introducing anything with a too modern feel and made adjustments wherever it made sense. Anyways, enough of that. Let's take a sneak peek at some of those abilities. Druids. In Season of Discovery, you have an interrupt called Skull Bash, which can be used in cat or bear form. Fury of Storm Rage removes the mana cost of Wrath. Dealing damage with Wrath has a chance to make your next healing touch instant. Wild Growth applies a heal over time effect to your target and up to 5 nearby party members. Hello, Hunters. Beast Mastery will increase your pet's damage, health, and focus regen. Growl is now a proper taunt. Explosive Shot is a ranged damage over time ability, and Lone Wolf gives you a damage boost if you have no active pet. Pair this with dual wielding, and you've got yourself a mean melee hunter. Mages. Ice Lance is an instant frost spell that deals triple damage to frozen targets. Living Flame causes flames to erupt and chase a nearby enemy, leaving a burning trail in its wake. And Regeneration is a heal, which marks your target with a temporal beacon. Another rune ability called Rewind Time will heal the damage taken over the previous 5 seconds. You can heal other people with this, by the way, not just yourself, so I hope you've made room on your roster for mage healers. Paladins. In WoW Classic, they don't have a taunt, but here it is in Season of Discovery. Hand of Reckoning is your taunt. Knowing this ability will also increase the threat bonus of Righteous Fury and cause you to gain mana when healed by other players. Crusader Strike is a weapon attack. It's a weapon attack which costs no additional mana and instead regenerates your mana slightly with each hit. And Seal of Martyrdom can be activated to cause melee attacks to strike other nearby targets. You'll lose health when inflicting damage with this. However, nearby party members will gain mana based on the damage you take. Priests. You can channel Penance to heal nearby friendly targets or deal damage to enemy targets. Prayer of Mending heals your target the next time they take damage or receive healing. Afterwards, it'll bounce to another friendly player nearby. Homunculi animates 3 miniature copies of your character, which will attack your target with a mace, a sword, and an axe, reducing their attack speed, attack power, and armor, respectively. Rogues. From Stealth, Shadow Strike allows you to teleport behind your target and strike for a nice big chunk of damage. Envenom is a finishing move. It deals poison damage based on your deadly poison doses on the target, and also increases the frequency of applying instant poison for some time afterwards. Just a Flesh Wound is our rogue tank ability. You generate way more threat, you take reduced physical damage while Blade Dance is active, you're less likely to be critically hit by melee attacks, and your Feint ability turns into a taunt called Tease. Shamans. Lava Lash deals offhand weapon damage. Offhand. In Season of Discovery, enhancement shamans can dual wield with the help of another rune not pictured here. Happy hunting. Healing Rain is a gradual AoE heal which can be placed on the ground, or on a lamppost, or on the ceiling. Way of Earth allows you to perform the coveted role of Shaman Tank. With this, you'll deal increased threat, you'll take less damage, and Earth Shock becomes your taunt. Warlocks. Haunt deals damage, increases all shadow damage you deal to the target, and heals you for the damage it dealt once it's dispelled or expires. Chaos Bolt sends a big beefy bolt of fire at the enemy. It always hits, it can't be resisted, and it causes all of your fire spells to pierce through absorption effects. And Metamorphosis. This is your shapeshift, allowing you to transform into a demon, similar to a druid's bear form, increasing your armor and reducing your chance to be critically hit. Searing Pain becomes instant, Shadow Bolt becomes a melee cleave, and Curse of Recklessness is your taunt. Warriors. Victory Rush is a weapon attack that can be used after killing an enemy. It will heal you for a certain percentage of your health. Devastate will cause your Sunder armor to deal main hand weapon damage, increased for each stack of Sunder armor already on the target. And Raging Blow is a vicious strike that deals heavy damage, but can only be used while enraged. Now, this is just a taste of all the abilities coming to classes in Season of Discovery. And really, bottom line, we want everyone to feel OP. Anyways, enough about runes. Let's instead turn our attention to the ancient forest of Ashenvale in northern Kalimdor. Ashenvale is known for its beauty, its rich natural resources, and its role as a hotly contested territory between the Horde and the Alliance. In Season of Discovery, earning kills while in Ashenvale will trigger a zone-wide PvP event. During this event, a leader will appear in the zone for each faction, a Farseer for the Horde, and a Priestess of the Moon for the Alliance. Your objective is simple. It's to defeat the enemy leader. Now, this is easier said than done. These leaders are tough, so you'll have to work together to take them out. In addition to the main camps where those faction leaders reside, various other camps will spawn across the zone for each faction. The Priestess of the Moon and the Farseer are each buffed by respective leaders in those smaller camps. The more of those small camps you can take out, the weaker your enemy's faction leader will become. Sounds familiar. It's much like Alterac Valley. This event is an awesome way to earn honor, as well as reputation with Warsong Gulch factions, which allows you to unlock some of the best level 25 gear in the game. You'll also be able to earn a mount, which you can actually use at level 25, but only in Ashenvale. It will increase your speed by 50%, giving you the extra boost you need to seek and destroy the enemy. So, come kick some ash in Ashenvale. I'll see you there. Anyways, I've done enough talking. It's time for me to pass things off to Tim, who's going to talk to you about raids and the PvE endgame. Take it away, Tim.
Thank you, Nora. Hey, BlizzCon! My name is Tim Jones, and I'm the assistant lead designer on World of Warcraft Classic. Woo! Multiplayer content is the heart of World of Warcraft. Whether we're questing together, running a dungeon, crafting an item for a friend, or chatting in guild about where to find that new metamorphosis rune for Warlock, WoW offers one of the richest multiplayer experiences across all of gaming. And Season of Discovery aims to deliver on providing new group content that's both challenging and rewarding. Now, first, I want everyone to take a moment with me and imagine, alongside the Zorm Strand on Ashenvale's north coast lies the ruins of an ancient elven temple to the goddess Elune. Evil stirs within, drawing the likes of the Naga and the Twilight's Hammer in search of power and anything that could hasten the coming of the old gods. Maybe you've been here before, maybe not. No matter your familiarity with this place, it's hard not to be drawn in by the mystique, the rich art, the level design, as well as the robust creature and spell ecology of Black Fathom Deeps. On the Classic team, we couldn't help but ask ourselves, could this amazing location be more than just a 5-player dungeon? So we're excited. Get your level 25 Prebis, equip your runes, find 9 of your best friends, and get ready. The Classic team is proud to announce Level Up Raids, new instance challenges for raid groups to experience the max level for each of Season of Discovery's content bands. Woo! At level 25, Black Fathom Deeps is the first level up raid that you'll experience in Season of Discovery. Groups should be easy to form. Grab a couple tanks and healers, make a party of 10, you're good to go. God knows, everyone and their mom can tank and heal in Season of Discovery now, so that shouldn't be a problem. And content phases in Season of Discovery won't be as long as traditional Classic expansion patches either. And we want you to have as many opportunities to explore and plunder the riches within. And as such, Black Fathom will offer a 3-day lockout, much like the raid Zul'Gurub. The story's the same. The location and creatures may be familiar to some, but the challenges and rewards are brand new. 7 new bosses are here to both entertain and test your skills. And how could we not make raid content without new loot? Existing quests and rewards have also been updated for the raid as well. And you'll even be able to find secrets within the raid. Can you solve the mystery of the Twilight Artisan? Can you find the recipes for Black Fathom sharpening stones and wizard oil? And will you be the first group to access the new world buff, Boon of Black Fathom? Ooh. Okay. I love your guys' enthusiasm. This is amazing. Let's peek behind the curtain at what challenges await players in Black Fathom, or as we affectionately call it, BFD, not to be confused with BRD or BFA or BWL or BWD. You guys get the idea. Baron Aquinas, he guards the entrance. No longer a simple quest NPC. You must challenge his elemental lieutenants that inhabit the Fathom Stones and defeat him. And in doing so, you may face off against Aquinas himself atop the infamous jumping puzzle. And jump you must to get in range of the Baron, but beware both the boss and your teammates, because there are many a peril that may knock you off. In all honesty, this boss is lightly tuned, and there are some hidden power-ups below the water to help you return to the platform. Next off, you must face against Gamura, the fearsome turtle that's been swimming in the enchanted waters of the deeps for a long, long time. Exposure to these energies has granted her both power and size, but most importantly, she's now protected by a magical barrier that protects her against almost any attack. Break through this barrier and start blasting for massive damage. Get your orange parse. All this commotion will bring you to the attention of Lady Saraves, a powerful and reckless Naga sea witch who commands a legion of Black Fathom elite in Myrmidons. She is a formidable foe that will overwhelm you unless you find a way to turn her own spells against her and her minions. These 3 bosses round out the prologue of Black Fathom Deeps, and all 3 are available to fight in our demo in Hall D. Check it out. And that's not it. Witness the corruption of Gelihast and take on the march of the Void Murlocs. Break past Lorgus Jet's magical barriers and corrupted totems. Conquer your dreams as you challenge Twilight Lord Kelris. And good luck against the giant Void Hydra. Seriously, you're going to need it. And not to forget, there will be glittering prizes awaiting you, including some of these fancy items. Now, telling you all this is great, but I think we'd rather just show you. So it is my pleasure to provide a quick sneak peek video of the raid, edited by the team itself, as though it was pulled straight from a community website in 2005. Please take a look. So that's it for today, guys. We're looking forward to Oh, okay. That shouldn't be here. Okay. That should definitely. Okay. Sorry. We should have. Okay. Oops. That's it for today. On behalf of the Classic team, and as Anna mentioned at the top, nothing that we do in WoW Classic would be possible without all of your support and your voice. Thank you so much for making the dream of WoW Classic and all the experiences we're working on a reality. We can't wait to see what else we have in store for the future. We can't wait for you to see. So please stay tuned for Hearthstone, what's next, coming up right after this. And we hope you have enjoyed this look ahead at what's next for WoW Classic. I want to reiterate, this is just a taste of all that you're going to uncover in Season of Discovery. And for those of you here at BlizzCon, we hope you get to take on the first 3 bosses of our Black Fathom Deeps raid on the show floor. And for everyone else, we're so excited for you to experience it when Season of Discovery launches worldwide in just a few short weeks on November 30th.
The world needs your light again.
Let's go!
Let's get into it. How's everybody doing? Having fun?
If you want to catch up after 4 years away, pull up a chair by the hearth. We'll see you in the tavern.
Very epic things can begin with small, heartfelt moments. BlizzCon as one! Whatever's coming, I'll stand with you.
We are here, and I am Darren, and I am so excited to spend this day with you. Thank you, thank you, thank you all for sharing your time with us wherever you are watching from. I hope that you and yours are safe and healthy, because we have a wonderful show planned. When Blizzard reached out to me about doing this, I thought about the line at the end of Honor and Glory. You know, when Reinhardt says, "I have been called, I must answer, always." I thought about Reinhardt's kindness, his devotion, his sense of being there for others. That's this community. That's what today is about. Outrageous cosplay, beautiful art, wonderful performances. The short filmmakers, the singers, the musicians, sharing their skill and their passion so that you go, how did they do that? Why did they do that? Can I do that? Of course you can. It's that creative spark that will be shared by everyone you're going to see tonight, so that even in this time of distance, our community creates things that give us connection. It will be a little bit of joy, a little bit of madness, a little bit of whimsy. This is your Community Showcase.
That's right.
right. We're heading to one of Warcraft's most iconic locales, the Barrens.
Welcome, everyone. Remember to keep your tusks and hands inside the tower at all times, and absolutely no spells of any class.
There's never been a better time to get into Hearthstone.
You have come for adventure, but the Barrens wants to break you.
The core set replaces the old basic and classic sets with a collection of 235 cards made up of some of the best from throughout the years.
And your heart must be mighty.
Our final announcement is our most ambitious addition to Hearthstone yet, Hearthstone Mercenaries.
In 20.2, we'll be introducing our first Battlegrounds exclusive minion type, Quillbore.
Hello everyone and welcome to BlizzCon Line Battlegrounds Edition. Another Blizzard tournament, another win for Ryan Kibler.
A minion that needs no introduction, the myth, the legend, the peon!
What do you want?
We'll be sending this to you soon to add to your
That is
epic
sick.
collection.
That's way cooler than
It's
just
a
winning
really
some
big
money.
thing. That's right. I hope that if you do some gym streams that you can show it off a little bit. Maybe a little tank top and just the ground would be pretty dope.
Padre, se acabó.
Por fin. Ningún rey gobierna para siempre, hijo mío.
Solo veo oscuridad ante mí.
Sin el dominio de su maestro, la plaga se convertirá en una amenaza incluso mayor para este mundo. Es necesario controlarla. Siempre debe haber un rey exánime. El peso de semejante carga debe ser mío, pues no hay nadie que...
¡Tyrion! Tienes un destino nefasto en tus manos, hermano Tyrion. Pero no es el tuyo.
Volvar. Por lo más sagrado.
La llama de los dragones selló mi destino. El mundo de los vivos ya no me conforta. Ponme la corona en la cabeza, Tyrion. Seré el carcelero de los malditos para siempre.
No, viejo amigo. No puedo.
Hazlo, Tyrion. Tú y estos valientes héroes tenéis un destino propio que cumplir. Este último acto de servicio es mío.
No te olvidaremos, hermano.
Debéis olvidarme, Tyrion. Si el mundo ha de vivir libre de la tiranía del miedo, no debes saber qué ha ocurrido hoy aquí. Assine ha muerto. Y que vuelva For Dragón. Murió con él. Ahora, abandonad este lugar y no volváis nunca. Observa bien la tierra bajo nosotros. Todos ellos pagarán el precio de su rebeldía.
¿Oís eso, chicos? No es más que el fin del mundo. ¡Que empiece el espectáculo!
Supongo que le debo una bienvenida. Bienvenidos, insectos. Bienvenidos a mi mundo. Así que quieres comunicarte con los muertos. Muy bien, guerreros del desierto helado. Levantaos, que no sobreviva ninguno.
Hijo mío, el día que naciste, hasta los bosques de Lordaeron susurraron tu nombre. Arthas. Observé con orgullo cómo te convertías en un arma de rectitud. Recuerda, nuestro linaje siempre ha gobernado con sabiduría y fuerza. Y sé que mostrarás moderación en el ejercicio de tu gran poder. La verdadera victoria, hijo mío, es saber conmover el corazón de tu pueblo. Te digo esto, porque cuando mis días lleguen a su fin, tú serás el rey.
Infinity Pay apresenta o Infinity Tap, o único que transforma qualquer celular em maquininha. Cadastre-se já, é grátis.